Get it working. Is it your problem?
I have no idea what the problem is. It all worked fine on Friday.
Good afternoon. I'm Eula Clark, Mayor of the City of Stuart. We're here today on Monday, August 9th, 2021, for a regular meeting of the Stuart City Commission. We're at the Blake Library, 2351 Southeast Monterey Road in Stuart, Florida, due to wanting to have as much space as possible to have this meeting, so we're not at City Hall. If everyone would please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance as we begin our meeting. Our Pledge of Allegiance will be led this evening by our Vice Mayor, Merritt Matheson.
Thank you, Mayor. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have a few housekeeping things to do just right now, and then we can have more afterwards. We have a major audio and technical difficulty. We're working on having Zoom to be able to participate in this meeting. At this time, I'm not sure if people can actually see us by Zoom. Maybe they can, but they may not be able to give comments by Zoom today. So that is just the first major thing that I'd like to say. The other thing is that I think we have chairs already spaced out. So if you're in the back and you'd like to come and sit, please do so. All right, for first, and also, I want to, of course, thank the Board of County Commissioners for allowing us to be here. And I want to welcome all our other local elected officials in the area. Especially, I know that our Representative Toby Oberdorf is in the house today. Thank you. So our first item is a proclamation, Hunger Action Month for September 2021, and we're all wearing orange, even though Hunger Month is in September. We're wearing orange today to symbolize Hunger Action Month. We'll have the proclamation read by our city attorney, and then we'll have a short presentation, or either one, or short presentation from an acceptance of the proclamation from the.
Madam Mayor, should we have a roll call?
Oh, we missed
Prior
roll
to
call. Thank
start
you.
the meeting.
Running too fast. Yes, clerk.
Mayor Clark,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Matheson,
Here.
Commissioner Bruner,
Here.
Commissioner McDonald,
Here.
Commissioner Meyer.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hunger Action Month.
This is Proclamation Hunger Action Month, September 2021. Whereas hunger and poverty remain issues of grave concern in the United States, the state of Florida, the Treasure Coast, and the city of Stuart, with 23,304 children and adults in Martin County now categorized as food insecure. And whereas the city of Stuart is committed to taking steps to raise awareness about the need to combat hunger in every part of our city and to provide additional resources that citizens of Stuart need. And whereas the city of Stuart is committed to working with the Treasure Coast Food Bank in mobilizing people about the role and importance of food banks and other hunger relief organizations in addressing hunger and bringing attention to the need to devote more resources and attention to hunger issues. And whereas food banks and hunger relief organizations across the country, including the Treasure Coast Food Bank, coordinated Hunger Action Day on September 17th, 2021, and will continue to host numerous events throughout the month of September to shed light on this important issue and encourage involvement in efforts to end hunger in their local community. Now, therefore, I, Eula R. Clark, Mayor of the City of Stuart, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2021 as Hunger Action Month in the City of Stuart, Florida.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mortel. Is Ms. Smith or Ms. Cheryl, Ms. Bendezou? Okay, Thank you. You can say a few words and then we're going to have the proclamation declared. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Joyce Smith, and I'm joined by my coworker, Shirley Bendazoo, on behalf of our President and CEO, Judy Cruz, our dedicated staff and Board of Directors. I would like to thank you for proclaiming September as Hunger Action Month. As a member of the Feeding America network of food banks, Treasure Coast Food Bank is leading the fight against hunger in our community by securing millions of meals and providing them to people facing hunger. We are proud to partner with more than 400 local pantries, soup kitchens, shelters, and other emergency food providers throughout Martin, St. Lucie, Okeechobee, and Indian River counties. Throughout the month of September, Treasure Coast Food Bank will be hosting many events that include our annual Outlaugh Hunger comedy show and our first ever Outrun Hunger 5K. For more information on all of these events and more, please visit our website at stophunger.org/HAM. Thank you again for your continued support in the fight against hunger.
Thank you. And in recognition, all of our city staff were here, and our commissioners, we're going to come down and we're going to take a picture with you.
Oh, wonderful.
Can you see my arms, Ben?
Perfect. All right, everybody smile. I swear they are. Perfect.
Our next proclamation is the commemorative 911 blood drive.
Proclamation 9/11 Commemorative Annual Blood Drive, September 11th, 2021. Whereas Florida's Blood Centers and the Crary Buchanan Law Firm are holding a blood drive on September 11th, 2021 from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And whereas our community requires a reliable blood supply for the use in life-saving medical treatments. Statistics have shown that 1 pint of blood can help save the lives of 3 individuals, and making the donation of blood a simple way to help save lives and positively impact the community. And whereas the residents of the city of Stuart will always remember and honor the nearly 3,000 innocent lives lost on September 11th, 2001, as our nation experienced a series of airline hijackings that led to the worst terrorist attack in United States history. And whereas it is important for the residents of Stuart to come together on the 20th anniversary of this tragic event to pay tribute to those who died and to reaffirm their commitment to the principles of this nation of life and liberty. Now, therefore, I, Eula R. Clark, Mayor of the City of Stuart, do hereby proclaim September 11th, 2021 as the 9/11 Commemorative Annual Blood Drive on the 20th anniversary of September 11th, 2001 in the city of Stuart, Florida, and encourage our citizens to save a life and donate blood or perform an act of kindness in remembrance of all of the innocent lives lost on that day. I believe Jim Menendez will be.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez, and members of the firm or members of the team.
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Hi, Jim Menendez, the administrator for Crary Buchanan, and I have with me Steve Beers, one of our partners, Mike Paul Caruso from One Blood, and Juliette McGrain, one of our paralegals that helps us with the coordination of the blood drive. Thank you, commissioners, for your proclamation support on our 9/11 Heroes Blood Drive. This year will be the 20th anniversary of the 9/11 attack. Mike Crary, our managing partner, gives his apologies for not being here. He has a minor respiratory issue and didn't want to come to the meeting. But our 9/11 blood drive was his vision, which I'll share with you quickly. Do you remember where you were on September the 11th, 2001? I'm sure if you're over 30 years old, it's etched in your memory forever. We were in our at our firm watching it unfold on TV. Mike was there with us feeling fear and helplessness, like all of us. What do we do? What can we do to help? Mike's a lifelong blood donor, so he knew there would be a great need for blood. He drove to the blood bank and was the only one there to donate. Within a half an hour, the place was packed with people wanting to donate blood. Whenever our country is in trouble and people can help, they come to serve. Blood donation soared in 2001. Blood donation is an everyday necessity for many people relying on it to stay alive. Trauma victims, people with chronic illnesses, the elderly, and surgery patients. We don't hear a lot about blood donors, but they're there day in and day out, donating blood and saving lives. When our office moved in August 2010 from Colorado Avenue, we wanted to do something for the community that would continue year after year and help people realize that we had moved. Mike decided we'd do a 9/11 Heroes Blood Drive. So far, we've collected over 1,700 pints of blood. This year is the 20th anniversary of 9/11. And for that, we're going to have a special program at 10 a.m. at the blood drive. We'll have a benediction said by our own Deacon Larry Crary, a few words from Mike Crary and Denny Hudson of Seacoast Bank. Seacoast has been a partner with us in all of our blood drives. This year, we also have a new partner, Conky Joe's Inc., owners of the Dolphin Bar and Grill, Conky Joe's and Stringers. So if you come out and donate, you'll receive a goodie bag with a gift card, a $20 gift card for the restaurants and a $20 e-card and an awesome 20th anniversary shirt, which we'll give each of you one. Thank you. Please think of us on 9/11 this year. It's on a Saturday. And if you can come out to our program, that would be great. And if you can donate blood, that would even be better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Melendez.
There you go, Lloyd. So you did it. How do you get the link to Zoom?
Let's take a picture.
No, we know you got a busy night. We're good.
Thank you so much. Oh, thank you.
Reach you so I don't have to climb up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very nice.
Thank you so much. Our next item is our service awards for our city staff. And the first one is John Martin Police Department, 15 years. What's on here? Then we have Mr. Walter Hayden, Public Works, 5 years.
All right.
Our police department, where were you on 9/11? I remember when this gentleman was almost probably born. 5 years, Mr. James Hall, our police department. Another 5 years from our Public Works Department, Mr. Chris Gafrida, and he is not able to be here. Is Mr. Milton Leggett here? Would you like to take that for him? Thank you. Our next item is the Hooks Championship season, and Mr. Scott Proctor will be presenting the winning season awards for the Hooks baseball team. This team is out of the East Stuart area. I think they're all lined up. We have lots of, well, a major thing, a ring and some other things for them. And they were 23-2 during the season in the Martin County North Little League Baseball. So congratulations. All right, so let's do that then. I will do it. Well, this is interesting. So congratulations.
Man, how do I get one of these? Look at this.
Congratulations. You're the best. You're all doing your very best. Thank you. Congrats on your career. Thank you.
Come on up. You can get, come on up. Come on up. Come on. Dave.
So we'll get together for a photograph. Are the coaches?
Come on up.
So do we want that? Let us all go up on the top?
Let him up there.
Don't go for a walk. Thank you. What a surprise. Thank you, parents. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. I know you guys have two. All right. This one's gonna go in the trophy case, so make sure. All right, everybody ready? Best picture. One more.
Wait, can I? Cash is not, you can't see it. Because so some of the adults' heads are like covering up the kids. Can you, if the adults can like squat down slightly, where you can't see all the players.
Everybody. Everybody smile now. Oh, wait.
Hey, we're almost done, okay? I want to thank you, commissioners, for having us here. This is quite an accomplishment from these kids. To go through a season as long as they did, that started in January and we ended, May, and to only lose 2 games, it's a testament to all the coaches that I have here. Gordon Proctor, Mike Manning, Todd Sowich, Drew Hyde, Mr. Tony Barletta, and Mr. Chris Regan. And Mr. Chris Regan is the head of FCA. He's going to announce the kids. But thank you all very much for your support. We couldn't do it without everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Cooper Soich, Matthew, yeah, you can go all the way down. Matthew Sanchez, Christian High, Chase Proctor, Xander Lugo, Jordan McKinney, Chad Harris. Jemiah Miller is not with us, unfortunately. Amaria Moses, Dalton Regan, Darren Allen, Wesley Kennerson, and Tice Melnick. And again, we want to thank you for having such an honor. I know that when we talk to the kids, they're all fired up. They didn't expect these rings, and so they're all fired up. But I want to say, too, what we were able to do with these kids throughout this progress, it's not, as we've told them, you guys know over and over, it's never been about a championship. We've always said there's 2 things that really matter. What can you tell us those things that matter? We tell you. Whether you strike out, we don't care. If you make an error, we don't care. What do we tell you guys? What are the 2 things that matter most? Attitude and effort. And their focus day in and day out to stick it out through the heat and to not quit on each other and to not, when it's not going right, to get out there and do it. We just want to say, again, publicly, as your coaches, we couldn't be any more proud of you guys, and we're thrilled that we get a chance to celebrate this thing one more time. So bless you guys. Thank you guys so much for having us.
Thank you.
And thank you, parents.
I just want to thank Fiorella Insurance for being the sponsor for that group. Thank you so much. Our next item is the legislative appropriation for the alternate water supply phase 3. And there must have been a reason why we have all this gold and bling flashing around here, because we knew that there was going to be a lot of money distributed today. So we have Mr. Ben Hogarth, who's here, and of course we have others who are going to participate, especially our state representative, who will tell us about this fund that we received from the state and how we're planning to use that within our city of Stuart. Mr. Hogarth.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioners, good evening. Ben Hogarth.
Can we hear you, Mr. Hogarth?
Ben Hogarth for the record, Community Services Department. Here to actually announce that the city of Stuart thankfully was granted by the state of Florida this year through the legislative process a $500,000 state appropriation for our alternative water supply project. It's important to note, I think, that this is the 3rd year we've received funding from the state It's a total of 1.75 million that we've received for this project, which is a multi-year, multi-phase project. And so we thank our representatives and our senator. Senator Gail Harrell couldn't be here tonight. She's actually at a conference for Healthcare Information Management System Society. So she regrets not being able to be here, but we certainly thank her for all of her efforts to get that passed. We do have Representative Toby Overdorf here, who's actually going to be helping to present that check. And then also just an opportunity for him to speak and to talk about the project. And certainly I'm happy to answer anything as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Are we going to do the check first or have Representative Oberdorf speak first?
Oh, I think the representative will speak first, and then we can do probably a check presentation on the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, thank you very much for the opportunity to be up here. You're not, the people behind me are not here to see me. There's a lot of billable hours behind me, so I'll just be brief. Thank you very much for allowing me to carry this forward for the third year in a row. We've been very successful in bringing this forward. Again, 1.75 million. We're going to be doing another $500,000 this coming year. We've already agreed to do that, so we'll be bringing that forward and hopefully be lucky again this year. This past year, it was a very tough process. My office only carried three appropriations moving forward, and this was one of them. And we were lucky enough to be funded, and I should say a lot of hard work went into that. So thank you very much for making your calls as well, and we'll let you get on with your meeting. And here's a big check for you.
Thank you. If you could come up here, Jim. If all our commissioners, Mr. Oberdorf, can you come up with us? We're going to be up here. All our commissioners, let us receive this on the...
Mayor, sign us to Tim. Sure. You should see it. 500,000 even though the fire department spent 50 million.
Going in the trophy case.
Thank you.
Really?
The next item is comments by city commissioners. Commissioner Bruner?
I just want to thank everyone for coming. Whether you're for this or against it, it's important that we hear from all of you. And our staff, we have a wonderful staff, and I want to thank them with all I have. I'm just so grateful for you. And our commissioners, we really try to do the best we can for our city and our county, and I thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioner McDonald?
No comments today. I'll just echo Commissioner Becky Bruner's. Thank you everyone for being here.
Commissioner Meyer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to thank staff and the staff of Martin County Board of County Commissioners for organizing the use of this room, much larger than our small chambers at City Hall, so we can all be a little safer, space out a bit more, and have more public input here in person. I would also like to remind everybody that we are in the middle of voting. Our election cycle for the City of Stuart Commission is now. Early voting is now. So those of you who are City of Stuart residents, please exercise your very important duty and vote for our one race that is up this year. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to use this opportunity to remind everyone we're in this room today because of a pandemic that we're experiencing. And then sometimes if something doesn't touch you close to home, you disregard it. And sometimes if a friend or a loved one has something, it might sink in a little bit more. The past week or so has been a little tough for me. My wife tested positive for COVID Tuesday. My family and I have been quarantining. I just have come here per CDC guidelines. I've been vaccinated. I'm showing no symptoms. My wife has been vaccinated and showing very mild symptoms, but she is feeling it. My almost 3-year-old daughter tested positive Friday night. I brought the papers with me. I know none of you can read it. But I can guarantee everyone in this room and anyone listening, the last thing a father wants to hear in the middle of the night after knowing that test result is your 2-year-old coughing while she's half asleep. So we're here because we could socially distance as much as possible. And I want to thank our city staff for working through this to allow Zoom. That was one of the decisions the commissioners had to make. Was we knew this meeting was going to draw a large crowd. But public safety is all of our top priority. You know, we had a special meeting last Thursday, and we're debriefed by the president of Cleveland Clinic, Martin Health here. My main takeaway from that debriefing was that our hospitals are nearly overloaded here. We could have beat this. But the president of Cleveland Clinic is seriously concerned that right now, what we're living is going to be the new normal indefinitely. So I'm just asking everyone out there, you know, when you think about the guidelines that are recommended, when you think about weighing getting a vaccine or not, or putting a mask on or not, when you're around a group of people, try and just imagine anyone you love or know that's under 12 that does not have that option to get a vaccine. Or the 2-year-old that not only can't get a vaccine, but it's not really advised for them to wear a mask. Try and think of that younger loved one when you make the decisions on what you want to do. Because we could beat this as a society, but it needs to be a medical decision, not a political one. So I thank you all for coming. And I knew I was going to come and do my duty up here tonight. And I know that no matter what happens, many people will be upset with me. But that's what we signed up for. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. On my comments, I echo the comments of my commissioners. And I'd also like to say to our police chief, Chief Tuminelli, and his staff, and our community leaders from Gertrude Walden and lots of other organizations, the health department, the 4C for clothing. There are so many people who came out on Saturday for the back to school bash that gave away items for students to get ready for school. And also for those who signed up to get the vaccine on Saturday. So it was a very, very successful event. Chief Tuminelli, thank you for opening up the doors of our police department and our community room, and for the service that you and your staff provided. Thanks to all of those who participated in that great event. Thank you so very much. As you know, we're here in different circumstances, but we're still under the same order and decorum as we would if we were at City Hall. At this time, I'd like for the city manager to present anything that he has, including any housekeeping rules, as well as any update on the ability for persons at home to participate by Zoom, because this was one of the reasons why we're here, to have more space for persons to participate, as well as due to the COVID, because this is an important issue, that we'd be able to have persons participate via Zoom. So I'm just going to leave all those information up to be presented by our city manager. City manager comments.
Madam Mayor, with the approval of the agenda, I ask that you move consent calendar ahead of public comment. That way public comment can start at a time certain of 5 o'clock. I'd also ask that we take a 5 to 10 minute break ahead of time so that we can try a fix for the Zoom comment for the public. And then when we return, Mr. Mortel will give the outline of the stipulation prior to starting public comment.
Okay, that's it. So we're going to ask for the approval of the agenda, but with that, we're also going to ask for the consent calendar to be brought right after that item. So what's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. With regard to the consent calendar,
Madam Mayor, move for approval.
moved and seconded. Is there anything that needs to, okay, it's just all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Now we're at the time that I think we can either adjourn and wait for the public comments at 5 PM.
Yes, ma'am, we'll take a break, that's fine.
This meeting is adjourned until 5 PM. Thank you.
Mr. Braun, if you can hear us, can you please try to unmute and communicate to us through Zoom? Might not be there.
Maybe on a cell phone, so. Hey, dude. We'll do.
Hey, Patricia Tice, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah, we'll just have to, watch the volume. If they're too loud, we're still too loud. How high do you have that mic in there? Yeah.
Yeah, it's over there. You gotta get it from them over there. Paul has it. Go get it from Paul.
Good afternoon. I'm calling back to order the City of Stuart regular meeting on today, August 9th, 2021, here at the Martin County Board of County Commissioners, Blake Library, Armstrong Room facilities. As we get back to order, I have I guess we have the public comments, but I have an executive decision that I'd like to make, and I hope that everybody will agree with me. We're here because we want to give comments, especially at this 5 o'clock hour. Those who've agreed, we have two sets. Persons who've agreed to have their names called now at 5 p.m. for them to give comments, as well as those who would like to give comments after they've heard from the applicant and the intervener and staff. So we've had difficulty, and there's some people who are relying on giving their comments online. So I'm going to ask those in the room, we have 31 persons here. If you don't mind, I think we just have less than 10 persons online. And in order to capture them before our facilities fail again, I'd like to have those persons online. I don't know who they are, so Mr. Paul, who's our online engineer, he will call the names. I think I'd seen Greg Braun's name show up at the very beginning, but he will let us know who's commenting after we have opened up this item. So actually, it's just public comments. Is that correct, Mr. Mortel? We're not reading the item yet.
It's my understanding that the current public comment is public comment on any item whatsoever, but the commission has also decided that it would accept public comment on the Costco matter as well during general public comment. But from a point of clarification, if you provide public comment now, you are waiving the right to provide public comment after a motion has been presented. So people need to understand that if they choose to give their public comment now, they do not get to give public comment a second time after the evidence was presented. So if they'd like to hold their comments until after they hear the evidence, that is their choice. If they'd like to give it right now, because they have to go and they can't stay till the end, that's understood as well, and they're allowed to do that as well.
And so this is technically general public comment, but if you want us to make sure that people know, would we call the item for second reading now, or just call it general public comment under the guise that you've said? If they want to comment on the item, they can use this time to do so. Thank you. Mr. Paul?
The first person we have to give a public comment online is Patricia Tice.
Except for she's listed.
She's a witness who's not.
And I'll lower her hand.
Excuse me, we're hearing people speaking without being on the microphone. What was that, Mr. Paul?
The next person who would like to give public comment online is Diane.
Diane, when you come on, could you please state your name and your address for us, please? And you have 3 minutes to speak.
My name is Diane Sarna, 235 Southwest Canner Highway, Cabana Point. Thank you for the opportunity for me to voice an opinion. I've been unable to do that due to work from your prior meetings that you've had. It saddens me, though, to hear that a lot of people don't feel that they can make a comment because the decision's already been made that Costco will come through. And I am making my comment, my one comment for the Costco development. I'm hoping that you will take everything that you've heard from your prior meetings. I hope that you'll hear what people have to say, good and bad. But I'm hoping that you will put a mask on Canner Highway and protect us, the surrounding community that lives there, the children that go to school, the animals, all the good things that are in that area. I'm hoping you'll say no. I'm hoping you'll put a mask on Canner and help protect us, protect our life and the way we live. And I appreciate again you letting me make my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next. Okay, we're gonna try to keep time, but we appreciate everybody wanting to participate. Thank you so much. Paul,
The next person is Kevin P.
Kevin P.
Yes, ma'am. He did not provide his last name when he entered his name into Zoom.
Sir?
Yes, I can hear me.
Yes.
Hello. Yes. Okay. I wasn't sure if you could hear me. Okay. Yeah, my name is Kevin Poole. I'm at 158 Southwest Walking Path. I'm right across from the Stuart Firehouse, so about 2 minutes from where the Costco was, going to be. I'm a big supporter of it. I hear people complaining about things like traffic. I will be right where it will be. I don't think it'll be a big problem with the road they'll. I don't really understand the arguments against why people would want this. Costco pays really good wages. They don't keep people on perpetual part-time work like places like Publix and Walmart and Winn-Dixie do. They let their people have full-time. I don't think enough people really understand what a big deal that is to workers who are going to be able to work there. Rents around the place in Stuart are, $2,400. These apartments, while they're going to be, pretty expensive, like 14 or 15, they're still much cheaper than the rents around here. So much of the comment just seems that there's like, oh, I live here, I don't want more people here now. So it just seems like people whining about, I have mine, I don't want other people to have anything else. I don't want more people here now, but I get to live here, but I don't want anyone else to live here and ruin what I have. It just seems like the most selfish argument I could possibly imagine. I think it's a ridiculous argument. I really want the Costco here. They'll help save me a lot of money. I'm in my 30s. All of my friends are having trouble finding places to live and afford and shop. I really just think it's a good idea. And this whole like, oh, protect the children, it'll make too much traffic. I went to high school at Martin County High. High schoolers know how to cross the street. They know how to watch out for traffic. There are tons of cities all over the country where students walk to school every day in city traffic. They're not being plowed down every day like it's a video game. They'll be fine. Just let the Costco get built, and everyone needs to stop complaining endlessly about things that'll affect them. They need to start thinking about how it'll benefit everyone else, not the mild inconveniences some people will experience. It'll bring way more positivity than it will be negativity. Please vote yes on it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Paul?
The next person to speak online is Gregory Coes.
Mr. Coles, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. My name is Gregory Coes. I live at 305 Northwest Amelia Way in Jensen Beach, although we are zoned for City of Stuart elections. I'm not really going to comment on the pros or cons of the Costco going in at Canner Highway. However, I just wanted to speak to the city commissioners to ask them if they could be more proactive in the future of looking at already cleared and already developed plots of land that are going unused or have vacant buildings on them, and find out if there are ways to financially incentivize builders to choose those types of properties for new construction and new developments, rather than tearing down areas of our county that are covered with trees and vegetation and animals and sometimes even endangered species. Recently in the Osprey Preserve off of Green River Parkway at the southwest corner of Green River Parkway and Jensen Beach Boulevard. About 15 acres of trees and brush were completely bulldozed to make room for a townhouse development. Meanwhile, literally right across the street on the southeast corner of Green River Parkway and Jensen Beach Boulevard, there's an empty bank building that has been empty for, I believe, at least 5 years. And I'm just wondering how much forethought went into the county's decision to say that area could be bulldozed to make room for a bank that isn't even doing business there. I think of other locations such as the Cowboys Barbecue and Steakhouse on US 1 between Stuart and Hobe Sound. That seems to have been vacant for at least 3 years. There just seem to be a number of areas all throughout the county where development was green lighted and then commerce has not thrived. And I know others of my neighbors are getting fed up with seeing how much open green space is being bulldozed when there are already, I guess you would say, gray or white spaces that have already been, paved and have utilities to them and are just empty, vacant, doing nothing. And I know that they're owned by private property owners, just the same way that the undeveloped land is owned by private property owners. But there should be some penalty for destroying our environment and some incentive for repurposing already cleared lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We need to move on. Mr. Paul?
The next person is Sarah Merker.
Ms. Merker?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hi everyone, thanks for having me. I'm Sarah Merker. I live in Florida Club off of Canner. And although I'm a relatively new resident of Martin, I've lived in Florida for the entirety of my life, minus a year. I have lived and worked all over from Broward to Delray to Tallahassee, and I have always lived in high growth areas, except for here. In fact, I remember life before the Wellington Green Mall when 441 only had 2 lanes each way. I watched 20 miles worth of woodlands get taken down on Lyons Road during the 4 years I drove to high school in Boca. I just watched acres of more woodland get cleared off of Canner and I-95. I can be the first to tell you this project being presented before us again today is nothing but a Trojan horse of destruction and never-ending development for this small town. Stuart, a place that was once a breath of fresh air and greenery, is now being choked by greed and the pouring of concrete. I want to ask the commissioners and my fellow citizens chomping at the bit, since when does Stuart prioritize consumerism over conservation? Since when is convenience put before the comp plan? This is antithetical to everything we stand for as a community. I also want to ask those in favor, since when is our quality of life determined by proximity to big box stores? Do people really think they could move here for cheaper housing, better lives, and then customize this town to their personal convenience? This is putting a small few over many. Like many others, I too was looking forward to getting a more local Costco, which is a place my family has been going since I can remember. But when I watched the meeting May 28th, I was truly shocked at the behavior I saw of the petitioner and the unanimous decision of this commission. We are all witnessing the town of Stuart being sabotaged by semantics. As I have told some of you before, you could have all 16,000 residents be members of Costco, but they are all not. And they could all still be demanding one, but would it justify the destruction of 49 acres for a project of this magnitude and nature? Absolutely not. This comp plan is useless once you vote something like this in. It wasn't created for recreational read. The whole reason your predecessors put these rules into place was to protect this land and community from predatory developers, exactly like M&M Realty. You guys keep acting like this is a case of not being able to please everyone, but that's actually not true, excluding the out-of-town developer from New Jersey. Remove him and these extra demands of his from the equation, you could please most people without the overzealous, overreach, and excessively gluttonous nature of this project. This amendment is overly gratuitous, and it does not adhere to the law you pledge an oath to. This project is deliberately capitalizing on Martin County residents while completely disregarding them and the consequences this will have on all of us. This issue has nothing to do with Costco, which can go elsewhere, but about the precedent being set for the future of this town. It is in the best interest of this community, our local and global ecosystem, and justice itself that you vote no. The best leaders in history are remembered not because they compromised and made deals with the devil, but because they stood with unwavering conviction and integrity, even when they had to stand alone. At the end of the day, with another unanimous yes, this will undoubtedly be a project in town destined for corporate obsolescence.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Merker. We have a lot of people waiting to comment, and I appreciate your wanting to participate, but we need to move on. Mr. Paul, any more?
Yes, ma'am. We have one more who currently has their hand raised. It is Debbie Greer.
Yes, sir. Debbie, here.
Hello, Ms. Eula and our commissioners. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. I am sitting here listening to everything that everyone's saying and how some of them are willing to have growth and they want things to be better for our community, jobs, income, tax revenue, and housing that is more affordable in Martin County is important. We can't sit by and watch everybody move away from Martin County because they can't find a job, move away from Martin County because they can't find a place to live, and the generations above us are going to be gone. And then who's going to be left in Martin County? Bringing Costco to Martin County, to Stuart, will provide the jobs that are paying much better than minimum wage, will provide affordable housing, much more affordable than most of the rentals that are available in Martin County are at this time. Costco has bent over backwards from what I have seen as far as people wanted a park, people wanted a certain type of sidewalk, they wanted a certain type of tree, they wanted a dog park, they wanted a wider walkway, they wanted a wider road, they wanted it to look more like a community. I've looked at the video earlier today of the rendition of what they have out there just for the road coming in. It looks a lot better than most neighborhoods in Martin County. I hope that the commission sees through all of this and votes yes. Please bring Costco to Martin County. Most people who want the Costco are driving to Palm Beach County and their taxes are going to Palm Beach County and they're not staying here. The money that they're spending is staying in Palm Beach County. It's not staying here. So there's so many positive ways of looking at this. Please open your eyes and see for the best of Martin County. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Paul? Mr. Paul? Mr. Mortel or City Clerk, do we have the rules of civility? And we don't even have to read the rules. I just expect that each of us will respect yourself as well as respect the commission and respect others. We do not need the extra comments, we do not need the boos, and we do not need the extra clapping. I know that it's important that you express yourself, but we want to make sure that we're conducting business here. This is not someplace where we're going for entertainment. And I want to make sure that tonight that's reined in and that we follow protocol and that we respect others. Thank you. Mr. Paul, was there anyone else?
Yes, ma'am. We do have one more. Her name is Nancy, and she did not provide a last name when entering Zoom, so she will when she gives her comment.
Miss Nancy?
Yes, hi, sorry about that. My last name is Bates. I live at 195 Southwest Cabana Point Circle. I've spoken before. I've written letters to the editor in regards to this matter. Some of you may or may not have known my uncle Valentine Martin, who passed away 10 days ago. He was on the Zoning and Planning Committee many years ago, and part of what he stood for and helped to get accomplished in this city was the height limit moratorium on buildings. I know that my uncle strongly felt that the growth of this town has been out of control. I strongly agree with the first speaker about, I would implore this community to look at the empty buildings and use those things in other places. I am not a big box person. I have nothing against that Costco. I do have something against all of these extra apartments and things. I go through some places, and right now people aren't getting back out and getting jobs. They need to go get jobs first in the businesses that are in need.
Thank you, if that's your comment. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Thank you for getting those on Zoom for us. It's 5 p.m. and after 5, and we're asking for comments. If you'd like your comment to be after the item is considered, please do not come up when your name is called. If you would like to comment right now, please do so. Randy Skrasinski.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor and City Council, for hearing me. I work for another big box store that's been in Stuart for 22 years, so my comments are not against Costco. And by the way, we're hiring. The City of Stuart has a tremendous decision to make on a quality of life issue. Several years ago, I was honored to be an assistant track and cross country coach at Martin County High School while employed as a special ed teacher. The long distance kids, both boys and girls, would exit the school grounds onto Willoughby and run to Indian River, to Canner, and back to the track at school. This was an escorted run, covered 3.5 miles, which was an ideal distance to challenge their endurance skills. The changes you propose would render this traditional course impossible due to security and route risks imposed by the Costco project with additional traffic congestion. Excuse me. As it stands, the bike access in the Canner, Cove Road, and Willoughby route would be negated due to congestion of people and cars. Several of the informal running and cycling clubs here in Stuart, Hobe Sound, Jensen Beach, and Tradition areas use this route and would be negatively impacted for the same reasons of traffic congestion and life-risking situations. Why would you want to consider turning a pleasant suburban environment into another federal highway disaster similar to Broward County? I will close with my last point, which really irritates me. The developer is from New Jersey and has no concept of the destruction he's doing to our delicate local ecosystem, but he's going to make a lot of money while screwing up our lives here. We don't need or want any more concrete ugliness. My family and neighbors implore you, just say no to the Browardization of Martin County. We used to be the sailfish capital of the world. That doesn't happen anymore. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Doris DePino.
Hi, my name is Doris DePino, and I am in favor of Costco. I think it will bring good jobs to the community. It will help in the tax revenue. They will have health care. It's just a wise decision. And I ask you to consider welcoming them. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Rachel Galiska, and then on deck would be Drew Seminone. Rachel, thank you. If you could spell your last name and pronounce it for me. Hope I didn't do too badly.
Rachel Galbicka, that's Galbicka.
I've lived in this community for the past 27 years, and I admire the small town atmosphere of Stuart. I'm not against Costco, only the current proposed location of it. The high schoolers shouldn't have to deal with all the traffic and the safety issues which will arise. The destruction of 10 wetlands has me in shock. Does not wetland mean it is protected? How is this happening? This Costco complex will diminish Stuart's eclectic small town feel. We here truly get to enjoy a unique slice of paradise. I'm just asking that you please vote no to Costco. Thank you.
Thank you. After Drew Simeon, we have Amy Pritchett.
Hello. Any development that occurs on the Canner site should be consistent, holding to the standards of other developments previously approved around it. Such examples are the nearby hospital and Martin's Crossing. In each case, care was taken to build around the property's existing natural elements and wetlands. The end result was a beautiful blend of outcomes that properly merged development with nature. Chiefly, buildings should only be permitted on the non-wetland portions of the property. Such a policy is mandated by Stuart's master plan and is consistent with Martin County policy, and it aligns with precedent as established by nearby developments. Additionally, this project stands in direct contrast to the council's previously stated goal to reduce Stuart's carbon footprint, contributing to climate change. If M&M is unwilling to build around the wetlands, they should simply select a different site. As others have said, there's plenty out there. If they want to proceed, they should redesign their project around the wetlands. That may mean apartments with no Costco or a Costco with limited apartments. Our natural habitat and waterways are limited. They play a significant role in economic development and help to set Stuart apart from other communities. They were here before we were, and they should be protected. I urge you to hold these developers not to any greater standard, but to the same standard that has already been applied throughout the Canner-Willoughby corridor. A standard that aligns with the City of Stuart and Martin County wetland protection policies and protocol. I urge you to vote no against the Canner CPUD as presently presented, and I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Is Ms. Pritchett and then Gail Goldie.
Good evening, Amy Pritchett. I'd like to talk about the value of saying no tonight, and that would be to examine everyone's comments, what everyone feels, and not just go with what you think the majority of people want, because it isn't the majority. We have over 2,000 signatures on a petition and more to follow, and I think it's important that you weigh it very carefully. Saying no now doesn't mean eventually you'll have to say no. What it means is that you'll take the time and the effort and the attitude that those young men won with, 23-2. I was very happy to see that, by the way. And it inspired me to say that I think we should take a page out of their book and do it carefully. Measure twice and cut once. One more comment is recently at another meeting, one of the city commissioners actually said to us, this will reduce traffic on Canner Highway. I kid you not. I was told it will reduce traffic. 7,000 to 10,000 more vehicles per day is hardly reducing traffic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pritchett. Gail Goldie, then Robert Yeagle. Ms. Goldie.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed Costco CPUD, the Costco Megaplex slated to be built on Canner Highway, 900 feet from Martin County High School. The land use plan for this site is not consistent with the broader intent of the City of Stuart's comprehensive plan. While the local community may be unable to prevent this development, that in itself will be detrimental to the area. This megaplex development will cause traffic, safety problems, create even more problems with schools that are already near capacity, destroy local wildlife habitat, destroy wetlands, and have a negative effect on many small local businesses. Traffic jams on East Canner are of major concern, specifically the intersection of US 1 and Cantor. For anyone waiting to turn left, head north on US 1, 2 left turning lanes on Canner are routinely blocked due to traffic overload, resulting in traffic continuing east, heading down to go downtown are blocked as well. What happens in the future when we get the train increases? Schools in the area are already approaching capacity, and the council should not approve an apartment complex that exacerbates a situation that will cause school concurrency to fail with this proposal. My opposition is based on these potential negative effects: the loss of neighborhood and community character, increased traffic congestion, adding to the already congested intersections of Canner and US 1, the destruction of green space, mature trees, and driving animals out of the area onto Canner and Willoughby to face imminent death. This apartment complex does not fit into the single-family neighborhoods located in close proximity to the megaplex. The negative effects on the small businesses is really, really disheartening. I know that many of these businesses will shop or do shop currently at a BJ's or a Sam's Club or a Costco, but they are still a huge contributor to our community, and we need to support them. I urge you to vote no on the proposed Canner CPUD megaplex. Thank you for your time this evening and giving this careful consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Robert Yeagle and Thomas Strout after Mr. Yeagle. Thomas Strout after Mr. Yeagle.
Yes, my name is Robert Yago.
Sorry, Mr. Yago.
I live at 330 Southwest South River Drive at the, actually it's right across from the fire department. I'm totally against Costco. The traffic now is bad. We've been waiting almost 2 years for the state to give us a traffic light in front of our place, and so far nothing. I can imagine what the traffic is going to be like when people are coming from Port St. Lucie to go to Costco up 1 when they have to make that right-hand turn on Canner. I can envision that traffic will be backed up way over the bridge. But, you know, vote how you have to vote, but I hope you vote no. Believe me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Strout and Mr. Walter Lloyd on deck. Mr. Walter Lloyd on deck.
Madam Mayor, members of the Stuart Commission, my name is Thomas Strout. Aloha, and to the public. I am for Costco. And the reason I support Costco is because I believe they're a good organization. They have good, they treat their employees well. And as of right now, this is like halfway between the 2 closest Costco's there are, which is Melbourne and North Lake in Palm Beach Gardens. You know, this is, I don't really know much about the area yet. And I understand everybody has their rights.
Sir, please direct your comments to us.
Okay, everybody has their rights and opinions, and they may have more knowledge. I'm trying to look at it for a whole, not just the people of Stuart, but for the whole area. It would be beneficial, I believe, and serve many people, not only in the Stuart community, but in the neighboring communities also. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Walter Lloyd, and then Ms. Tanya Roberts. On deck, Mr. Walter Lloyd. And Mr. Lloyd, again, thank you for your book. Thank you.
My pleasure. And thank you, Mayor and Commission, for hearing us. I'm here to ask for your protection of our stable residential neighborhoods. It stands to reason that there are far more numbers of people who enjoy memberships in Costco than those who oppose this location. It bears repeating that the majority of us in opposition to this project hold no malice towards Costco and in fact have clearly communicated that it is the proposed location and the violations of the comprehensive plan we object to. Evidence has demonstrated that the character of this proposed site is overwhelmingly residential and that within 1 mile of the proposed site there are stable residential neighborhoods protected by the comprehensive plan. The number of residents are 5,282, representing 12,677 people who will be directly affected by this proposed project. This does not even consider those stable neighborhoods beyond the 1 mile corridor along the connectors, which will be impacted. It was reported by one of our local journalists, and I quote, "A couple of the commissioners I spoke with said they are hearing from far more supporters than the opponents. While this leads readers and the community members to believe what they read, there is more to the story. Most of the community members we encountered during this did not understand where the project was going to be located, and when they did, they objected. The evidence has also shown that one among your members have deliberately solicited action through social media to send correspondence to the city in support of the Costco project, and then intentionally screened emails responding only to pro-Costco submissions and asking them to email those involved in making decisions, but then stated for the record that they had an open mind. Actions speak much louder than words. We ask you to reject this proposed CPUD and lead us to accomplish the following. Protect your stable residential neighborhoods from outside developers who seek to place a regional retail commerce center in this inappropriate location. Allow Costco to be a good neighbor and assist them in finding the appropriate location in Martin County where all of us can enjoy the same benefits without violation of our comprehensive plan. Protect our environment with emphasis on our natural flora and fauna in and around our wetlands and rivers. Maximize, and this is an important one, everybody thinks that it's a great investment, maximize the value per acre of the proposed site through efficient and economical land use planning. This is a poor use as it stands.
Thank you, sir. Tanya Roberts and Michael Craig. Michael Craig, Tanya Roberts. Tanya Roberts, Michael Craig on deck.
Good evening, everyone.
Thank you,
My
ma'am.
name is Tanya Roberts. I don't mind having Costco, just the store itself, and only a few gas pumps. Other than that, I don't think that there should be any more apartments and plazas around Costco. I may not be born in the city and county of the Treasure Coast, but I believe that some of the locals will agree that we don't need any more plazas and apartments. There are local businesses that have been here for years that are family-owned. Family-owned businesses shouldn't take any money from these developers because it's their home. It's where they live most of their lives. And these businesses been centuries. Please don't be like Miami-Dade and Broward County. I'm from Miami originally, but I grew up around the world. I don't go there anymore because it's too crowded and trying to get around is horrible. I like living here because the crime as well is down, which makes me feel safe being here. Please vote no for this development. Thank you.
Michael Craig, Heather Schneider. Michael Craig, and then Heather Schneider. Mr. Craig, then Heather Schneider. After that will be Lisa Miller.
My name is Michael Craig, and I'm a member of Willoughby Golf Club. My company specializes in civil engineering and road building. I've completed many projects like the one proposed. The one difference is those projects were built on the outskirts of town to allow for future growth. Infrastructure can be planned for at a fraction of the cost and without the need of purchasing occupied right-of-way, which takes years to complete and very seldom a good outcome. This parcel of land can be put to a much better use, like the new Cleveland Clinic facility. The city says we are a hidden gem. Well, if that's the case, then let's not screw it up with a Costco in the heart of the city that's going to bring tens of thousands of shoppers from northern Palm Beach, Okeechobee, and St. Lucie County. The city has been on a permitting spree over the last couple of years with more than a dozen projects in the pipeline or under construction at this time, not to mention what has been built recently. The developer said we are building a road connecting Willoughby Boulevard to Canner Highway. Well, that's the only way for the large trucks to make it to the unloading docks based on the revised site plan, not to ease traffic. The only road to see any real improvement has been Canner Highway. At the last meeting, the developer marched out numerous individuals to say this project can handle the added traffic. What the city needs to do first is take a step back, do a comprehensive traffic study on what's been built over the past several years, what is currently under construction, and what's planned for the next couple of years. The next time you're sitting at any of these intersections, Willoughby Boulevard, Indian Street, Pomeroy, Salerno Road, Cove Road, and it seems long, well, guess what? It's right, or it is. FDOT has been doing the best they can, but when there's a problem, when at peak times a day, it takes 2 lights to make a left-hand turn. As I stated before, building Costco out on I-95 where the adjoining counties can all easily utilize it without ruining our hidden gem. Let's save this parcel of land for a project that will improve the quality of life for our own residents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Heather Schneider. Heather Schneider, then Lisa Miller. After Ms. Miller, will be Patty Biondi. Heather Schneider, Lisa Miller, Patty Biondi. Ms. Schneider?
Thank you for taking the time to listen to all the comments today. I'm a resident of over 30 years in Martin County. I've had a small business here, and I am absolutely thrilled to see Costco come in. I think it's a great place to support our small businesses because they can buy tools that they need and items that they need. They're well known for good jobs. They're also known for the sales tax income. I don't think Martin County can walk away from that sales tax income. Now let's talk about the parcel because I'm from Palm City. And guess what they did there? No, we didn't get what a lot of us wanted. We now ended up with exactly the same, but worse, because now it's not a couple people that's responsible for it. It's a lot of stores and gas stations and hotel and a lot of things that I don't think that any of us wanted. We would have been quite happy with Costco. I would have rolled out the red carpet for them, quite frankly. So while we're all looking that nobody wants it next to them, that seems to be the current trend. But the reality is this is a very well thought out plan that they are submitting. It's also on a piece of property that is designated for that. And if we all think it's going to become another water park or a kid's playground, it's not. Somebody's going to develop it. Look at what's already happened in Palm City. So I urge you to take the consideration carefully of Costco's well thought out plan. And I hope that you'll vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Miller. Then Patty Biondi.
I'm 51. I'm a native of Stuart. I've lived here all my life, and I hate what's happening to our wonderful slice of paradise. I understand progress will always happen. I don't disagree with Costco. I just disagree with its location in the 400 apartments. A lot of people today will speak to you about the kinds of facts pertaining to land usage, comprehensive plan and units per acre. I'm here to speak to you about one fact: representation. Martin County has 161,000 residents. The city of Stuart has 16,000. In the last election in 2020, 3,000 people showed up to vote for you, city commission up here. This city annexed the property from the county. In effect, the county residents, yet most of the county residents have no voice in the matter. You have disenfranchised 145,000 residents of Martin County. I do not live within the bounds of the city of Stuart. I live in North River Shores, just on the outside of the bounds of city of Stuart. Therefore, if you approve this project, I will be unable to vote you out. How convenient. Thomas Paine is quoted as saying, the right of voting for representation is the primary right by which other rights are protected. Please vote no on Costco.
Patty Biondi. Then Michelle Shinkarid after Ms. Biondi.
Hello, my name is Patty Bionde. I live on Hideaway Place, just across from Martin County High School off Canner Highway. I've lived there since 1982 and taught at Martin County High School for 32 years. I've raised my children there. This is home, and I love it. I love what Martin County is. I love what Stuart is. But I've also seen changes over the years that I've been here. I've seen the traffic on Canner Highway become almost unbearable at times. I think right now we're kind of forgetting what it's like when all the kids are back in school, because last year, so many of them were going to school virtually. So I want you to look Wednesday morning when all the kids come back, see what traffic is like on Canner Highway. And I think you're going to see that this is not the right location for Costco. It's not the right location for an additional 396 apartments. Costco needs big trucks coming in. It needs to be near a major highway, not 10 miles in from I-95. I beg of you, keep Stuart the way it is. Keep it what we like about it. We want growth. There's nothing wrong with Costco coming here, but we don't want to give up our wonderful community to benefit somebody from New Jersey. This is our community. Please try to keep it the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Senator, then Lori Giobi. Lori Giobi after Ms. Shinkarid. Is that correct?
Michelle Shinkariel. Good evening, Mayor Clark, Vice Mayor Matheson, City Commissioners, and members of our community. I am a 16-year resident of Martin County. We moved to Martin because of the excellent public schools and the promise of slow growth and development. And for the most part, that has been our experience until recent. I would be amiss to think growth would not happen in this town, but what is taking place is nothing short of eyesores and mass destruction of legacy and habitat. Animal sanctuaries and wetlands are being destroyed to be replaced by assisted living facilities, storage units, and high-density apartment buildings. It wasn't too long ago, a few members of this very commission voted to spare the destruction of Sailfish Ballpark that was threatened by apartment developers. Do you remember? Here we are again, asking our local government to please vote no to the destruction of 10 wetlands, bending of land development laws, creation of more traffic and on an already busy Canner Highway next to a high school. Does Martin County need a Costco? Maybe. But does it need to be squashed into the proposed location, coupled with 398 high-density apartments, 2 strip malls, an 18-pump gas station, and new road, all in a residential area? I know it is profit that drives these decisions, but I ask you to tap into the heart of the people that fight continuously for the legacy and environmental protection of this community. This is the wrong location for this massive development. Please vote no. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Lori Giobi and then Virginia Sherlock. Lori Giobi. Or Laura, sorry.
That's okay. Laura Giovi, 2950 Southeast Ocean Boulevard in Stuart. Madam Mayor, Commissioners, thank you for letting me speak. I'm not against growth. Growth has been happening since I moved here some 16 years ago to this special hamlet we call Stuart in Martin County. But we're not in a growth period now. We're in an overgrowth. There are townhouses and condos and apartments all within 15 miles of each other. And none of them, I might add, have affordable housing, which everyone seems to think is what's happening here. This is not a Costco issue. This is a massive development beyond the scope with 18 gas tanks, strip malls, and 368 apartments. There are several other locations that could be considered for Costco. And I think most people would welcome a Costco, just not all the massive development that's going with this particular project. We cannot continue to advertise and have write-ups in coastal magazines that Stuart and Martin County is this great place to live, and then do everything in your power to change that area that we're talking about. Commissioners, I ask you to vote no. Your vote tonight will be a defining moment in the future of Stuart and Martin County. If this goes through and other projects after it, there will be no turning back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Virginia Sherlock and Armand Pasquale, if we could please stop with the whistling or tweeting and those other things. Thank you. Ms. Sherlock, then Armand Pasquale.
My name is Jenny Sherlock. I am a resident of the city of Stuart and a business owner in the city of Stuart. Commissioners, you're going to hear and see some very compelling evidence this evening that should persuade you that the application for the Costco PUD on Canner Highway does not deserve your approval. Please carefully review the planning report that was submitted on behalf of one of the interveners. In addition to planning issues such as neighborhood stability and compatibility of new development with existing residential structures, please note that the city's comprehensive plan contains very clear and mandatory provisions regarding protection and preservation of natural resources. These provisions are promises made to the citizens of the city of Stuart. Endangered, threatened, exploited native plants shall be protected. Wetlands shall be protected. Development shall not occur in wetlands. Wildlife and wildlife habitat shall be protected. The applicant in this case plans to destroy all of the wetlands on the site. The applicant wants to eliminate wildlife habitat that supports wading birds. When viewing photographs of the wetlands on the property, you cannot possibly agree with the applicant's contention that those wetlands are not viable, functioning wetlands. The applicant plans to destroy protected plants, advising you that state and federal law allow a property owner to do whatever it wants with threatened or endangered plants on its property, regardless of our comp plan requirements. The applicant has told you and the citizens of Stuart that it doesn't care about our community, and it doesn't care about the promises to protect and preserve natural resources. Commissioners, if our comprehensive plan cannot be enforced because of state and federal laws, then this commission needs to change the plan. If the plan will not be enforced because you, our elected representatives, don't want to uphold the promises made to residents, then the citizens of the city of Stuart need to change the commission. Thank you.
After Mr. Pasquale, Mr. Robert Snyder.
Pasquale, downtown Stuart resident. I've been here 42 years. I live on the St. Lucie River. Development has destroyed this river. When I moved here, it was clean. We swam in it. Now it's nothing but a filthy sewer. Development brings in more sewage. It comes from toilets. It flows everywhere. We don't need this development. Only the profiteers want it. The people that want to live with a clean environment don't want it. I moved here from Broward County in '79 to get out of the filthy mess down there. It is now creeping into Martin County and the city of Stuart. You people are consciously pushing development beyond reason. 2,500 apartments have been already approved. Many more to come. You are destroying what the previous people tried to protect. People are leaving the city because they can no longer afford to be here for health reasons. It is getting bad. It is getting worse. I just came south through Orlando. The streets now are stacked 3 stories high. It looks like Los Angeles. Development like this brings in more traffic, people, and more sewage, which the city, county, and state has not handled very well. You are destroying yourself. You are destroying people, their lives. We now have COVID. What's next? Do you realize how much health hazard sewage brings? I suggest you check into it before you approve another unwanted development, period.
Thank you, Mr. Pascal. Mr. Snyder. After Mr. Snyder, Jacqueline Blake. After Mr. Robert Snyder, Jacqueline Blake.
Good evening. My name is Robert Snyder, and I have lived nearly my whole life next to the proposed site. I live a farmer's life. I work 7 days a week, and when I can get away, I go fishing. I rely on state and local laws which protect my property and my family from the destruction of natural resources and impacts of overdevelopment, such as increased traffic, overburdened roadways, and safety for our children and pedestrians. I depend on the enforcement of those laws to protect and preserve the quality of life that my children, my parents, my entire family, and I have enjoyed for so many years and would like to continue to enjoy for many years to come. But here we are, decisions being made based on incomplete, inaccurate environmental studies, and we were denied authorization to the site to complete our own full field review. What are they hiding? Decisions based on a traffic study that is taken at face value when in the conclusion of the signal warrant report states, quote, due to high volumes already on Canner, end quote. So the traffic report states there is already high volumes of Canner. And you can't see that 7,500 more cars a day will cripple an important artery of our city? This project does not comply with the comprehensive plan, and it is discouraging to see our local commissioners not following the law. And not just me, but we are downright angry that we are even at a second reading when there are laws to protect the destruction of wetlands and native habitats of threatened species. That there are laws to protect the existing neighborhoods from encroachment and out of character development. The development does not have the right to build this, and it is fully within the law for you to uphold the law of the comprehensive plan and vote no to this project. There are other sites for Costco in Stuart and Martin County, and there are much better development plans for this special 50-acre property than clear-cutting it and covering 75% of it with concrete. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jacqueline Blake. Jacqueline Blake. Jennifer Snyder. Jacqueline Blake, then Jennifer Snyder, then Leslie Gould.
Thank you for the time that you have given to this proposal in front of you. This not only affects residents of Stuart, but everyone in and around Martin County. Although I've been coming to Stuart since 1975, I have only moved here permanently 6 years ago. The year we moved, the green algae was so bad I could not take my grandchildren to the ocean. Water supply and consumption is a major concern, with the 2,800 condos and apartments already in the pipeline and approved. It's tantamount to our survival. Increased water usage will cause several negative health impacts because of the increased use of hundreds of thousands of gallons of water per day for commercial and residential use with this proposal. As stated in the 2020 Water Quality Report, there are 35 potential sources of contamination that can affect the City of Stuart water supply. Increasing pumping of water will draw in more contaminants to the well water, requiring more treatment. This development will jeopardize the quality and the quantity of water resources. I am not against Costco, nor am I against growth. I lived in Orlando for 40 years, and I saw the difference between smart growth and this type of development that will strain the city's resources, especially law enforcement and fire departments, which haven't even been taken into consideration. The future planned use of single-family homes, which would not encroach into the wetlands, would bring much more value to this area. The water would not be compromised as much if the comp plan is followed. If you do not approve this development, this firm will move on to their next project, and you can take comfort in the fact that you not only listened to the residents, but were not swayed by the monetary side. Instead, you gave great thought to the future of this area and made the right decisions for this city. The Smithsonian Magazine named Stuart America's most beautiful small town. Let's make sure we keep that designation. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I respectfully ask you to say no to this development.
Jennifer Snyder. Thank you. Jennifer Snyder, then Leslie Gould on deck, then Mr. John Haley after Ms. Gould. Jennifer Snyder, thank you.
Commissioners, my name is Jennifer Snyder. We are here today to decide on a zoning change. Your vote will change the face of our city forever. There's no going back. But not that long ago, this piece of property was part of the county and was agricultural land. If it had been sold in the county, it was designated to be low-density housing. Well, I built my house 28 years ago on that premise, and now I'm less than 100 feet from this proposed development. Imagine how you would feel if you were in my shoes. Now, this is still the same land. This is not urban land. Only a zoning change will allow that to happen. The developer doesn't own this land, and he will only purchase it under the conditions that you allow, and he will develop it as you allow. This development violates the comprehensive plan. It destroys all 10 wetlands, clear cuts almost 50 acres. It places 18 pump gas station within 500 feet of our river. It covers acres and acres of land with impervious surfaces and even skews the use of a CPUD. And what it does create is a regional shopping warehouse and high-density rental apartments, none of which have any benefit to the residents that live around here. And I am not against a Costco coming to this area. I don't disagree with anyone the benefits that Costco could bring. I am against this location. It should be better accessible to shoppers. It shouldn't be crammed in the middle of a residential community, and certainly shouldn't be next to our high school or on our evacuation route or across from the river estuary or on the road that leads to our downtown businesses. In no time have I seen the city of Stuart bend over backwards to accommodate something that does not benefit the community and does not follow our comprehensive plan. I don't understand it. Let me ask you this. Is this what you want for our city? If you vote to approve this land use change, are you prepared for what this development will bring? Are you willing to take responsibility for the burden it will bring to our city? Are you willing to allow this development to set a precedent for all future building in the city? I think if you take the time to hear the testimony today, you will agree that this is not the right location for a development of this magnitude. Please vote against changing the zoning and allowing this development to move forward. And please listen to the residents that live here. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Gould. Leslie Gould. And after that, John Haley. And after Mr. Haley, Jackson Snyder. Is there Leslie Gould with us? Leslie, Gould. Person number 22 who signed the paper, Mr. John Haley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. My name is John Haley, 3478 Cocoa Palm Drive in Palm City. Resident of Martin County for almost 20 years, small business owner. And I think this is good for small businesses rather than detriment, as other people have said. Able to shop for supplies and not have to, I currently do go shop down at Costco down in North Palm and give my tax money and the tax money that could be going to Martin County to Palm Beach County. So instead of it going to there or Port St. Lucie County, I'd rather it stay in Martin County. Also, the jobs and the tax income and the growth from that would be beneficial to the county also and the city. Thank you. Vote
Thank
yes.
you. Thank you, Mr. Snyder. We have the bailiff. Is there anybody in the hallway? Leslie Gould?
Madam Mayor.
And then if not, Lydia Snyder, then Frank McChrystal.
There is no one out in the lobby waiting.
Okay. Lydia? Who did I skip? Jackson Snyder, sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
no hard
Yes,
feelings.
sir. You're here. Thank you.
All right, my name is Jack Snyder, 3001 South Canner Highway. So, good evening, commissioners. My name is Jackson Snyder. I'm a fourth-generation farmer and Martin County resident. I'd like to start off by saying that I'm not here to tell you guys about the technicalities of why this project shouldn't go forward. I'm here to talk about mixed-use developments, more specifically what their goal is or is supposed to be. A mixed-use development should create a place where residents can live, work, and play all within walking distance of each other. And its ultimate goal is to create a there, to create something that improves the town as a whole and makes people actually enjoy living in and around it. Mixed-use developments exist to create special areas that couldn't be created under normal zoning laws. They do not exist to use a regional big box store that no one in this town needs as a red herring to build high-density housing outside of the maximum units allowed per acre. If you're going to go against the city's comprehensive plan, at least make the developers build something that improves our town, not some sorry excuse just to meet density requirements. Thank you.
Thank you, Lydia Snyder. Lydia Snyder, then Frank McChrystal. Lydia Snyder, then Frank McChrystal.
Hello, my name is Lydia Snyder. My family owns the Lychee Tree Nursery on Canner Highway. I've grown up in the same house my whole life, but I haven't grown up in the same environment. Our small, simple town is changing so quickly. I remember when I was little and I'd run around the woods that they're planning on developing. Half those memorable trails have already been replaced with the Cleveland Clinic. I'm not opposed to development at all. And I know it's not a perfect world and will have to happen eventually, but when it does, I would like for it to happen in the correct way. A Costco will fit perfectly closer to 95, or even in one of the multiple abandoned shopping centers that cover Stuart. The next generation will have no trees to climb, no river to wakeboard in, and no space to run and play. In the development plan, there's going to be an 18-pump gas station and a massive parking lot. Gas and oil will coat the ground right across the street from our river. Wawa is bad enough, and if we want our river to ever recover from the Lake Okeechobee dumpings, we need to think ahead and not implement even more toxins into our waterways. We cannot keep pushing towards becoming West Palm Beach and Miami. There's plenty of room for the development there, and the locals would be happy to move you down there. But this is a town for true Floridians that want to keep life the way it was created. We do not need the revenue, we do not need the jobs, and we definitely do not need the traffic. We don't even have enough employees to fill the jobs available here. Did anyone consider the kids who walk to school or the ones that take Canner to work? It's going to turn Canner into 95 at 5 o'clock on a Friday. The only escape from that mess would be to take Willoughby, but now we're going to pull that into the mess as well. Stuart is the best town to retire in, the town to raise a family, the town to carry generations and pass down small businesses. Enough is enough, don't you think? When are we going to stop looking at the world through dollar signs? Is it worth destroying our community? Please take this elsewhere because we do not want your Costco, we do not want the high-rise housing complex, and we sure as heck do not want the money. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Grant McChrystal. After Mr. McChrystal, Mr. Harris Snyder. I know that we're all very smart. I've asked to stop with the clapping. So please, Mr. Harris Snyder, Mr. McChrystal, sorry.
How about a little break? All previous attempts to produce a coronavirus vaccine have failed because ADE, antibody dependence enhancement, always occurs at the waning stage of the vaccine. Evidence in early and heavily vaccinated countries such as Great Britain, Israel, and Gibraltar suggests this worst case scenario, ADE, is driving the July spike in COVID. Gibraltar is the best evidence. Greater than 99% of the 38,000 citizens were vaccinated by mid-February. COVID flatlined during March, April, May, and early June. By mid-late July, COVID cases jumped 1,500%. The durability of these experimental vaccines is 180 days. Do the math. ADE, antibody dependence enhancement, during the waning phase of the vaccine causes the virus to become more infectious, replicate at a higher level, and evolve to make disease worse. This virologist's biggest fear, and the reason no previous coronavirus vaccine has ever come to market, has always been suspected in these rushed production vaccines. Here are some more truths from Dr. Malone, the inventor of the mRNA technology used in these experimental vaccines. He is no anti-vaxxer. You can't vaccinate your way out of a pandemic. Universal vaccines will drive vaccine-resistant mutants. That's fundamental virology 101. Basic genetics states that viral mutants evolve to escape vaccines only in those who have been vaccinated, not in the unvaccinated. To say that unvaccinated people are generating the mutants and this new surge is part of the big lie to promote vaccination. Tony Fauci distributes the pork and therefore controls the narrative. In 2020, Cleveland Clinic received $138 million from Fauci's NIH. I suggest that you, as a board, remain neutral on the vaccination subject. The truth is surfacing quickly. Even Fauci this week pivoted away from vaccines being the end-all to the use of prophylactics and therapeutics. Your overall attitude of we need to educate the Neanderthals into getting vaccinated reveals how shallow your information is on this topic. Your best route forward is not to promote an experimental vaccine that injects genetically altered mRNA into the general public for the first time. A vaccine that VAERS, the Vaccine Safety Monitoring System sponsored by the CDC, FDA, and HHS, on July 16th reported 11,400 deaths, 10,200 life-threatening cases, and 11,200 permanent injuries. The good news, according to Dr. Malone, is that second-generation products will be engineered without the risk unaddressed in this rush to get something out the door. So dig deeper, check your sources, stay neutral on this topic. The truth always comes out. 40% of healthcare workers refuse vaccine, and we highly evolved Neanderthals will pass on the lab rat status. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McChrystal. Mr. Harris Snyder, then Ms. Rachel Stewart. Mr. Harris Snyder, thank you, Mr. McChrystal. Mr. Harris Snyder, then Ms. Rachel Stewart. After Ms. Rachel Stewart, Ms. Jeannie Swan.
Hi, my name's Harry Snyder. I live 3151 South Kenner Highway. I'm another Snyder. Been here many years. The first thing I'd like to do is apologize to all the folks that have come into my establishment and told me they couldn't stand the crowds and the crime and everything from down south, and have moved up here and bought single-family homes and become part of our community. I'm sorry that things are turning out the way they are, but it looks like that there's a lot of people here that are hell-bent to just tear everything up. and send us back to be just like Miami. I agreed with the county to have the master plan in place years and years ago. And I thought our government would stand by us and protect us from the land speculators and the other people that are letting the land speculators control our growth in Martin County and in Stuart. I hope you'll take this in consideration and understand that we don't need speculators to run the price of the land up so high that they can't build homes on it that people could live in and have a I get so choked up when I talk about it, but don't let the land speculators come in here and run the prices up so high that they can't do anything with it. Nobody can live on it except make their money and then go back to wherever they came from. Please vote no for Costco.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Rachel Stewart, then Jeannie Swan, then Mr. Jimmy Smith.
Hi, my name is Rachel Stewart. I'm a lifelong resident of the city of Stuart off Riverview Avenue, as is my mother for her 60 plus years. We've always voted in the city and been involved in local issues. So not surprisingly, I am against this Costco project. Again, I'm not against Costco. I personally may not shop at big box stores like that. But that aside, this is just not the spot for it. It doesn't need to be so close to the downtown area and the main city center. I've traveled all over the country and world, and I've always hoped any development in Stuart would make it more walkable and bikeable and livable, like some of the construction around the downtown area has. But this is more traffic and more concrete and less quality of life. I get the argument for jobs and affordable housing. I'm in my 30s. Many of my friends don't live in the city because they can't afford to. But it doesn't have to be right there. And there's so many other apartments. And looking at the plan, it isn't exactly affordable. And a lot of the appeal of living in a small town is living in a neighborhood, not the backyard of a Costco or concrete jungle. My biggest issue is the environmental degradation, turning wetlands into more concrete. Let's not forget about the climate crisis that faces us all, and that every decision we make impacts us. Yes, I know this city cannot save, the world from every bad decision of larger governments and companies, but it can make more of a difference than all of us as individuals. And I don't want Stuart turned into another Palm Beach or Fort Lauderdale. Just because people want to move here doesn't mean we have to accommodate them. So you have the power to make a decision to benefit the environment instead of continuing to support degradation. It's so long to go along with when you forget to look at the big picture. As a few people have already mentioned, put it on already developed space. There's so much development already that isn't being utilized instead of this pristine land that you can't get back after you destroy it. We do not want it at that location. So please don't give in to the convenience and the appeal of tax revenue. It can go another spot in Martin County and still bring all the jobs and the housing that everybody is supporting. But consider conservation and listen to the voters within the city of Stuart. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swan. Jeannie Swan, then Jimmy Smith. Then Mr. Raja Shahini after Mr. Smith.
Hello, I'm Joanne Swan, and I live at the Florida Club. Everything has been said already on the wrong decision to put this Costco in the same area that is proposed. There's too much traffic now on Canner. I am on the committee to watch the development in this whole area. And right now there are 1,700 dwellings just on the books to be built yet. The traffic is going to be horrendous, and this is just the wrong place for a Costco. Thank you. No.
Thank you.
I vote no.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Jimmy Smith, then Roger Sahini, then Ms. Robin Cartwright.
Good evening, city commissioners, mayor, and all of you that's here. I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to have this opportunity to speak. And I heard all the comments and everybody got some good comments, but I want to tell you thank you if you vote yes for one reason, two reasons, and three reasons. I represent a lot of communities here in Martin County, from Hope Sound all the way to Stuart, Porcelana, Gomez, Black communities, poor white communities, and Spanish communities, and also others. People don't understand that there's generations of Black, Hispanic, white families. We have lost over 3,000 to 4,000 families here in Martin County, city of Stuart, from Cherokee to Taylor property, down on Banner Lake, Gomez, you can name it, all through, because they can't afford and they didn't have good jobs. Also, I represent returning citizens. Most of us in here have family that has been impacted by a returning citizen. People that maybe got in trouble, did something wrong and got a record because they couldn't afford an attorney. Most of us in here all have did wrong one time or another, just got away with things. But the point is that people don't understand how impacted it is on a family when they don't have a job to take care of their family, to have good health insurance, have dental insurance, make a decent living, that they don't have to do crime and have to do something that's gonna create them to be locked up. You city commissioners are doing a great job if you approve this project. You know how many families that you will help? You will bring in revenue. I also a small business owner, barbecue. I have to travel through traffic to Fort Pierce, to West Palm Beach, take 2 and 3 hours to get through traffic just to be able to provide for my business. And then when I get back here, I sell food to the local community. And then you know what? I take out the revenue and take it back to another county, which it should be left here. I heard a young man talk about that. If you got all these restaurants downtown in Stuart that is crying out, got to go so far to shop to bring back to be able to make a decent living. I commend you if you vote this in, not to hurt traffic, because we can't talk about traffic. I've been here since 1962. Went to school from Porcelana Elementary, Hope Sound, to Martin County High School, have walked to school. And we are talking about traffic? My God, you don't know what traffic is until you have to drive. We're talking about all these developments that are being built around here, single family home, $300,000 home, and people can't get a job, make $10 an hour. Costco is giving jobs, and they are hiring returning citizens. I commend you to vote yes today to help these people come out of poverty.
Thank you,
very
sir.
much.
Mr. Roger Sahini, Mr. Roger Sahini, then Robin Cartwright, then Renee George.
Here we go again. It really saddens me to see what is happening to our society. It's all I'm hearing so far is me, my traffic, my wetlands, my this, my that. Nobody's thinking about the little guy, the poor guy who's gonna suffer if you don't vote yes. That's the guy who's gonna make enough money to put food on his table, put roof over his head and his family. As this gentleman spoke last time and this time, he's been here since 1962. I wasn't even born. No, actually I was 4 years old. This is, please, look at more than me. It's just, and then the other one, which I love, oh, I don't mind Costco, but not here. It's just like we said about our politicians in Washington. Let's throw the rascals out, but not mine, okay? So same in reverse. I don't mind Costco, but put it somewhere else. Please, think bigger issues, not just little wetland or little this. They're important, but livelihood is far more important. People's lives are far more important. Please think about that when you vote. That's very important. God bless you. I hope you make the right decision and vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Robin Cartwright, then Renee George, then Chloe Hoffman.
Good evening, Robin Cartwright, 703 Southeast Hibiscus. Commissioner Matheson, I'm very sorry to hear about your wife and your daughter. I hope they're okay.
Thank you.
For some of us, getting ready for today was like preparing for battle. And how sad is it that we feel like we are battling our city because an applicant is manipulating and refocusing the conversation? It's supposed to be the responsibility of the applicant to prove that they meet the criteria of the request, and instead, the responsibility is shifted to concerned citizens proving the requirements are not met. It's become David versus Goliath. On May 17th, Costco spam emailed its members, encouraging them to email and tell you to vote yes for Costco. So on May 24th, there were people here who said vote yes to Costco, and a majority were not aware of the totality of the project. Then this week, there was a video released of an artist rendering of the supposed design. I watched the video and it's truly lovely, but it's completely inaccurate. It doesn't match the plan that came before you, but it did what it was intended. Everyone is again saying that they want a Costco. Ask anyone who is here talking about the video, what else is part of the project? I guarantee 99% cannot tell you how many units are going in the gated community, how many gas pumps or restaurants are going in, how many wetlands are being destroyed, how many cars will be introduced to Canner Highway, how the water or runoff will be treated. But they saw a video and they can tell you they want a Costco. So since everyone wants to talk about Costco, let's talk about Costco. There are reports that state the big box market is saturated, and Costco has reported it's slowing down the number of stores it's building from 15 to 12 annually. What if there is a scenario or chance this location closes and is sold to another company in the next 5 years? And now all those jobs that have been created will be destroyed, and also we will lose the community and the environment. It will also leave that space open to further development in which the community will have less say. Financially speaking, membership fees and bulk items will keep membership out of many community members' hands. Analysts are forecasting that membership fees will go up by about 8.3% between this year and next, as increases occur about every 5 years. Throughout the pandemic, statistically, there have been fewer shoppers in stores, and the forecast is that the people will continue to shop a majority of their purchase from places like Costco online. Also, building there goes against their public message on their own website about environmental impacts and land stewardship. They ask for certain practices from their suppliers, but neglect to follow those same with those with whom they partner to develop their parcels. But this applicant's PR team, they deserve a raise. Kudos to them for driving the public opinion through this blatant advertising tactic, because they basically created a battle in our community, making them far from a community partner and far from a community advocate. They are the Goliath, and at the end of the day, they are a business looking to make a profit. So here's Goliath using all of its money and weapons to win against a community of concerned citizens of David's fighting with limited financial resources and nothing to gain except preserving our community. And I need to say this, I realize my time is up, but the other weapon that has been used has been intimidation. You should know that throughout this process, there are some of us whose jobs have been threatened by somebody affiliated with this project.
Thank you, Ms. Cartwright. Your time is up.
I'm going to say this, Mr. Dias. I'm sorry. You can have me removed if you need to.
Oh.
But nobody's job should be.
You shouldn't challenge me on that one.
Nobody's job should be intimidated for people caring about their community.
Renee George. Ms. George, please come forward. Ms. George, please come forward. Ms. George, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Renee George, and I did not come prepared, so bear with me to speak, that is. I moved here in 1983 from Fort Lauderdale with my young children as a single parent because I happened upon it by mistake and fell in love with this community. I'm still here. I live in a house almost 100 years old. I've been there for 30 years, and I'm just in love with this town and the life it has to offer. I'm not opposed to Costco. I was actually a member at one time. I just think it's a hideous location. And I don't need to go on because you've heard from everybody else about the runoff and quality of the town. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Chloe Hoffman. Chloe Hoffman.
Hello, my name is Chloe Hoffman, and I've attended Seaman Elementary School, Murray Middle School, and Southwark High School here. And I'm so proud of this beautiful town. While attending these schools, a big component of our curriculum was learning about our local flora and fauna and how to appreciate, respect, and protect the land we live in and love. We even took multiple field trips to the Environmental Studies Center. Hoot by Carl Hyacin was one of our reading materials, which talks about a group of kids protecting construction in Florida, which would destroy a land that encompassed burrowing owls. I cannot fathom why I'm up here asking for this board to protect our town when it's something that was taught in our schools here. At the last meeting, I heard the developers asked if Linda Kay here was an expert. And I think as a lifetime Stuart resident, an engineer, and a business owner, I'd say she is. I'd actually say everyone here also is as Stuart residents. I would also like to know how we could hear all these public comments, but a vote be unanimous. It's just a question I have, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am. Leslie Gould, you have put in a notice. Speaker number 22, if you're here, please come forward. If not, these are the green cards that we received for all those who wanted to speak before the presentation. And we're going to move right now into item number 7, ordinance second reading, Kenner Highway CPUD Costco. This is a quasi judicial process. We will have the city attorney to read the item, and then we will move forward after the reading of the specific item as published in our agenda and as published in the press for the meeting for today. Mr. Martell.
This is ordinance number 2466-2021, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Stuart, Florida, amending the future land use map of the city's comprehensive plan, thereby assigning a future land use designation of neighborhood special district to the 49 plus or minus acre property owned by Nini Holdings LLC and Willoughby Group LLC, located along State Road 76, Canner Highway, south of Martin County High School and abutting Lychee Tree Nursery. Said land annexed by ordinance number 2327-2016 and ordinance number 2337-2017, being more fully described in Exhibit A attached, and concurrently assigning CPUD zoning to said land on the city's official zoning map, establishing the Canner CPUD commercial planned unit development consisting of 162,020 square feet of retail, bulk merchandise, and automobile repair services building footprint with a standalone kiosk and fuel facility, 378 residential apartment units, and retail and restaurant pads, providing for approval of a master site plan, providing for development conditions, including a timetable of development, declaring the project to be consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, providing for directions to the city clerk, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, providing a severability clause, providing an effective date, providing for acceptance by the applicant, and for other purposes.
Thank you, sir. Do the commissioners have any ex parte communications to disclose at this time? Commissioner Bruner.
I have spoken to no one, and I'm here with an open mind.
Vice Mayor.
I've spoken to residents, I've spoken to the applicant, I've spoken to one of the interveners since first reading, and I've spoken to staff, and I am here with an open mind.
I've spoken to staff, to the applicant. I've received communication from the intervener, and I've spoken to many residents. And I am here with an open mind. And I also wanted to say that I received communication from the Department of Economic Opportunity in Tallahassee as the mayor of the city of Stuart. And that is also on the record. And that's it. Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've spoken with staff, the applicant, and residents of the city and county, and I'm here with an open mind.
Mr. McDonald.
I've spoken with staff, members of the applicant's team, at least one since last reading. I believe I've spoken with one of the interveners, many residents, and received communications from many residents, and I'm here with an open mind.
Thank you. City Attorney, would you please state, put any potential witnesses on the oath at this time?
If the parties intending to call witnesses would please have your witnesses stand and raise your right hand. Recognizing, Madam Mayor, that this is creating a conflict with the issue that's probably going to arise later as it relates to witnesses that are on Zoom that I am not swearing at this time.
May I ask the parties and those who are interveners or parties, do you know if you have witnesses on Zoom? Or will be appearing on Zoom? What is your name, ma'am? For the record? Yes, ma'am. Okay, just wanted to know who was speaking for the record. Mr. Martell.
Let the record reflect 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. People are being sworn, and if you could remember that you are under oath, and if you could state your name when you do testify. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Let the record reflect that those people in the room tonight have testified affirmatively that they're under oath.
Thank you. Well, I was going to ask the Development Department to speak, sir.
But I have a point of order for the record.
Yes,
please.
sir.
This is the first.
Please identify yourself,
For the
Mr.
record,
Raines.
I'm sorry, for the record, Bob Raines. I'm a land use attorney with the Gunster Law Firm here on behalf of the applicant. And this is the first when we got to the meeting today that we heard that witnesses were going to be appearing by Zoom. And this goes under the heading of no good deed goes unpunished, because we were asked to continue this meeting from July 26th, when it was originally scheduled, to accommodate Mr. Braun, who was in Maine and wouldn't be back until then. And now I find out he's appearing by Zoom. I also understand Ms. Tice is appearing by Zoom. I had a witness who was in Tallahassee this morning who had a flight down here, whose flight was bumped, and he drove down here to be here for the meeting. I have witnesses that flew in from Washington, D.C. This meeting's been scheduled since August, has been scheduled prior to July the 26th. Mr. Braun knew that he was going to be appearing here as a witness on August the 9th. So there's no surprise, there's no point of that. And I don't believe that we're getting a fair hearing, and I object to them doing it by process. First of all, from the swearing in, I don't even know if Mr. Braun can be sworn in. Where is he, in Maine still? And how that works. And also the effectiveness of trying to cross somebody on Zoom. We heard Zoom crackling and breaking up and not being here for the meeting. So again, I object to those witnesses appearing by Zoom. And I also object to the interveners, but I'll get into that at a later point in time. But I also would ask that this objection not be counted against my time, because we're not aware that we were going to have to address this issue.
Mr. Martell?
Yes, Mayor.
Would the board need to take the pleasure of the board as to whether or not we want to agree to have this witness appear by Zoom?
It's the board is sitting as a quasi-judicial board. If you're going to consider that an objection for Mr. Raines, you should probably allow the intervener who intends to call the witness an opportunity to respond, and then the board should probably deliberate and rule.
That's fine. Ms.
Linda K. Richards, for the record. I do apologize that my two witnesses are going to be here via Zoom. First of all, Dr. Tice has fallen ill, and as you will hear from her today, as she coughs and struggles to speak, that she could not be here in person, not only just because of the pandemic, because she is ill. And unfortunately, Mr. Braun had some travel issues that came up, and he's not in Maine, he's actually in Alabama, and he is very sorry that he couldn't be here. But I need my experts to appear by Zoom, or an alternative to continue the hearing until I get them here live, or else I'm not being given due process to present my position.
Was there a motion that, well, she's objected, both are, you're objected to his objection. Board members, we have an objection by the applicant as to two persons from the intervener appearing by Zoom, which they were not previously notified. The intervener has proffered mitigating circumstances and justification as to why they believe that their person should appear by Zoom. And while you're considering this, I want to ask Mr. Paul, are we actually able to have those people, if we agree to have them by Zoom, is the facility working, the equipment working at this time?
Currently, nothing has changed from when we took public comment. One of the things that could be a contributing factor onto how well it will go is what their connection to the internet really is. As we had with one of the public comments, their connection was coming in and out, so their voice drops out in the middle of them speaking, so it could end up consuming more time than if they were physically here.
Board members?
Madam Mayor, may I ask Mr. Mortel a question? Mike, what procedurally, is it a motion that we need to make and vote on, or is it something the mayor?
There's been you're the board, there's been an objection. It's simply a ruling, I suppose, as to whether or not you want to move forward and allow it. And I suppose it's a secondary, if you deny allowing them to appear by Zoom, you then need to address the intervener's motion to continue. But that isn't, it's still moot because it hasn't gotten to there yet.
Yeah, so for the record, Bob Raines, once again, on behalf of the applicant. So, you know, this is extremely unfair in the sense that we're now put between a rock and a hard place, right? Because we've already continued the meeting to accommodate the interveners. It was their request to continue to today. So now they're asking, well, you know, it's inconvenient for us and we're going to have our due process laws because we didn't have the ability to get our witnesses here that were supposed to be here for the August 9th meeting. But, you know, if you guys want to continue, that's fine. So now we've got to pick between a rock and a hard place. So, you know, with respect to that, I'll just put my objections on the record and we'll move forward because I don't think we have a choice in this matter that's, you know, we get to choose Peter or Paul and neither one of them are any good for us because I now have to cross-examine witnesses through Zoom, which is not reliable and which is not as effective, or I can vote to continue the meeting, again, at the convenience of the interveners. So we'll just put our objections on the record and move forward.
All right, so we hear that the objection is being put on the record and you'd like to move forward. I was gonna ask if you feel like you would be especially prejudiced. I know that there has been a course of business, whether it's with the court system or other places where people have been appearing by Zoom and doing certain things. But yes, this is something new and that was not something that you anticipated in your agreement and your discussion. But if you just want to put that on the record and let us move forward, that is what we will do. So, Mr. Mortel, are we in good order to have staff move forward with a brief summary of the agenda item?
I believe the
Okay, the intervener has a comment.
Linda K. Richards for the record again. I request a ruling on this, not just a statement of objection. I ask for a ruling that we be allowed to have Zoom commentary, and if we're not, then a continuance on the item. Thank you.
Board members?
For what it's worth, I think that's two motions, just for points of clarification.
Yes, sir.
Because in theory, the commission could rule no to Zoom and no to the continuance, or yes to Zoom and no need for a continuance, or no to Zoom and yes to the continuance. So to say that it's all dependent on one, it is actually two motions. The first is the objection raised by the applicant to the appearance of witnesses on Zoom. And for what it's worth, regardless of the ruling by the board, we still will need to address the swearing in of those witnesses when they get called, as well as if there's technical difficulties. I mean, we can't be held accountable or responsible for it if it fails on their end.
Do any of my fellow board members have any desire to continue the meeting?
It wouldn't be based upon that. That's not the issue at hand. The
Okay.
objection that was raised is appearance by Zoom. The issue of continuance would be a separate standing issue that you would then address.
I know this is part of I'm trying to discuss with my board members if they have any desire. I'm ruling out the second desire first.
No desire to continue.
I'm not in favor of continuing.
I've got to consider the effort that our city staff has done to get us to this building and the location, and I'm here. I've got two people at home, who are positive with COVID. Known about the meeting for a long time. So I'd say at least for the second motion, the answer would be no. We are not in favor of continuing. Is that?
And let's deal with the first motion. Sir, could,
Intervener number 2.
hold on. Yes, sir.
I have no objection to.
Please give your name, sir.
My name is Brian DiVentura. I'm intervener number 2. I have no objection to having the meeting tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Mayor, I have a question, if I may.
Was that Mr.
So our council has described a potential issue with swearing in of witnesses for the intervener and the possibility of technical difficulty.
Yes.
Considering I'll just throw out where I'm at with this. So considering the pandemic, we're all in a new crazy place. I'm willing, also understand your position for the applicant that it's not fair that you've moved your schedules around, but I also need to make a little leeway for people being sick and other situations. However, I want to make sure, because I'm not a lawyer, what are our limitations in swearing in virtually? Does that provide any complication other than just the stated it's less effective for cross?
Well, I mean, for what it's worth, I did do some research and tried to find examples. And as the mayor pointed out, that there were court hearings that people were testified. What they actually did was cancel all trials other than trials that had stipulations to it and things like that. They didn't have any jury trials where people were deliberating during the emergency. I did also find multiple jurisdictions that had quasi-judicial hearings that took place based upon the governor's emergency order authorizing electronic attendance. Ironically, you guys have a charter that prohibits you from attending electronically,
right?
But it's silent as the issue of witnesses in a quasi-judicial hearing. I don't know where the witnesses are. If Mr. Braun, Mr. Raines mentioned if he's in Maine, is Mr. Braun subject to penalties of perjury for testifying in Maine, in Florida?
It's well above my pay grade to decide on that. So
Yeah, I think if he stands and we see him and he swears,
perjury.
he will be subject to the jurisdiction of being here at the time, even though he's physically somewhere else. That's the whole point of having his presence and having him swear with someone who's duly qualified to swear him in. So I think that is taken care of. Let us deal with the first issue. There has been an objection by the applicant to have the intervener number 1 have two of their witnesses appear by Zoom. This commission has the authority, and he said he'll continue with his objection, but he will agree if we'd like to move forward. But the intervener wants us to clearly state with a motion and a vote from the commission that they're absolutely allowed to move forward. And I think we have the caveat that says, if the system fails today, this is the opportunity that you have, and you knew that the hearing was set for this date, and if your people could not be here, this is the best that you're doing, and they're mitigating circumstances with people being ill and people having to travel and so on. So board members, council members, I ask you, we need to have a motion to address the interveners' issue as to having their two witnesses. And Miss Richards, could you please give us, you mentioned Mr. Braun, who's the next, what's the other lady's name, I'm sorry? Oh, she's in Gainesville or somewhere.
It's Dr. Patricia Tice, and she's in the Orlando area, Winter
Okay.
Gardens, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Madam Mayor, I will make a motion that we allow the virtual comment from the two witnesses on behalf of the intervener number one. And that we also reflect in the record that there was an objection made by the applicant.
Yes. Is there a second to that
I'll
motion?
second the motion.
Seconded by Mr. McDonald. Clerk, do we have any further comments from either the intervener or the applicant or any intervener? Or any comments? Any comments? Clerk, could you please give us a roll call as to this vote?
Commissioner Bruner? Yes. Vice Mayor Matheson?
Yeah.
Mayor Clark?
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald?
Yes.
Commissioner Meyer?
Yes.
Yes.
Then I'll move
So-
that we do not continue it. So
Okay.
that there's no continuance, we move forward.
Second.
You wanted a ruling on both, so.
Move and seconded. Clerk, any comments? Any comments on the motion by Commissioner McDonald and seconded by Vice Mayor Matheson?
I think maybe we're putting cart before the horse. I don't know. It sounded to me like that wasn't necessarily the request, and I don't want to limit ourselves. Who knows what's going to happen? I mean, lightning could strike and everything could go out, and I don't want us to say that we can't continue in an emergency
Well, I think that
situation.
that will be taken care of in its course.
Well, this is a motion.
And well, I think that in light of the fact that you're not denying the testimony,
Right.
there is no objection.
It's a moot.
So then let's just not.
It's moot.
It's moot, so we can
It's
move
moot
forward.
at this time. Thank you for your thoughts, Mr. McDonald and Mr. Matheson. Thank you so much. We now move to the Development Department. Please provide a brief summary of the agenda item, including the location, size of the property. Ma'am?
Due to the stipulation, we were supposed to have a 3-minute opening
Oh,
statement.
that's true.
And that has not happened as of
Yes,
yet.
in the stipulation.
Well, I thought that we were going to have that after staff does the presentation.
It doesn't, it's
It
fine
doesn't
with me to
say,
do it
but
right
they-
now.
Yeah.
If you look at paragraph number 7 of the stipulation, each party will be afforded 3 minutes to provide an unsworn introduction to the issues
Yes.
they intend to address during the hearing. So during the hearing could indicate that it was before it started.
All right, then, Mr. the applicant, please.
Well, just for a point of order,
I
the
think-
mayor is indeed correct. Number 6, introduction
I
of ordinance.
thought that
It will
it-
be read, and then the city will provide the DEO. The city will describe the request.
I thought
The
that
city
we
will
would-
provide the DEO response, and then there are.
And then
open
they'll have
statements.
the-
I've read the ordinance. And so the only thing, I guess, that instead of having the development department give their summary of the proceeding, you're asking them to just provide the DEO response.
The city 6A, the city will provide the initial testimony by describing the location, size, and general attributes of the project. The city will also describe the request being made by the applicant. You're saying that that's
Okay.
in the description of the ordinance?
Okay, no, I thought you said you wanted us to read the ordinance, but I read the ordinance, but no, that's fine. So we
That's
can
5C.
have them go first. That's fine.
We need to follow the rule, which would be the city will be presenting the very basic initial testimony, and then after that, they'll have the opening statements. That is the order that I'm following. Is that correct, Mr. Mortel? Are we all looking at the same page?
That is correct, that is what the mayor is doing.
Yes, 6A.
Yes. Will the city staff please come forward and describe the request that is being made by the applicant, and also provide the information from the Department of Economic Opportunity. Mr. Freeman?
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Tom Reitz, Senior Planner for the record. I'll be giving the short presentation for this evening's Development Department. If we can wait for the presentation. Okay, tonight is the second reading. You are considering the assignment of the CPUD zoning and neighborhood special district land use with the master site plan approval. The applicant is Joe Marino, M&M Realty Partners. The site's located in between Canner Highway and Willoughby Boulevard, just south of the Martin County High School and Leachy Tree Nursery, east of Splash Park, and south of the Martin County Correctional Facility. We also have the Riverland Co-op community on the other side of Canner Highway that is in front of the 4 parcels equaling 48.99 acres. The existing land use is low density, Martin County, up to 5 dwelling units per acre. The proposed land use in the city is neighborhood special district. The existing zoning in the county is A1A agricultural. Proposed zoning in the city is, as I mentioned, commercial planned unit development. Since the first reading on May 24, 2021, City Commission unanimously approved the project based on the representation that the applicant would comply with the following 12 conditions. Number 1, a reduction, a 5% density reduction was accomplished by reducing the total 1-bedroom units by 20. So the count is at 378 total units, down from 398. This resulted in a decrease in density and an increase in the landscaping area and open space. Fertilizer use is now prohibited. Pervious parking is now provided in the form of pervious pavers along the connector road in the parking area of Costco and also at the roundabout. Oak and shade trees now make up 83% of the required shade trees. Also, plum trees are provided within the parking diamonds. Fountain in the applicant has agreed to install fountains in the lakes. The fence has been removed at Lake 2 in front of the connector road. The irregular shaped lakes continue to be provided with the addition of littoral plants. Roadway will not be named Costco Boulevard. Applicant is open to suggestions from the commission. The roundabout feature now consists of a natural cap rock, water features, and landscaping. The applicant is no longer asking for fill credit. However, they are asking for pervious pavers and concrete credits in respect to tree replacement and stormwater. They've provided us with a breakdown of the tree mitigation. A full breakdown of the tree mitigation has been provided, and the landscape plan, on the landscape plans, with the applicant proposing to meet 100% of the required mitigation on site using new plantings and innovative stormwater improvements. Finally, the stormwater functioning and monitoring and reporting is now a condition of development, condition number 23. With samples taken and analyzed for nutrients prior to and after the completion of the project. There's 3 new conditions for development. The developer, 22C, the developer shall construct a 2-lane local privately maintained roadway prior to certificate of occupancy for the retail, boat, merchandise, and automobile service building and fueling facility to connect Cantor Highway with Willoughby Boulevard. As I mentioned earlier, the first annual water quality data findings shall be submitted 1 year from the city's issuance of the first phase and annually thereafter for a time period of no earlier than 5 years after the issuance of the certificate of occupancy for the final phase of construction. And then finally, the use of herbicides with glyphosate, an active ingredient, is prohibited on the South Cantor CPUD property. Commission mentioned the mayor received the letter from the Department of Economic Opportunity. In that, they state no comment. However, they have given us 2 technical assistant comments regarding or relating to density and maximum build out of the site, which staff has provided, or actually is prepared to answer questions, further questions, and has prepared a separate PowerPoint. With that, staff recommendation is to adopt or approve in compliance with the city's comp plan. You could adopt or approve with conditions or modifications, or finally deem it not in compliance and not approved. With that, that's the conclusion of staff's presentation, and we're open for questions.
Mr. Reese, did you include the summary position of the intervener in your report?
Pardon me, Madam Mayor? No, it's not. The intervener's report is not as part of staff's.
I'm just asking. All right, thank you. At this time, we're going to have the opening statements.
Yeah,
3 minutes.
No, Commissioner, I'm actually want to ask Mr. Reese some questions since that's part of the process from his presentation.
Okay.
Mr. Reese, have you been sworn in, sir?
I have.
Again, for the record, Bob Raines on behalf of the applicant. Can you again state your position, sir, with the city of Stuart?
Senior planner.
And can you describe what you do as a senior planner in your capacity with the city?
We take in projects, we review projects, we prepare agenda items, and as you see tonight, do presentations.
Okay. And with respect to the environmental reports and the engineering plans that were submitted on behalf of the applicant as part of the application, who reviews those engineering plans and the environmental assessments to determine if they meet the city's requirements?
That would be consulting engineer Kimley Horn.
Okay, and did Kimley Horn approve the engineering plans that were submitted and the environmental assessment that was prepared by Mr. Weinberg? Did those,
yeah,
those were determined to meet the...
About environmental, there were comments made on the environmental. Those comments were addressed. And the environmental engineer from Kimley Horn considered those comments or those response to his review comments and has agreed that they've met the criteria.
So they were determined to be in compliance?
That's right.
Okay. And in your professional opinion, sir, do you believe that the materials being presented to the City Commission this evening meet the requirements of the City Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Codes?
Staff has reviewed the application in relevance to the comp plan, and we do agree that it does meet the comp plan.
And in your professional opinion, is the neighborhood special district land use designation an appropriate land use designation for the property that's subject to the hearing tonight?
Yes.
And in your professional opinion, is the CPUD an appropriate zoning designation for the property that's the subject of the hearing tonight?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do the interveners have any questions for Mr. DiVentura? Sir, to come to the podium.
Is Mary taking?
No, just, yeah.
Is this correct? This is the right time to cross Mr. Reeds, yes.
Brian DiVentura. I live at 377 Northwest Cannon Way.
And note that your cross-examination counts toward your time.
Yes. Mr. Reese, did the applicant, let's see here, let me get to my questions. Is policy 5 alpha 5.5.echo.4 applicable to the project, which requires a formal determination to be submitted from the South Florida Water Management District? Was that done?
Could you read the reference to the comp plan that you're stating?
5.alpha 5.5
Yeah, I don't have the comp plan in front of me. I'm asking you if you would read
If
it.
the city has any reason to believe that wetlands exist on the proposed development site, landowner developer shall be required to provide the city a map showing the formal determination of the extent of the surface waters and wetlands by the South Florida Water Management District. Did the applicant submit a formal determination?
I would have to refer to the applicant to ask him that question.
No.
And I don't have the review comments in front of me.
Let's look at policy 5 alpha 5.5 echo number 5, development site plan. Any development site plan must show a description including maps, all water bodies, water courses, wetlands, and associated buffers on the site within a detailed plan that shows all proposed development that may directly or indirectly impact the wetlands, including any proposed disturbance of the wetland buffers, as well as any other environmentally sensitive lands on site. I believe the policy would be applicable to this project. Did they submit a site plan that shows the wetlands impact?
Yes, they have.
Could you bring it up and show it to us?
I'm not prepared. Perhaps the applicant can have it in their presentation, and we can talk about it at that point.
So the staff would not be able to identify what design features affect wetland 1?
Again, we're not the
Ask and
experts
answer.
here.
Okay, would the staff, I'm going to ask you to please identify the features of the design that affect wetland 7.
As the intervener, I would ask that you provide that map that you're talking about, and so we can talk about it. I'm not prepared with the wetland maps to put them up on the screen.
Okay, policy 5 alpha 5.5.alpha II states all development shall at a minimum comply with the wetland protection requirements of all federal, state, and regional agency having authority. This plan provides supplemental conservation and protection measures for wetlands pursuant to Florida statutes chapter 163 part 2. So I'm going to ask some questions regarding that. Would you expect the supplemental conservation protection measures to supplement the minimum necessary to comply with all state and federal regulations?
Could you repeat your question, please, Mr. DiVentura?
Would you expect the supplemental conservation and protection measures that are identified in the policy, that they would supplement the minimum necessary to comply with all federal, state, and regional agencies having regulatory authority requirements. In other
Of
words,
course, yes.
could you identify the supplemental conservation and protection measures which are added pursuant to Florida Statute 163?
What Florida statute was that, sir? Is that 163 or did you say 863?
163.
163, that's what I thought.
Could you repeat your question, please?
Could you identify the supplemental conservation and protection measures which were added pursuant to Florida Statute 163?
I'm not that familiar with the statute 163.
Okay. Is policy 5 alpha 5.5 Roman numeral 3 III, that is, the policy which states new development shall not be allowed in wetlands, would that be part of the supplemental conservation and protection measures?
Again, I am not familiar with those policies as our reviewer was, and I would encourage you to ask the applicant as far as what he has presented as far as the environment and wetlands, and we could have a discussion.
So is policy 5.alpha 5.bravo II applicable to the project?
I am not familiar with what you just.
That's the policy that says no new development shall occur in wetlands. Is that policy applicable to the project?
Kevin Freeman, Development Director for the record.
Go ahead, Mr. Freeman.
There are other policies within the city's comprehensive plan that deal with wetlands of isolated wetlands. There are also policies in the comprehensive plan that will deal with mitigation of wetlands. So as we move through the various policies that you're speaking to, some may be overwritten by the policies that you're describing.
Could you repeat that?
The priority of policies, the priority of policies that you're referring to may change in their application depending on the designation of the wetlands that you're talking about. If the designation of the wetlands is accepted as being a isolated wetland, then that would take precedence in terms of how that wetland was
And what
dealt.
policy describes that?
We have policy 5.85.6, which deals with isolated wetlands.
So policy alpha 5.6 alpha 5.6 alpha paragraph 2 deals with isolated wetlands. Are you saying that's the policy you're referring to?
If we accept
and that
the environment, if we, can I answer, please?
Yeah.
If we accept the determination that was made, that was proposed by the applicant in their environmental report, and accept that the city's consultant reviewed that and said that was in compliance with what they were requesting, then we accept that the wetlands in question are isolated, and then so forth. The comprehensive plan policy, A 5.85.6 applies.
But policy, does policy alpha 5.6 alpha 2, does that provide more or less protection to the wetlands? In other words, it appears to conflict with policy alpha 5.5 alpha II, which says you provide supplemental protection. Does that those two policies conflict?
And may I say something, Mr. Freeman? I know that you're, Mr. DiVentura, you're asking staff at this time, and in your I don't know, I know that you're asking questions, and you're probably not making a point in your presentation However, without having you have a demonstrative report showing the actual language that you're talking about, it's making it very difficult for all of us to follow. And I know that it is our comprehensive plan, but because we do not have the specific language up here or handed to us so that we can look at it, if you have that and you have it as an exhibit that you'd like to put in so that we could look at it, that will make it much easier for staff to respond. But at this time, Mr. Freeman, there's a question for Mr. DiVentura. And also, well, staff just be, I think you're probably a little bit beyond the scope of what they had talked about, but I don't know if you're trying to do your presentation now or not, but I'd like for staff to at least respond and then for Mr. Mortel to just
Well,
guide us through.
Madam Mayor,
Who's that? Whose voice did I hear? Oh, Mr. Bridges, sorry.
it was me. I just thought that they were the experts at this, at the comprehensive plan and whatnot. So I made a
Yeah,
mistake
well-
of, that must have been my mistake of,
No, we needed to have the language that you're discussing,
I thought
the
that
specific language.
I thought that the experts would be prepared. I'm sorry. I'm going to sit down for,
Thank you, sir.
I'll come back
Yes, sir.
during my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions for staff? First intervener. Okay. We have 3 minutes now from, as an opening statement from the applicant.
Good evening, Commissioners. Once again, for the record, my name is Bob Rains. I'm a land use attorney with the Gunster Law Firm. And I'd like to remind everybody while we're here this evening for a second reading for this matter. I know we had a long and arduous first reading at the May 24th meeting that we all remember, but that's a meeting that the applicant provided competent substantial evidence through expert testimony that the proposed project was consistent with and met all the requirements of the city's comprehensive plan and the city's land development regulations. This included testimony by your staff. Competent and substantial evidence is evidence that has a substantial basis in fact from which that fact at issue can be reasonably inferred. Please keep that in mind because I'm going to come back to that after our witnesses testify and I summarize our presentation. The law is clear that unsubstantiated opinions and popularity polls such as 2,000 signatures carry no weight in a judicial, quasi-judicial proceeding. Testimony that amounts to nothing more than speculation, fears, or desires to simply maintain the status quo does not rise to the level of competent substantial evidence. Therefore, the theme for tonight's meeting is competent and substantial evidence supported by data and analysis versus opinions, fear, speculation, and misinformation. As we stated at the May 24th meeting, we provided expert testimony and competent substantial evidence supported by data and analysis, and we will do the same this evening. The interveners must also do the same. They need to provide competent substantial evidence based on data and analysis. They can't simply paint a narrative based on opinions, speculations, and fear and misinformation. At the May 24th meeting, you asked us on the record for 12 conditions for the approval of the proposed project before you. Mr. Marino agreed on the record to all 12 of those conditions, and we're here tonight to present evidence that we've made revisions to the plans that meet all of those conditions. So we will come back and present that evidence in just a little bit. But I would also like to make a couple of comments if I still have a minute or two left with respect to some comments from the public about spam. Spam is when you send out emails to people who don't request them. Costco sent it out to the memberships, and then we sent emails out to supporters. So that's number one. And then number two, it's the narrative of fear. We have not done anything of that such. So we're here this evening. We're going to present competent substantial evidence backed by data and analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raines. Do we have a city staff member that's keeping track of the appropriate time?
I did, yes.
Thank you. Ms. Richards, You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I stand here as an intervener representing my community who have grave concerns about this development, and we believe this project does not conform with the City of Stuart's comprehensive plan, and therefore the applicant is not entitled to approval. Regardless of the fact that this land was designated low-density residential, the applicant is asking for the diabolical opposite, requesting a future land use designation to create integrated neighborhoods for the city, but proposing a commercial planned unit development that does not support this definition of a neighborhood/special district, or to provide the type of housing that the City of Stuart needs. There are available locations in Stuart where a Costco could be built that would have less impact on our environment, on our wetlands, and on our quality of life. And there's better development for this special 50 acres of land with 7 acres of wetlands, 7.8 acres of pine flatwoods, and 3.1 acres of upland scrub, home to the little blue heron and the tricolor heron, both designated by the state of Florida as threatened species. These areas described by the applicant's environmental assessment as, quote, the vegetative composition of this land cover type is predominantly native. The subcanopy is generally dense and dominated by native species. However, in his summary, he claims that these native habitats offer minimum ecological function, a contradiction to his own retort. The magnitude of this development does not take into account the environmental impact of clear-cutting 50 acres, removing all native vegetation and removing all wetlands that support our fragile ecosystem and river. The applicant has submitted an incomplete and inaccurate environmental assessment of the property, and decisions made by the LPA, the Commission on the first reading, and at the Department of Economic Opportunity were based on this flawed report. The request before you then and now is for a land use change and a rezoning. And based on section 110308, burden of proof conditions rezoning of your municipal code, the code clearly states that the applicant has the burden of proof to show the petition complies with the comprehensive plan. It has been proven that this does not only comply, the petition violates the definition of a CPUD. The applicant did not meet the burden of proof for land use change, and that is what you are voting on. Finally, it is apparent that some, if not most of you, lack impartiality to this matter and come to this dais tonight without an open mind. I believe a commissioner soliciting support for this project to be unethical and a conflict of interest. I have continued to push forward contracting my own studies and complying with strong evidence against this project. I hope you have taken the time to read the reports of competent, substantive evidence that I have submitted, as well as because I've only limited to 1 hour in front of you today and the public to expose all the violations to the city's comprehensive plan that this project exploits. And you will see that the applicant has not met their burden of proof to be entitled to approval. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. DiVentura, 3-minute opening statement.
Probably first off, I want to thank y'all for allowing me to be here this evening. With respect to wetland impacts, neither the staff report nor the ordinance identify compliance with any comprehensive growth management plan policy. There are policies that state this plan provides supplemental conservation and protection measures for wetlands pursuant to Chapter 163 of the Florida statutes, and another one that says new development shall not be allowed in wetlands, i.e. development shall occur outside of the wetland. So it is improbable that a development which impacts 100% of the wetlands complies with the comprehensive growth management plan. The ordinance incorrectly justifies the wetland impacts because of mitigation described in the Land Development Code. The ordinance fails to make reference to the comprehensive plan policy that addresses mitigation. The LDC, section 50303, reads, in the event an applicant proposes an impact to a wetland, the applicant shall also propose mitigation to offset the effects of such an impact, in compliance with the mitigation requirements established by the state of Florida and the Army Corps of Engineers. So here the threshold for the initiation of mitigation is in the event the applicant proposes. The comprehensive plan policy is much more limiting and descriptive. The purpose of mitigation is to offset environmental impacts. Mitigation activities approved by federal, state, or regional agencies are supported by the city. However, these mitigation activities do not exempt activities from the requirements of this comprehensive plan. Now, this parrots an advisory legal opinion, AGO 94102, which is in my packet. The issuance of a permit by any other agency, with or without mitigation, does not exempt the development from the requirements of this plan. Development in wetlands must be consistent with this plan to proceed. In an email, a city official identified a belief that mitigation converts a wetland to the underlying land use category, or that the wetland is no longer a wetland. If mitigation did change,
3 minutes, Mr. DiVentura. Well, you can finish that sentence.
right, the sentence gets into, if mitigation did change the wetland to an underlying land use, then the mitigation would preempt the ability of the local government to prohibit development in wetlands, which is contrary to the conclusion in the Florida Attorney General Legal Advisory 94102.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We have the three main persons, the applicant, the two interveners who have been given 3 minutes. Now we will go into the full presentation with the applicant being given at least 90 minutes minus whatever time they've used, or if Mr. Martel would like to explain the time counting again, we can do that, or I think that everybody's understanding what's going on.
The parties are familiar with the stipulation and have agreed by stipulation that each intervener gets 1 hour and the applicant gets 1.5 hours in total time. That's both on direct and cross-examination. The only time that is stayed is when the commission is asking them questions or something of that nature. But if it's their case in chief or their cross-examination, the clock runs. Like right now, the clock is running on Mr. Raines.
And it's gonna run because I have another housekeeping.
Okay.
If you see any of us moving around up here, we're in different circumstances. We have not taken a break and we're just trying to move things along. So we're not being disrespectful if we have to move out of our seats. Mr. Raines.
Good evening, once again, Commissioners. For the record, Bob Raines here on behalf of the applicant. I'd like to, before I begin our presentation, I'd like to state for the record our objection to Linda K. Richards and Brian DiVentura as interveners in this matter. As you can see on the screen, to be granted intervener status, Ms. Richards and Mr. DiVentura need to be an affected person as a matter of law. Section 11.0306 of your Land Development Code states, the parties to a quasi-judicial proceeding shall be the petitioner, the city, and any affected person who files a notice of intent to be a party with the city development not less than 5 days prior to commencement of the hearing. Now, Chapter 12 of the definitions of the City Land Development Code define affected persons as follows. Affected person means the owner, resident, or other occupant of the real property, which is the subject of a quasi-judicial proceeding, or an aggrieved or adversely affected party, as the term is defined in Florida Statute Section 163.3215(2). And we'll put that section up for you because that's going to be the determining one. And as used in this section, the term aggrieved or adversely affected party means any person or local government that will suffer an adverse effect to an interest protected or furthered by local government comprehensive plan, including interests related to health, safety, police and fire protection service systems, density or intensities of development, transportation facilities, healthcare facilities, equipment or services, and environmental resources. Here's the important part. the alleged adverse interest may be shared in common with other members of the community at large, but must exceed in degree the general interest in community good shared by all persons. So if we can go to the next slide, neither Ms. Richards nor Mr. G. Ventura provide any evidence that they are affected in a degree that exceeds the general interest in community good shared by all persons. Mr. G. Ventura is up here talking about wetlands. How is he affected by the wetlands and the impacts to the wetlands? When you look at this screen, what you see here is Mr. D. Ventura lives 5.13 miles from the subject site up in Jensen Beach area. And if you go to the next slide, this circle represents approximately a 5-mile radius from the site. Everything in that yellow circle, including my home in Palm City, is within that yellow circle. Mr. D. Ventura's property is not within that yellow circle. I don't know how he can be an affected party that has a degree that exceeds the community interest. Let's go to the next slide. Now, Ms. Richards lives closer in proximity to the subject site than Mr. D. Ventura, but you can see from this slide that she's not an adjacent property owner, and her home is approximately 1,236 feet from the nearest point of the subject site. So it's hard to see how she's affected to a degree that exceeds the general interest in the community. I realize she may not like the project, but personal preference is not the standard for being an affected property owner. So for the record, we object to both Ms. Richards and Mr. G. Ventura being granted intervener status, and also object to all of the reports and evidence that they have submitted under the status of the city's own intervener criteria in testimony or evidence that they may provide this evening.
Your objection is noted and will be part of the record.
Thank you, sir. So I'd like to begin our presentation with our first witness, Mr. Stephen Garrett with Lucido and Associates, who I will have come up and show you how we've revised the site plan to meet the conditions of approval that you required at the first reading. And let me go over here. You going to go there, Steve? Does that work for you?
You want to see?
Maybe better. Mr. Garrett, can you please state your name for the record, sir?
Stephen D. Garrett.
And have you been sworn in?
I have been sworn in.
And can you state for the record, sir, your education and work history, please, sir?
Yes, sir. Graduated class at 88 from Martin County High. Go Tigers. Bachelor's degree in landscape architecture from Mississippi State University in 1995. I'm a registered and practiced landscape architect, vice president and partner of Lucido and Associates. I've been practicing for 32 years with my professional experience primarily being in the city of Stuart and city of Port St. Lucie. Most recently designed, planned, and entitled the Cleveland Clinic Medical Facility on Indian Street in Canner. And as well, I served on Keep Martin Beautiful and designed and implemented the Golden Gate Greenways project.
Can you, sir, identify the paper that I just handed you?
It is my resume.
And is that current representation, an accurate and current representation?
Yes, sir.
I would like for the record to reflect that we're going to submit Mr. Garrett's resume as applicant's exhibit 1.
Noted.
No objection.
You don't have any objection?
Nobody has any objection? No. You okay? Okay. No objection to that being submitted?
Well, I don't have an objection to them submitting stuff that they didn't submit before on the date of the stipulation.
No.
We're just talking about this one item.
This is Mr. Garrett was a listed witness on the date. It's not a report. It's
He was
simply just-
exactly correct. He's listed as a witness as part of our presentation. It's not a report.
Thanks.
Mr. Garrett, can you please state your role on this project?
Principal in charge and co-project manager.
And did your firm, Lucido and Associates, prepare the site plan dated March 16th, 2021, and the revised plan July 2nd, 2021 that's going to be presented tonight?
Yes, we did.
And did they also prepare the landscape plans, variously dated and revised as of July 1st, 2021?
Yes.
And did you prepare the PowerPoint that you're about to show us tonight?
Yes.
Please proceed, sir, with your presentation.
Mr. Garrett, you've been sworn. Please proceed.
I have been. Would you like me to stay here or at the, I'll prefer to be at the podium.
Whatever makes your presentation most effective.
Madam
Miss-
Mayor?
What is going on, Miss?
I have an objection. These site plans were not submitted to me prior to this meeting, and we were required to submit all new documentation from the first hearing, and I have not seen any revised site plans.
These site plans were submitted prior to that as part of our response and resubmittal to the requirements. So they were in the public, they were in the record prior to
The city
July
received the
28th.
site plans before the stipulation was even submitted, I believe. I don't know the exact date, but they were submitted before the deadlines.
And they were not shared.
I don't know
Mr.
why
Garrett,
they were
please
not
move
shared.
forward.
I don't know why they were not shared. Right.
Please, I only have one thing going on. Let's not make this difficult. Mr. Garrett?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Dias and Mr. Mortel and staff and the public. Steve Garrett with Lucido and Associates representing the applicant. Again, as has been previously stated before you tonight, as the second reading is for the assigning of a future land use designation in neighborhood special district and the request a zoning designation of CPUD. Essentially, the only item really that has changed from the 4 bullet points on the screen was the reduction in residential density. Previously, it was 398. It's been reduced by 20 to 378, as shown on the screen. I think we're all familiar with where the property is. Very briefly, shown in the middle of the screen, highlighted in yellow, is the approximate 49 acres of the Canner CPUD. We are bordered by Canner Highway to the west, immediately to the left of the project on the screen, Willoughby Boulevard to the right or to the east, Monterey Road to the north, and Indian Street to the south. As previously shared and presented, there were 12 conditions from the first reading that the applicant has agreed to, that the commission discussed and placed on the project. Those were briefly covered by Mr. Reeds. I'll go through them fairly quickly. I have additional slides that cover some of them a little bit more in detail. Fertilizer use, condition number 33 was added to the ordinance. No credit for fill with respect to tree replacement and stormwater, none is being taken. Roadway name, Costco Boulevard was a placeholder initially, so we could discuss that connector road. It has since been removed. We're referring to it in this presentation as connector road. But again, as previously stated, we're open to any and all suggestions as to the appropriate naming of that connector road. Stormwater function, monitoring and reporting, condition number 22 was added to the ordinance. 5% density reduction, previously covered. I have a more elaborate slide that will show you how we accomplished that. Full breakdown of tree mitigation, 100% on-site mitigation. Again, the balance of these will be covered in subsequent slides. Oaks and shade trees, minimums 50%. We're actually providing 86% as shown on our landscape plans in this presentation. Pervious parking, we're providing it in 2 areas I will show you in a moment. Fountains were added to the lakes. The irregular shape on the coral plantings to lakes has been accomplished. I'll show you that as well. The fence that Mr. Reeds mentioned as a condition to be removed has been removed between Lake 2 and the connector road. And then the decorative roundabout, we have a concept that we have developed that I will share with you. So the reduction in units, we went from 398 to 378. On the left side of the screen with the blue shading, you'll see the previous first reading site plan and buildings 3 and 4 in the upper left-hand corner. Follow the arrow up to the upper right, and that is the same plan. Highlighted in orange are those same 2 buildings from the first reading. And below that, if you follow the arrow down, and again, I'll try not to talk so you can see it. The green is showing the amended site plan. And what we did, instead of just removing a floor of the building, the applicant, our client, actually tasked the architect with redesigning those 2 buildings. And the primary reason we did that was we wanted to shrink the footprint of those buildings, thus providing more open space, more pervious, reducing building coverage, reducing pavement. And as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, 398 went to 378. Our required parking was reduced, and the provided parking was reduced as well. We are now providing 1,672 parking spaces. That is still, if you could see it underneath the image of the chambers, we are still providing slightly more than the minimum required. Pervious area was increased, that's a good thing, to 12.31 acres. Open space was increased to 12.49. Building coverage was reduced to 8.3, and pavement was also reduced to 19.68 acres. One of the other elements was a full tree mitigation breakdown. This data is taken from our landscape plan set, so it is provided within those documents as well. Basically, we are required to mitigate 24,704 inches. We are providing 26,675 inches. Again, 100% of that mitigation is provided on site. We are not having the option or taking the option at this time of paying in lieu of. How is that being met? Hardwoods, we're replacing 3,280 inches of hardwoods, 11,184 inches of softwoods or pines, 5,724 inches of shrub credit, and then the innovative stormwater BMPs that were previously mentioned, 6,487 inches. The key takeaway for this slide for us is over 60% of the mitigation is being met before credit for the innovative stormwater BMPs. So that 60% of our mitigation is on-site and planted material, and then we take credit for the innovative stormwater BMPs per code. And again, 100% on-site. It was discussed relative to shade trees. Again, the minimum requirement is 50%. We're providing 86% of our shade tree, of the required shade trees are shade trees on property. And then there are some discussions. There are a few parking nodes on the site plan in which we have tree diamonds proposed, and what was the right plant in the right place for that. We are proposing pigeon plums. They are native, they are well suited for confined spaces, and they will provide canopy. A little bit more maintenance up front to achieve that, but in the long run, they are the right plant in the right place. A few of the other elements up at the top, kind of covered over, is the floating fountains provided. As you can follow the arrows over, there are 3 of them shown, 1 in each of the proposed lakes. Pervious parking is shown in yellow shading. That is along the connector road, running kind of up and down, if you follow that arrow, as well as the travel lanes of the roundabout, also shown in yellow. The fence that was on the previous site plan has been removed. That was previously shown where the red is shown on the north side or left side of the connector road. And then the decorative roundabout is being provided. I have some additional images to show you of that. And then finally, littoral plantings have been provided as shown in purple in the lakes. One item that was not a condition but is a change from the first reading site plan to this site plan has been trying to see if we could relocate the proposed sidewalks both on the connector road, shown in green, and the sidewalk shown along Canner inward to the site. In other words, move those sidewalks off of the travel lanes and back a curb and provide landscape space and a buffer to better insulate that experience along the sidewalk. The image to the upper right shows the connector road. You can see the sidewalk or multi-use path for the linear park has been moved off of the travelway or back a curb. There's landscape being proposed in between those 2 spaces. And then the lower right image is Canner Highway looking north. To the right, you can see the sidewalk being moved again off of the back of curb and inward to the site. One item to note is noted on the site plan for the commission to be aware of. That sidewalk along Canner is subject to FDOT approval. We are going to move forward and with your support, hopefully be able to achieve that objective if the project moves forward. Another aspect of the project, and again, separate and apart from the conditions, has been really what is this project? There's a lot of talk of megaplex and these strip malls and all of this development. At its core, this is Costco, is a multifamily residential apartment complex, and it's some neighborhood retail along Canner. But in addition to that, what ties all of this together is that connector road, that linkage between Canner Highway and Willoughby. Shown with the black dashed line is that actual road network. Shown in green is the linear park or greenway system. That linear park and greenway system consists of not only that vehicular connectivity between those 2 north-south roads, Canner and Willoughby, but it also has that linear park, that multi-use sidewalk system. And we've leveraged the placement of the stormwater lake systems, littoral plantings, and so forth to complement that entire corridor. We feel that is a true public benefit, not only the accessibility in that roadway and that connector road, but this linear park experience. You'll also see the yellow dot represents a trailhead along Canner. It would be an interpretive station. That interpretive station is envisioned to have signage much like the city did on Colorado Avenue, informing. That's also the same location that the baffle boxes and some of the innovative stormwater BMPs will be employed. So that's an educational opportunity for residents, but also anyone utilizing that sidewalk there. In addition to that, we're proposing 4 other trailheads, basically seating and gathering areas along that linear park, shown in blue. Image up to the upper right shows one of those trailheads. And then the decorative roundabout is the red symbol or circle as well. What you can't see up there is neighborhood special district, and this is language straight out of the comp plan. That district category allowing residential, commercial, and recreational land uses such that a functional vertical or horizontal mix of uses is achieved. Developments shall include a mix of residential and commercial. Again, shall include, or office. Uses may be mixed within a single building on a single site, provided the impacts from differing uses are mitigated through urban design techniques. And what you see on the image is obviously blue representing the residential, orange representing the commercial, and what we would consider passive recreation even being the green, the linear park. This slide will walk you through the various specific criteria of the neighborhood special district and the specific objectives. And I don't know, Paul, if we can adjust the header there or not, but thank you. Well, you can go back to me in 1 second, actually. I just wanted to highlight, the city shall allow mixed use, a traditional neighborhood development, pedestrian accessibility, innovative planning, and land use techniques that strengthen the small town character of Stuart. Again, that's direct from the comp plan. Specific policy that implements this, F1.1, the developable acreage of the site, not less than 30%, shall consist of residential use. The blue is 30%, not more, not less, it's 30%. We meet that policy criteria. The balance of the site, as you would surmise, is 70%, and it obviously meets the not less than 10% shall consist of non-residential and non-recreational land uses. Second policy, F1.2, mixed-use development within the neighborhood special district category shall integrate distinct uses together in order to create a functioning, multifaceted type of development. Key point, integration is defined as a combination of distinct uses on a single site where impacts from differing uses are mitigated through urban design techniques and where differing uses are expected to benefit from the close, immediate proximity of complementary uses. Again, this is met. As you can see, we have Costco, we have that big box component, we have the multifamily residential, and in purple, adjacent to Canner Highway, we have neighborhood retail. All three. I'm highlighting on this slide two points. Emphasis on pedestrian connectivity. The linear park system that connects Willoughby and Canner is being highlighted, but not only that east-west connection, the north-south connection as well between the multifamily and Costco, shown with the black arrows there, along with the direct connection and intentional connection of the multifamily to the neighborhood retail on Canner. In addition to that, and not mentioned, I don't think enough, is the required interconnectivity of this project to the parcels to our south. I know the Commission's well aware of the parcels to the south of us. Certus owns 10 acres, Martin Health or Cleveland Clinic Martin Health owns the balance of the property, approximately 14 acres, of which they developed the first 8 acres. And all of those properties are required this interconnectivity all the way down south to Indian Street. Objective 1.3, and again, highlighting what we feel is most important, to promote pedestrian-friendly and neighborhood scale development. Policy is met. That neighborhood scale of development, we're highlighting the neighborhood retail component, but you can see the scale of it. It's essentially 2-hour parcels, and then building 1 and building 2 total less than 20,000 total combined square footage. That is neighborhood retail, and we have some additional images. But what we envision this specific neighborhood retail to consist of is with the potential of restaurants, shops, what you would expect in the images that are being covered over by my voice. I'm going to pause for a second so you can see them. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate it. You're going to bring it back up? Awesome, thank you. And then a rendering of that, an artistic rendering. This is a view specifically looking kind of elevated and to the west of Cantor Highway, looking back. You can see the two out parcels. More importantly, you can see the retail behind those and how strong of a pedestrian connection the multifamily, the apartments to that neighborhood retail. You can see it's not your typical, it's well done architecture. It is at a scale that complements the Cantor corridor and the small town feel and nature of Stuart. And then lastly, well, not last, I think I have one more after that. I think what's important as a takeaway is the frontage experience along Cantor. There is going to be additional testimony relative to Cantor and that roadway system. And I do want to highlight for the commission, that experience along Cantor specific to this project is consisting of about 50% of it is that DOT expanded basin, that lake and stormwater system and landscaping, and the neighborhood retail component. Costco is set far back from the Cantor corridor, and as well as the multifamily being behind that neighborhood retail. And then lastly, policy F1.4, large expanses of parking area discourage neighborhood scale and pedestrian friendliness. Therefore, and this is a key, where possible, development shall include smaller scattered parking lots of nodes that are approximately located to the uses essentially. That are approximately located. What you see on the slide are those nodes. Each of those distinct three uses between Costco, the multifamily, and the neighborhood retail, we have used pedestrian connectivity, circulation, and so forth to break up and create independent nodes within each of those uses. And then lastly, a picture's worth 1,000 words, so I can shut up now. But these images will show you a series of images, and then we have the animation to share with you. This is an elevated view from Cantor Highway. It's showing the main entrance and the signalized intersection off of Cantor. To the right is the stormwater expanded FDOT basin and landscaping. In the distance is a building mass representing Costco, and to the left would be some of the parking field for the neighborhood retail. This is a view from Cantor looking to the northeast. Again, the interpretive station is to the right where the baffle boxes are located to educate people on the stormwater techniques and the benefits of the project. This is the approach. This is that entrance drive from Cantor right before you enter the roundabout. The design direction and thought here was not only to treat the roundabout, but the surrounding area around the roundabout holistically, and to bring the landscape and the large massings of the native palette through the roundabout, through that center. So what you see is caprock, Florida caprock, native landscaping. Can't count the poinciana in the center is native, but we do have a poinciana in there, and then some water features that are appropriately scaled. Another view of the decorative roundabout. This is looking from, I believe this is the one with the neighborhood retail behind us, the linear park or multi-purpose path in the foreground, and in the background is the decorative roundabout. Apartments, you can start to see a little bit of the massing of the apartments to the left. And then the last image is of the linear park, the elevated pedestrian system there, very similar to East Ocean, where the pedestrian system's elevated. The vehicles have to stop for those pedestrians, and it gives priority to the pedestrians making that crossing to and from. And then to the left of the image, you'll see the trailhead where you have seating, you have benches, trash receptacles, pet waste stations, and lighting. And then lastly, this animation. This animation is going to take you from Cantor Highway through the signalized intersection, through the roundabout, into that pedestrian crossing. Entrance from Cantor. You're entering the property. Stormwater to the right, neighborhood retail to the left. Approaching the roundabout. I don't recommend anybody driving through the roundabout as we're flying through. And this is really the view and the experience for that connector road to be named later. But as you approach the pedestrian crossing, you can see traffic stopped, pedestrians have the right of way, and then the seating area. And then another view opposite direction of the linear park, the multi-purpose path, that trailhead and the crossing.
Thank you.
So,
Timekeeper, how's he doing on his time? You're gonna just continue, Mr. Raines?
yeah, okay, thank you. What's that? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garrett, are you familiar with the City of Land Development Codes and Comprehensive Plan?
I am.
And in your professional opinion, is the neighborhood special district land use designation consistent with and compatible with the surrounding land uses?
Absolutely.
And in your professional opinion, is the CPUD an appropriate zoning designation for the property that's required for the hearing tonight?
Yes.
And in your professional opinion, does the proposed site plan and the landscape plans that have been submitted for this project meet all the requirements of the city land development codes?
Yes.
Mr. Garrett, approximately how many projects have you worked on in the city of Stuart?
Approximately 30. Our firm's probably worked on at least 3 times that amount.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review the Cantor site proposal evaluation and community feedback dated July 16th, 2021 by Dr. Patricia Tice?
Yes.
Do you agree with her statement in there that the proposed plan is incompatible with the rural nature of the area?
No, I do not.
And why is that?
Rural Florida, in my opinion, would be the roadways and land west of I-95 and the Turnpike in our area, whereby it's not just the roadway, it's the adjacent land use of that property, the zoning and the supportive land use and zoning supportive of rural low-density land use, residential and existing agricultural. As to the look and feel of the roadway experience, and keep in mind that all of our adjacent roadways for this project are urban. This is more of a function of both Martin County and the city of Stuart prioritizing community aesthetics and the character of our community by implementing design standards and good planning principles, of which we are meeting or exceeding with this project.
Do you have any exhibits with respect to that?
We caught Paul off guard.
Yeah. Can you explain this exhibit, sir?
Yeah, so this is, there's a lot of talk, I'm sure there will be continued discussion tonight relative to rural and urban, but this is straight from the U.S. Census Bureau, and you can clearly see that rural is shown in green, urban is in gray. The small yellow star, more so in the center of the image to the right, is our project site.
Okay. So in Mrs. Tice, or Dr. Tice, excuse me, Dr. Tice's report, and her conclusion is that the neighborhood special land use designation and CPUD are inappropriate for the site, and that the proposed project's in complete opposition to the spirit and letter of the city's comprehensive plan, goals, objectives, and policies, and is likely to become a blighted property within 15 years. Do you agree with that statement?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Are we just going to continue on, or is this, I don't know what to.
It would be subject to cross-examination.
Yeah, so that's what I'm.
Okay, does the intervener have any questions for the presentation made by the applicant so far? And whatever you say and do during this time will count against your time. Which intervener is going to speak up? Mr. DiVentura? Your questions will be mainly to the applicant, who, within the scope of what the applicant has presented.
Stormwater, did the stormwater management pond down in the lower right-hand corner, did that consume wetland 7?
Mr. DiVentura, before he responds to you, we're very, very limited in our facilities. If you would speak up and keep your gestures towards us, and so that the clerk can hear and everybody can be on the record. Your question was regarding stormwater to Mr. Garrett. What was that question, sir?
Question was, did the expansion of the FDOT pond consume wetland 7?
I would defer that specific response to our civil engineer.
Thank you.
Ms. Richards, with regard to questions as to what has been presented thus far?
Yes, I just have one question. Within your 30-plus projects that you've done within the city, have you ever had any that had complete disregard to the presence of threatened species? It's a yes or no question.
State the question again.
In your 30-plus projects that
Right.
you've done for the city of Stuart, have any of them had complete disregard for threatened species?
They have all been consistent with comp plan and land use regulations.
Thank you for your question. Please continue, Mr. Raines.
I'd like to call next Mr. Ed Weinberg.
Mr. Weinberg? You want to qualify Mr. Weinberg, or are you going to ask
Yes,
him?
I will. I'll let Mr. Weinberg, would you please state your name for the record, sir?
My name is Edward Weinberg.
And have you been sworn in, sir?
Yes, sir, I have.
And can you please state for the record your education and work history?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology and Master of Science degree in oceanography. I'm a certified professional wetland scientist, and I've worked for 35 years as an environmental consultant in South Florida.
And can you identify the paper I'm handing you?
That is my resume.
And is it accurate and current?
Yes, sir.
I would like for the record to reflect that I'm submitting Mr. Weinberg's resume as applicant's exhibit 2.
Mr. Raines is submitting his resume. Is there any objection in that being accepted? I think it was already provided in the package.
Yes.
Go forward, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Weinberg, can you please state your role in this project?
My firm is the environmental consultant on behalf of the applicant.
And what did that consist of doing for the project?
Among other things, preparing the environmental assessment that is in the application.
Okay, so you're referring to the environmental assessment report dated March 2021 for this project, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Weinberg, one of the interveners, Mr. DiVentura, provided a copy of the Wetland Rapid Assessment Procedure Field Data Sheet. Have you seen that document?
Yes, I have.
And who prepared that document, sir?
My firm prepared that.
And can you explain that document, sir, and what it means?
That is the data summary of an objective, state-approved analysis of wetland functions of the wetlands within the Canarsie PUD property.
Okay. And
Can you just say the date of that document, specific document?
the environmental assessment report dated March 2021, is that the one, Mayor?
Yes, sir. Thank
Yes.
you.
But now, what he was just referring to, Mayor, just to be clear, was the wetland rapid assessment document. So
Okay,
that was
that's
one that was submitted into evidence by Mr. DiVentura.
Okay.
Mr. Weinberg, have you been retained in the past as a consultant for the city of Stuart?
Yes, I have.
So is it fair to say, sir, that you're familiar with the environmental policies of the city comprehensive plan and its land development regulations?
Yes, it is.
And have you seen the report entitled Application Review Proposed Costco CPUD, Stuart, Florida, dated July 28th, 2021, prepared by Mr. Greg Braun?
Yes, I have.
Can you render an opinion with respect to some of the items in Mr. Braun's report and his report period?
Yes, I can. In general, the report consistently implies that the information provided in the environmental assessment may not have been thorough, accurate, or complete. I obviously disagree with these implications, and here are the reasons. Over the course of more than 3 years, my firm conducted environmental assessments on this property. Reports were submitted beginning in August of 2018, and the current report, as you mentioned, it was completed in March 2021. Second, that March 2021 environmental assessment, which is the subject of Mr. Braun's report, was fully reviewed by an outside party, Kinley Horn and Associates, on behalf of the city, and full concurrence was provided by memo dated April 19th, 2021. A thorough review of the project submittal files, had Mr. Braun conducted that, would have revealed a December 2018 detailed ecological assessment of on-site wetlands prepared by my firm and submitted to the city, with much greater detail specific to the wetland conditions on the site. And although listed species of vegetation that occur on the site were not identified in the environmental assessment, this is because, and we'll describe a little bit later, state law holds that the listed status is solely to prevent the unlawful harvest of such species without landowner permission. With regard to threatened and endangered wildlife species, Mr. Braun's report is anecdotal with photo documentation of foraging by 2 species of wading birds listed as threatened by the state of Florida. Throughout all iterations of the environmental assessment report prepared by my firm over nearly 3 years, it was acknowledged in all reports that such species may frequent the site on a transient foraging basis, which is exactly what Mr. Braun observed. Our report was and is thorough, accurate, and complete in this regard. Further, there's an implication by Mr. Braun that these species may be nesting on the site. However, his own background data from the Florida Natural Areas Inventory makes no such mention of nesting. Further, Mr. Braun is fully aware that these colonial nesting species would nest in large colonies of multiple wading bird species, which would be obvious were it occurring on the site. Our report was thorough and accurate with regard to the lack of nesting by these species. With regard to the wetlands in particular, Mr. Braun describes them as thriving, biologically productive habitats, a generic and anecdotal description. The observations used to support this description, such as foraging by wading birds or swimming wood ducks, can and do occur in nearly any open water area in South Florida. Our firm's assessment of the wetland functions and values is in accordance with objective methodologies incorporated in state laws and regulations. It's been independently reviewed and concurred with by the South Florida Water Management District. And as I said earlier, a thorough and complete analysis was submitted in 2018. The objective wetland quality scores concurred with by South Florida Water Management District range from 0.24 to 0.55, meaning between 24% and 55% of the expected wetland functions are actually met by these wetlands. Our firm has been thorough, accurate, and complete in our assessment of the wetlands on the site. There has been no understating or misrepresentation as stated in Mr. Braun's report.
Okay, thank you, sir. At this time, I would like to show you another document, and if you could please explain what this document is.
That is a memo prepared by my firm in relation to listed vegetation species on the site. The document provides a summary of the federal and state regulations specific to plants or listed species of plants and how those differ from listed wildlife species. It concludes that the purpose of the regulations specific to listed plant species is to prevent unlawful harvest without landowner permission and not to regulate construction or land alteration.
All right, and I'd like to, at this time, and this document, this report was submitted prior to the July 28th, 5 p.m. deadline. I'd like to submit it now as applicants exhibit 3, I believe.
Hearing no objection, it's accepted.
One more question, sir, for you. Mr. Weinberg, are the comments and conclusions in your reports, both of these reports, that the environmental assessment that you provided, and then also this document, this memorandum I just submitted, are those comments and conclusions in your report supported by the data and analysis consistent with standards, guidelines, and regulatory requirements of the various agencies required to review this project?
Yes, they are.
Thank you, I'm through, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Weinberg from any of the interveners? Ms. Richards.
Mr. Weinberg, does the city comprehensive plan mention the endangered and threatened plant species?
Yes,
Can you tell me what it says?
it says they shall be identified.
I believe it says all endangered and threatened plant and animal populations shall be protected.
What section is that, Ms. Richards?
It is policy 5.A6.1 of the city's comprehensive growth management plan. All endangered and threatened plant and animal populations shall be protected, not shall be identified.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. DiVentura?
Pull up the Deventory exhibits. I want to look at the wrap.
Would you come directly to the microphone or have, we can probably give you a microphone if you want to sit, if it's more convenient for you, sir.
Could you pull up the exhibits? It says Deventory's exhibits. It's a PDF file. And it has some rap sheets in there. I'd like to just take a quick look at them with Ed, with Mr. Weinberg.
Do you happen to know what page it would be?
If you look, it's a tabbed index. Click on the index.
I don't have my page numbers on
There
here.
you go. Where it says wetland, where is there you go. Let's just look at wetland 7. I'm going to pick on wetland 7. It's going to be my problem child for the evening. Page down to wetland 7, if you could, please.
I'm sorry,
Could
sir.
you page to page, next one, please. Next. 6, there's, next one is 7. Perfect.
Is there a way to expand that, Mr. Paul? I don't think Mr. Matheson or I can see it.
We can expand it this way, but we won't be able to view the whole
Okay,
page.
we're just going to go from the top down.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Weinberger, would you explain the score of 1.5 for wildlife utilization?
Sure, the wetland rapid assessment procedure has a continuum of scores from 0 to 3 for each of the criteria provided. I'm not sure what they're doing. And there are a list of descriptors under each of those scores that can range from 0 to 3. And so the predominance of those descriptors fell between 1 and 2, and so a 1.5 was assigned.
Would you explain the pretreatment score of 0?
There are specific written criteria under the water quality pretreatment, which is the last of the wetland rapid assessment procedure criteria. And it specifically describes a site that does not have surface water management, I believe. I don't have the entire RAP manual in front of me.
Could you scroll down to the bottom of the page, sir? Thank you. Would you, a little bit further. There you go. Pre-treatment. It says, could you explain impacted by trash dumping and abandoned motor vehicles?
Those were all observed in or around wetland 7 during our field reconnaissance.
Did you provide that information to the city of Stuart or perhaps comprehensive or ordinance violations?
It's not my obligation to report ordinance violations.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DiVentura. Mr. Raines.
Thank you.
I'd like to call as our next witness, Dr. Christopher Teef, please. Where is it?
You spell that last name, Mr. Raines?
Yes, Teef, T-E-A-F.
Thank
Teef.
you.
Christopher Teef. Doctor. And okay, thank you. Dr. Teef, can you please state your name for the record, sir?
Christopher M. Teef, T-E-A-F, like Frank.
And have you been sworn in, sir?
I have.
And I'm going to have a slide put up, but can you give us a summary of your education and professional experience, sir?
Yes. I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Pennsylvania State University, a master's in aquatic biology from Florida State University, a PhD in toxicology from the University of Arkansas College of Medicine. I am currently the Director of Toxicology for Hazardous Substance and Waste Management Research, and I am the Director Emeritus of the Florida State University Center for Biomedical and Toxicological Research, a position that I held for approximately 40 years. I have experience in air, water, soils, sediments, and other environmental media from a variety of perspectives, primarily from a human health and toxicology perspective.
Okay. And what are your professional activities and responsibilities at Hazardous Substance and Waste Management Research?
I supervise all of the field and laboratory activities and risk assessment processes for human health.
Okay. Do you hold any relevant certifications by professional bodies?
Yes, sir. I'm board certified by the Academy of Toxicological Sciences, and I'm an active member of the Society of Toxicology, the Society for Environmental Toxicology and Chemistry, and the Society for Risk Analysis.
And have you published any professional articles in peer-reviewed journals?
Yes, sir. I've published many in probably a dozen human health-related journals.
Have you given expert testimony in courts and administrative hearings before?
I have. I've testified in state and federal court, as well as at administrative proceedings in the state of Florida and elsewhere, as well as bodies such as this.
And what were the subjects of that testimony that you provided?
Toxicology, human health risk assessment, and environmental chemistry.
And have you rendered professional opinions to courts in those subjects?
Yes, I have, many times.
Okay. Can you describe the document that I'm handing you, please?
It's a copy of my CV. Yes, sir, my resume. Yes.
It's also 44 pages long. I'd like to submit this as applicant's exhibit 4.
Any objection? Already was provided. Thank you. Admitted without objection.
Okay. What were you asked to do in this matter, Doctor?
I did a variety of things. I was first contacted in May of this year. I visited the site. I've reviewed many aerial photographs, some of which you saw this evening earlier. I've spoken with Mr. Volker, who's the City Utilities and Engineering Services Director. I've reviewed a great deal of information, much of which I have used for other purposes as well, regarding airborne particulates and air quality issues in the city of Stuart. I've reviewed information from Dr. Spicer.
Are we pronouncing that name correct, by the way? I just want to make, okay, I didn't want to, yes, okay, thank you. Dr. Spicer, okay.
I've prepared summary materials for this evening, and I am prepared to answer any questions from commission members if that's a useful exercise.
So you have reviewed the brief report. I think it's about 1.5 pages, and the conclusions of Dr. Spicer?
I have.
And what are your conclusions regarding that document, sir?
There are really three. The first is that we really don't have to speculate about particles, fine particles, ultrafine particles. There's a great deal of information in the primary scientific literature and the human health related literature about it. They can come from a variety of sources. They can come from sea salts. They can come from Saharan dust, which we see in Florida and the south part of the state, starting at about this time of the year, as well as common local traffic, airport facilities, and regional industrial facilities. It can come from any of those, and the type of particles and the chemical composition of the particles will determine the extent to which they are of concern.
Okay. And have you formed your own conclusions in this matter?
I have.
And what are those conclusions, sir?
My conclusions really are similar to restating the objections that I had to the previous comment. There are a wide variety of regulatory, permitting, and operational constraints that are placed on this process. You've heard many of them already. They have to do with air quality. They have to do with water quality and water supply. My conversations with the representatives from the city of Stuart have satisfied me, first of all, that we know that there is a particle meter that's operated by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, which is about midway between the project site and the airport. That monitor has shown no exceedances of long-term particle concentrations in the air for the previous 5 years, and there have been data there for about 10, and it looks about the same. They're between 7 and 8, maybe a little over 8 micrograms per cubic meter. That's about 60% of the air quality standard of 12 for PM 2.5. PM 2.5 is actually defined as particles less than 2.5 microns. That includes ultrafine particles. So the concern about ultrafine particles not having been considered is without merit.
Okay. Can we go back one slide, please, Steve, right there? So the development site is the dot down in the left-hand corner, is that correct?
That's correct.
Close to Canner. And then there's one almost right in the middle of the page that says FDEP Airport Monitor. Is that correct?
Air monitor.
Air Monitor,
Yes, sir.
thank you. But it's close to the airport, is it not?
It is, and it's right near the fire services facility.
Okay. Specific to air quality, can you provide any additional, or air quality, can you provide any additional information with respect to that, or?
Yeah, I mentioned that there have been no violations, either on a short-term or a long-term basis, and that the particulate concentrations in the air are indicative of good air quality in the city of Stuart, and have been.
Okay. So it's fair to say that your conclusion, you feel that Dr. Spicer's conclusions are without merit?
I do.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions for the expert on air quality, biology, any of the items that he just discussed? I have no questions from any of the interveners, nothing?
Thank you.
Mr. Raines.
Yes, I'd like to call David Baggett, please. And Mr. Baggett, can you please state your name for the record, sir?
David Baggett.
And have you been sworn in, sir?
Yes, I have.
And can you please state for the record your education and work history?
Yes, I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Florida. I graduated from the University of Central Florida with a bachelor's in environmental engineering and a master's in environmental engineering. I have 11 years of professional experience, most of which is in professional consulting for projects such as this, but also a portion of that time working for the state as an engineer and environmental specialist.
Can you identify the document that I've handed you?
This appears to be my resume.
And is it accurate and current?
It is correct and accurate.
I'd like to submit Mr. Baggett's resume as applicant's exhibit 5.
Resume has been submitted. Any objection? Hearing none, admitted without objection.
Can you, Mr. Baggett, can you please state your role in the project, sir?
I'm the civil engineer of record.
And did you prepare the engineering plans for the project that's being presented to the commission for this project?
Yes, sir, I did.
And are you familiar, sir, with the city land development codes?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with the rules and regulations of the South Florida Water Management District?
Yes, sir.
And in your professional opinion, do the proposed engineering plans you submitted for this project meet all the requirements of the City of Stuart Land Development Code and all the rules and regulations of the South Florida Water Management District?
Yes, sir.
And in your professional opinion, sir, is the water quality that will be leaving the site post-development better than the water quality that's leaving the site currently?
The system will be designed to meet or exceed all of the design criteria for water quality from the City of Stuart and the South Florida Water Management District, and provide a net improvement of average annual nutrient loads, nitrogen and phosphorus, from the site as compared to the Existing condition.
Okay. And in your professional opinion, sir, will this project create any flooding or water issues for the adjacent properties?
No, sir.
Mr. Baggett, are the comments and conclusions in your reports and your plan supported by the data and analysis consistent with the standards, guidelines, and regulatory requirements of all the various agencies required to review this project?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any questions of Mr. Baggett under the scope of what was brought before us, Mr. DiVentura? Mr. DiVentura, would you like to have the microphone brought to you, sir? Yes, sir, thank you.
It's good. If I sit too long, I won't be able to get up. Lord knows I don't want to be here, but. Mr. Weinberger said you'd be able to speak to, like, why wetland 7's being wiped out, so I'm going to ask you a question.
Mr. Garrett did.
Was it?
Mr. Garrett did that.
No, Mr. Weinberger. Oh, Garrett? You got the 11 guys over on that side. Policy 5.alpha 5.5.echo.7 reads, the developer shall ensure that site development activities do not degrade on-site or adjacent surface waters or wetlands. Wetlands shall not be used as primary sediment traps during development or for stormwater retention beyond historic regime after development. How does merging wetland 7 with the FDOT pond meet that requirement?
Are you referring to the existing condition or proposed?
The one you're designing.
When we're designing, well, we're
You're
not merging.
expanding FDOT pond to, in its expansion, you are consuming wetland 7. How does that meet the comprehensive plan policy I just read to you?
I'm not the professional to weigh in on the comprehensive plan portion.
It's plain language.
I'm the
You don't
engineer.
understand it?
One at a time, please.
It's
Let's
plain
ask a question and get a response before we start
You can't
moving.
answer it. No. Did you read the comprehensive plan policy?
Familiar with it.
Pardon me?
I'm familiar with it.
Did you read it?
Yes, sir.
And you don't know what it says?
It's not that I don't know what it says, is that when you're asking me evaluation of the comprehensive plan, we have a planner on our team and an environmental consultant that weighs in on those.
Okay, so
I stick to the design of the civil items.
Is that person here this evening?
Those people are here.
Okay. And do you have possibly a name I could ask that question to?
They've already been here. Mr. Garrett is our planner, and Mr. Ed Weinberger is our environmental consultant.
Thank you, Mr. DiVentura.
So did you design an excavation into a wetland?
We are proposing wetland impacts.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Raines, are you finished with Mr. Baggett?
Yes, thank you.
There's no question for Mr. Baggett, Ms. Richards? Thank you.
I'd like to call Ms. Susan O'Rourke at this time, please.
Mr. O'Rourke, step forward.
Good evening, Ms. O'Rourke.
Good evening.
Can you please state your name for the record?
Susan O'Rourke.
And have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
And can you please state your education and work history, please?
I'm a graduate of Vanderbilt University in 1985. I have 36 years of experience as a consultant in traffic engineering.
Can you identify the paper I'm handing you?
That is my resume.
And it's current and accurate?
Yes, it is.
And we'd like to submit that as applicant's exhibit 6 now.
Mr. Raines is submitting the resume of Mr. O'Rourke, the traffic engineer. Is there any objection? Admitted without objection.
Ms. O'Rourke, can you please state your role for the project?
I have been the traffic engineer for the project.
And did you prepare the signal warrant analysis for the Cantor CPUD?
Yes.
And the traffic analysis for the Cantor CPUD?
Yes.
And the land use plan amendment traffic analysis?
Yes.
And can you explain why we have 3 reports?
We have various rules and regulations that have to be met, each with their own set of criteria. So one was prepared for the land use plan amendment, one was prepared for the CPUD, and one was prepared for the FDOT application.
Okay. And did you work on the driveway configurations and designs for this project?
Yes, I did.
And were your traffic reports and driveway configuration designs reviewed by the Martin County engineer?
Yes, they were.
Did the Florida Department of Transportation review your traffic reports and the roadway improvement designs?
Yes, they did.
Did the FDOT approve the findings in your traffic reports and the roadway improvement designs?
Yes, they did.
Did the Department of Economic Opportunity have any comments with respect to transportation FDOT?
No,
analysis?
but Bob, I do want to go back and clarify
Okay.
on the DOT because we have approval, but we have a ongoing discussion with a neighbor. So that we don't have the final permit on that.
But all is well so far.
That's correct.
Mr. Rourke, in your professional opinion, does the project being presented to the commission tonight meet the traffic and concurrency requirements of the city of Stuart and Martin County, Florida?
Yes, it does.
And are the comments and conclusions in your report supported by the data and analysis consistent with the standards, guidelines, and regulatory requirements of the various agencies required for review of this project?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. I have no further questions for Mr. Rourke.
Ms. Richards, do you have any questions for Mr. Rourke based on the scope of examinations thus far? Mr. DiVentura? Thank you, Mr. Rourke.
Thank you.
Mr. Raines? How are we doing on time for Mr. Raines, timekeeper?
I don't know how much time he wants, but he seems to be doing okay.
Good.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so that actually concludes our presentations with respect to the witnesses. We obviously would like the opportunity and reserve the right to call any rebuttal witnesses if necessary.
And
But
we have 38 minutes of the 90-minute total they have left.
okay, so
Hold on, Mr. Raines, I'm not sure what Mr. DiVentura is doing, but you have something of the last witness, Mr. DiVentura?
And he can do that during.
During your time, sir.
yeah.
Yeah.
There won't be, I'll ask if
My
all the
clock's not
witnesses
running
would,
here, is it? Okay.
if they would remain so that nobody leaves. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, we have no further witnesses to call at this time. I believe, we provided competent, substantial evidence at the first reading on this project that at the May 24th hearing that we complied with all the requirements of the city's comprehensive plan and land development regulations. We've once again shown, I believe this evening, that through expert testimony that we meet the city's requirements and land development codes and that we have complied with the 12 conditions that were asked of us on the record and that Mr. Marino agreed to on the record at the first reading. So I think it's important, in just summing up here, that I've been doing this for 24 years and I heard a lot of concerns and I understand the concerns and I truly am sympathetic to some of the concerns that are being raised by the citizens and other folks. I've been doing this for 24 years in Martin County and I've been hearing that narrative for 24 years. It dates back to the days when those who are around remember they carried a coffin into the Martin County Chambers because Martin Downs was going to be the death of Palm City. We heard it with Publix on Hutchinson Island. There was litigation, and Ms. Sherlock remembers that one, I believe, that was going to ruin Hutchinson Island. And that was, but it was a great project. And also, I believe that, we have the Roosevelt Bridge that everybody thought was going to ruin downtown and ruin the small town feel of Stuart. So I understand those concerns. I'm a resident of Martin County, but I believe that this project will follow in line with all those others and will be a great asset to the city of Stuart in many ways. Mr. Marino, let me just say a couple things about Mr. Marino. I've never seen a developer that has gone through the hoops and all the machinations that he has to get a project approved that will work for the city of Stuart. I know I heard somebody say in one of the other hearings that, you know, what's the rush? Well, he's been at this for 3 years. He's torn up 2 or 3 different fully committed site plans and engineering plans, listening to you, the commissioners, at various meetings over those years, and right up to recently to the 12 conditions that we had agreed to tonight. He's worked with your staff, and he's listened to the staff and accommodated their requests and requirements. And he's met with the neighbors, and he's worked with the neighbors, notwithstanding the fact that he knew that no matter what he did, nothing was going to make them happy short of going away. But yet he is trying to be a good neighbor. This is a great project and a great opportunity for the city of Stuart. I'm hard pressed to come up with another project that is going to provide well-paying jobs, guaranteed. It's going to provide a great connector road and housing and a mixed use of retail. So with that, we would respectfully request that you approve ordinance 2466-201. We thank you for your time, and we'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. Does the commission have any questions for the applicant? Do we want to do that now? Yes. Does the commission have any questions for the applicant?
I have one question for Mr. Baggett. Have you tested the nutrient runoff on site currently?
No, sir.
So how do you know you'll have substantial improvement?
The methodology that you use to do the calculations for a net improvement is based on state-accepted best management practices. So filtration media, such as the Bold and Gold we intend to use, detention, retention, based on runoff characteristics, the specific size and elements of your design, how those cascade through one another, you're able to calculate the removal efficiency of the proposed system. The actual generation rates are based on your existing land use coverage and runoff. So you calculate an average annual runoff based on the existing land use, which is be our forested condition, wetlands, everything else like that, compared to the post.
Are you proposing a certain time of year to do the water testing?
Yeah,
with
I
the
believe we've
conditions
proposed it
listed?
to be biannual, dry season and wet season.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Meyer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Garrett, you showed us on screen and referenced the proposed sidewalk improvements, or I guess, yes, I would call them improvements along Canner and along the interior roadway to move the sidewalk off of no longer adjacent to the right-of-way, but buffered by a planting.
Yes, sir.
Looking through, just to clarify, we saw it presented on screen. Looking through the site plans that I saw in the resubmittal, are those reflected in those newly submitted site plans?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And you're just waiting on confirmation from FDOT with regard to whether or not that's possible?
Correct. We haven't requested it through FDOT currently. Again, based on tonight and the outcome tonight, that'll be moved forward. We are showing it consistent with what I presented to the commission tonight. So it is set off and back from the back of curb along Canner and as well as the connector road. The commission has full purview over that connector road.
If the commission conditionally approved it on that and it turned out that FDOT rejected it, they would have to come back.
That's what I'm getting at. It's represented on the plan that we have here submitted.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is on the site plan, Commissioner, what we've done is, because, you know, we agreed to do that and thought it would be a great idea, but we also, if we don't get it approved, there's a note on the site plan that we don't have to come back to put the sidewalk in. But that would be if we don't get it approved by this, because we don't want to have to come back for the sidewalk if it's not approved. But we're going to move forward. We're going to submit, that's the site plan we're submitting with hopefully subject to the approval of the FDOT, that they grant us that approval. If they do, we're moving forward. If not, then we'll have to put that portion of the sidewalk back out to where it was originally.
Thank you, Mr. Raines. And then so for staff, I guess it'd be for Mr. Reitz or for Mr. Freeman. So that note on the site plan, do we have a mechanism on our side that we would require the formal letter denying that request from FDOT? They can't just say, well, we didn't get it. There's got to be some measure of proof.
Yeah, I think, Kevin Freeman for the record, we would need to attach specific language in a condition that notated that. I would also add to that a maintenance agreement would be required between the developer and FDOT rather than that obligation being placed on the city. If the sidewalk was approved by FDOT and installed, they would normally require a maintenance agreement for that reinstalled sidewalk.
Okay. And while I've got you there, I just wanted to touch on the tree replacement credit calculations. I do appreciate the applicant revising that after me throwing a fit last time with the fill. So I'm glad that we have costs in there with the pavers, with the new innovative stormwater management, and I see that you're also including the cost of the littoral plantings for the wet detention. We do also have on the site plan, on the Lucido plan, I recall, and it was referenced on screen here, the breakdown of the DBH replacements by tree and then by shrub.
Yeah.
How much of a plan of a mitigation can take place, like percentage-wise, using trees versus shrubs?
Well, if Commission recall, staff brought a revised tree ordinance to the Commission, I think probably almost maybe a year ago, where we were intending that as much as possible should be replaced on site.
Right.
And one hole that we thought needed to be addressed was the understory planting. And the city's tree replacement program didn't take account of those mid-size materials that could be counted in terms of their inches or converted to inches if they were replaced. We used references to other codes within the state of how that calculation was carried out and applied it to the city's code. And so now applicants can replace or add more understory planting, and those can be converted to inches.
Count them towards inches.
Yes.
But they don't necessarily have to be demonstrated to be within an understory underneath a tree. We can count any old shrub.
Yes.
Towards that.
We have
the inches.
specific species, specific sizes, and they can be located anywhere on the site. But the intent was to create that more natural feel to landscaping rather than having exceptionally high trees and ground cover, getting something in between them in that.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you.
That's all for me for right now.
Mr. Commissioner McDonald.
Mr. Freeman, the environmental assessment that was completed by Mr. Weinberg's firm,
Yes.
it was reviewed by our environmental consultant, Kimberly Horn?
Yes.
And did we have any comments back regarding?
Could you speak into your microphone?
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
McDonald?
Do you want to answer that?
Me, here we go. And what kind of comments did we get back on that?
I'll just pass over to Mr. Reitz, who dealt with that.
Yes, Commissioner, that is correct. Kimberly Horns.
The environmental assessment completed by Mr. Weinberg was reviewed by Kimberly Horn, and did we receive any comments back?
Throughout the process, we did have environmental comments. And then finally, this last submittal, in between first and second reading, the consultant has stated in a letter that the applicant has met all his comments, has responded to all his comments appropriately.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask a question? This could be for Mr. Garrett or Mr. O'Rourke. Just for the issues that the public brought up, which are most self-evident, with regard to transportation and traffic along the corridor. If you could just give an overview of the potential traffic signal and the signalization and the ingress and egress on Canner Highway.
Sure. So as you know, we have 3 driveways located on Canner Highway. The first driveway to the south is a right-in, right-out only driveway, and then the next driveway is the main entrance, which will be a fully signalized
Do
intersection.
we have a picture of that, Mr. Paul? I know that they've presented it, and there are people who can't see this stuff because they don't have the whole package.
So in the renderings that Mr. Garrett presented, he was showing that that's not exactly the signal, you know, we're going to get the green poles, but it'll give you the idea of where they are. But there'll be a fully signalized intersection. We've met the warrants, and I believe that was one of the comments somebody made about me saying the level of traffic was high. That's just related to the signal warrant, that there has to be a base threshold. And so we were saying that that was met on Canner Highway. So there'll be a signal there, and that's going to connect, of course, to Willoughby, which will provide an opportunity so nobody has to go to the intersections of Indian or Monterey. That was one of the items that was raised by the DOT. That they thought that would be a great asset for the community, and so we obliged, or Mr. Marino obliged. And the final is a directional median. So there's a lot of access to spread the traffic out on Canner Highway. As you heard from Mr. Garrett, we also have a requirement to provide cross-access through the projects that are on the east side of Canner Highway, all the way down to Indian Street, so another great opportunity. And then, of course, the access on Willoughby. So that's the package that we're providing. You had also mentioned, Mr. Meyer, but just while I'm up here, we have spoken to Martin County Transit. They do want us to work with them on a station, but they didn't want to go into any details of that until we're operational, so they can work on the timing. But we have had conversations with Mr. Powell, and he also encouraged us to, that he would work with us once we're up and operational, to work with Palm Tran and St. Lucie County Transit as well.
Thank you, Ms. O'Rourke.
Thank you,
I
Commissioners.
have a question for Ms. O'Rourke. If you're installing a traffic signal, would the applicant have the choice, or would it be FDOT's choice to have the signals, crosswalks be audible?
Oh, they can be. That's up with the DOT. We can work with them on the ADA design, and and it goes to what you were saying about the sidewalk. We're working with them on any manner, as well as with the school district, which is also a condition somewhere in the document. But we have met with the school board, and some of the things that they were concerned about, we've committed to. We just need to work it out with Martin County and the DOT on the specifics, because there's all different requirements.
Are you finished, Mr. Matheson?
Yes.
It's not really a Mr. O'Rourke issue, but could be. On the main crosswalk that was shown in the video, where you're going from like the residential over across the linear area, do you have any special features, or would you consider any special features for somebody like a blind person to be able to use that linear walkway and cross over in that area? I'm just putting this out there.
Yeah, so we can definitely look at that. I mean, the crosswalks have everything with the state and the county is a criteria. There's a warrant for everything, and there's, you know, the flashing beacons, the lighted crosswalks. That's something that we can assess
Because I've seen people like just, they're blind, but they may have a family or dog or something like that where they're still, making use of the
I
park
mean,
like
we want the
area.
crosswalks to be as accessible as possible. The whole idea is to integrate it, so.
Absolutely. I think Ms. Rourke was maybe looking for the word tactile warning strips. Those are typically used at all intersections to, obviously if you're hitting with a cane or whatever, to be aware of the crossing. But as she said, there are a lot of different elements that can be employed to make those as safe as possible and as accessible as possible.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Matheson or Commissioner Bruner? Are the commissioners satisfied for now?
Madam Mayor,
Does the intervener have any
I would just encourage you to save deliberation to the end. This
Yes,
is for you
yes,
guys to have any clarification questions of witnesses.
Intervener, do you have any questions for the applicant? Intervener number 1? Intervener number 2? Not at this time. Does the petitioner wish to intervener number 2 has a question? Are you going to wait until your presentation, sir, or? Okay.
The city director, Volker? No, not development director, the city water.
Mr. Volker.
Mr. Volker? Can I call him up for a second?
Mr. Tim Volker is our,
Mr. DiVentura,
That's
if you're going to call new witnesses,
of who we are.
you would call them during your case in chief.
Yes, okay.
So this is, we're essentially concluding the applicant's case. If nobody has any questions for the applicant's witnesses, we would move on to the next intervener. Under the stipulation, the first intervener to participate would be Ms. Linda K. Richards. And then when her case is over, you're free to call whichever witnesses you select.
At this time, does the petitioner have any additional information to offer before closing their presentation, or did Mr. Raines reserve? Can he reserve?
He reserved for rebuttal pursuant to the
Reserved,
stipulation, but
okay.
his case
Thank you.
is stopped.
Thank you. Second intervener, first intervener, please present your case in chief.
First, a point of order, Mr. Mortel, are you going to swear in each of my witnesses as they appear on Zoom?
I'm happy to.
When we get to them, or you want to do it prior to?
Probably be better right as they're called.
Okay, wonderful. Before I begin my presentation, I'd like to address my standing as an intervener in this proceeding under oath and for the record. My family owns the property adjacent to the development site and has operated a nursery business on the adjacent property for decades. We received notice of the pending application as property owners within the noticed area. I work in the family business and I'm representing my family in opposing this development, which negatively impacts our property and our business, including stormwater management, potential pollution of local water resources, destruction of native plants, and eliminations of habitat for wildlife. I also own a home.
The intervener is Ms. Richards, not the nursery.
I am representing my family.
That's not what your intervener application says.
Can I continue?
Okay, can we get from staff?
The record will reflect what the application says. The objection is noted.
Thank you.
I also own a home and reside in the Cabana Point community across Canner Highway from the subject property. My ability to enjoy my home and to work and engage in recreational activities are negatively impacted by the development. The only public roadway that provides access to my home is Canner Highway. There's no other way for me to get to the grocery store, to doctor's appointments, to take my kids to school, to go to work, or gain access to any other daily errands. I must turn onto Canner Highway when I leave my neighborhood. Increased traffic on Canner Highway produced by this project will directly and negatively impact me to a greater extent than it impacts other members of the community, although there will certainly be negative impacts on others too. I've worked and engaged in recreational activities on my family's property, and to some extent, the development site all of my life. I love wildlife and plants, wetlands, trees, and natural resources, all of which are threatened and most of which will be destroyed by this project. Natural resources on my family's adjacent property will negatively impact it, especially wildlife, which will no longer have a home of foraging areas next door. I will no longer be able to appreciate these resources and to enjoy walking along the nature trails between the properties as I have in the past. I rely on state and local laws which protect my property and my family from the destruction of natural resources and impacts of overdevelopment, such as increased traffic, overburdened roadways, and safety for school children and pedestrians. I depend on the enforcement of those laws to protect and preserve the quality of life that my children, my parents, my entire family, and I have enjoyed for many years, and I'd like to enjoy for many years to come. Paul, can you go ahead and pull up my presentation, please? Oh, I don't have that. All right, as an overview, why this future land use CPUD should not be approved. We believe this project does not comply with the City of Stuart Comprehensive Plan, and I have expert testimony testifying to that. They provided an inaccurate and incomplete environmental assessment provided by the applicant, and decisions were made at both the LPA, at the city, and at the DEO based on a flawed report. This is a drastic and highly impactful change from county future land use. There's been zero attempt to preserve any native or natural features. It's a massive commercial development in a mostly residential area with almost 3,000 people living within 100 yards of the proposed development. This project jeopardizes the quantity and quality of our city's water resources. And finally, the apartment complex does not serve the needs of the city. One bedroom starting at $1,500 does not provide affordable rentals to young people, and it will not serve the Costco employees. Additionally, it will not reduce traffic because Costco is a regional store. At this time, I'd like to call my first witness, and that'll be via Zoom, and that's Dr. Patricia Tice. And Mr. Mortel, if you will swear her in, I'd appreciate it.
Will we be able to see Ms. Tice, Mr. Paul?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
She's under panelist, yeah. Oh.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you swear, can you please raise your right hand? Can you tell me where you are?
I am in Winter Garden, Florida. My name is Patricia Tice.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And for the record, can you also verify that there's no one in the room with you providing you testimony? I know that there's not, but I just want it on the record.
They're all asleep by now.
Okay.
Mr. Mortel, Ms. Richards, do you recognize Ms. Tice?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't recognize all the people in the room that swore as well, for the record.
All right, let's get started. Good evening, Dr. Tice, and I hope you are feeling better. Thank you for joining us via Zoom. And you were here. Dr. Tice, will you please state your name for the record?
My name is Dr. Patricia Tice, and I do apologize. I did hope to join you in person today, but I didn't want to share this illness with anyone else, anyone in the world if I could help it. For what it's worth, I defended my dissertation by Zoom. I don't prefer this, but it is part of life.
Thank you. And have you been sworn in?
I have.
Can you state for the record your education and your work history?
I completed my PhD at the University of Central Florida this summer in civil engineering. I have a master's degree from West Virginia University, also in civil engineering, completed in 1995, and a bachelor's from the University of Florida, also in civil engineering, in May of 1993. I've been practicing in transportation engineering, land use planning, and urban design for 25 years. For the last decade, I've been running a consultant think tank that generates innovative strategies for coordinating transportation and land use. We focus on holistically supporting healthy community growth, considering the interaction between transportation, land use, economics, history, anthropology, and the psychology of urban spaces. I've performed thousands of impact analysis at all scales, written and revised land use and transportation comprehensive plan goals, objectives, and policies. And I've been on the forefront of urban design and suburban retrofit discussions nationally. I'm also a 7th generation Floridian.
Thank you, Dr. Tice. I'd like the record to reflect that Dr. Tice's resume is included in her report that was submitted for this hearing. Dr. Tice, did you author the report titled Canner Site Proposal Evaluation and Community Feedback dated July 16th, 2021?
Yes, I did.
For the record, Dr. Tice, does the aforementioned report reflect your professional opinion on the proposed development and its conformity to the City of Stuart's comprehensive plan?
Yes, it does. However, since authoring the report, I've reconsidered my opinion regarding the value of the roadway connection through the site. Based on its position within the overall street network, it not only provides minimal value in terms of connectivity, but is also likely to cause additional problems due to the creation of offset intersections on Willoughby Boulevard.
Thank you. Dr. Tice, in your professional opinion, does the proposal meet the City of Stuart's comprehensive plan?
It's my professional opinion that this project as proposed is in complete opposition to the spirit and letter of the city's comprehensive plan goals, objectives, and policies, and is likely to become a blighted property within 15 to 20 years.
Thank you, Dr. Tice. At this time, Dr. Tice is going to present her findings. But before I do, I forgot. This is just a slide that she has. It's very difficult for everyone to read, so we have a printout for you if you wanted to follow along.
Is this newly submitted material?
Yes, ma'am. All material in that was submitted on time with the. It's just a printout of a table that takes the information from her report.
I think you need to clarify your answer. The mayor asked, is this newly submitted? And you said
No,
yes.
no, it's not newly submitted.
But I want to check
No,
on.
it's just so that you can see it at the time. Okay, can we get the PowerPoint put up there, Paul? All right, Dr. Tice, you can go, and I will switch the slides for you at recommendation.
If you would move to the next one, please. The report, of course, was lengthy, and I wanted to make sure that you had an in-hand summary of my opinion, my professional opinion on the ways that the goals, objectives, and policies of the City of Stuart are not met with this site. This really is just a rehash of the report, and so I'm not going to spend any major time on it. I will say up front, the site plan revisions that have been made that we were not privy to and were not provided to us in advance of this hearing were a drastic improvement in many ways. I don't think that obliterates the issues that remain. If you would move to the next slide. One of the biggest issues that comes up is this idea of cluster development. The parcels that are around this project have, at great expense and great care, exercised the use of cluster development patterns as referred to in policy 1A21 and is also conceptually referred to in policy 1A11. This development technique was created by Randall Arendt, and it's also called a conservation subdivision. It consists of a three-step process. The first step is to identify the conservation areas that will be preserved. This presumes that conservation areas will in fact be preserved. Then the buildings are sited in alignment with those conservation areas to optimize views of those areas, thus making the conservation areas an amenity, not a detriment to the site. And then once those buildings are laid into the site, the roads are laid in with the wetlands and the buildings in mind so that neither one of them interferes with the natural resources that are available. This policy, and of course I have the reference at the bottom of this slide. This is a policy that is firmly entrenched within your comprehensive plan in multiple places. It is referred to directly in these two policies. It is also referred to indirectly in multiple other policies. Your comprehensive plan presumes that wetlands and other environmental resources will be restored or maintained, not completely mitigated. This project does not intend to do any preservation of any of the wetlands on the site, and therefore is inconsistent with both the letter and the intent of your comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. Let me give you some examples. The crossings is immediately south of this site. This project could have yielded substantially more apartment complexes had they mitigated the wetlands, but instead they provided over, I believe it was around 25 acres of conservation land at great expense. And of course, the site was laid out in view of the conservation land first. The conservation was laid in first, the buildings subsequently, and then the roadways to serve the buildings. Montego Cove is similar, same issues. You identify the wetlands to preserve, you lay out the buildings in line with the preservation, and then you lay out the network last. Next. Next slide, please. Just so you don't assume that this can only be done for residential, the Cleveland Clinic actually followed the same pattern. And you can see in the corner is the crossings. The wetlands that were preserved are actually fairly consistent and run from the wetland in the corner and connect through into the wetland in the crossings. They were not able to preserve all of those wetlands, but they did attempt to preserve some of the natural wetlands in their original habitat. The Paradigm Prediction Building is an industrial office building. And again, the wetlands were identified and preserved first. The site was then designed from that perspective. Next. And yes, you can do this with commercial projects as well. The Publix at 76 and Salerno Road very obviously has done that as well. The commercial projects in Lake Nona and Avalon in Orlando, there aren't as many commercial projects that have followed this process in Stuart. But as you can see, when you have control over a fairly large site, as this project does, you can go out, you can preserve existing wetlands intact and preserve their connectivity as well. This is actually the town center for Avalon and includes a substantial amount of the existing wetlands preserved intact in their original locations. Same goes for the Lake Nona site. Next, please. So what's the point of doing a neighborhood mixed use? This is another one of those major characteristics of your comprehensive plan. Neighborhood mixed use is a very strong component that is very strongly advocated, and for good reason. The first foundation on neighborhood mixed use is compatibility, that it needs to fit into the landscape and culture. 4-story buildings do not fit in with the landscape. They're inconsistent with the development pattern around them. And the high density of multifamily without the clustering is inconsistent with what was required of the developments in the adjacent areas. Complementary, those land uses need to naturally interact economically and culturally. The land uses from the minor amount of retail that was added to the site do actually interact with the multifamily, but again, it's a very small component for the overall site. The Costco constitutes 55% of the net trip generation for the PM peak hour, which is the hour of concern. So over 55% of the site does not provide interaction within the site. And the purpose of having that mixed use is that the proximity of those land uses reduces driving and facilitates mode shift away from driving and into active modes. Yes, there will be some interaction between the minor amount of retail and the apartment complex, but over 55% of the site is not consistent with the ability for those land uses to interact between the residential and that commercial. There is not an economic match. The people who live in those apartments can't afford to work there. And when you think about it, if you'll move to the next slide, we'll get to that in a minute. Living in an apartment is not conducive to shopping in a Costco. Costco deals in bulk goods, and apartments don't tend to have room for bulk goods. In terms of compatibility, the surrounding land uses are rural in nature. Even the high density uses are buffered from the roadway with mature trees and wide buffers that contribute to the rural feel. The vast majority of the higher density land uses can't even be seen from the street. The scale of the big box use and the height of the multifamily use are inconsistent and incompatible with the surrounding neighborhoods. Next, please. Economic interaction. Costco sells bulk goods in bulk quantities to upper middle income families. Apartments are notoriously short on space and therefore not compatible with a bulk good reseller. Buying in bulk is not ideal for them. It's often not a good economic match either, because you're talking about apartment complex dwellers are not consistently in that upper middle class range that Costco targets. Costco is also a regional use, not a neighborhood use. The analysis I want to show you has to do with the spacing. Obviously, retailers space their development profile, their development within the landscape based on the impact area that they expect to have from the people who work in the area and live and will shop at their location. A club store average spacing, not taking into account the distance between these regional areas, is about 11 miles. So on average, they expect the people who are going to be visiting those club stores will be traveling around 4.5 miles to get there, or 5.5 miles to get there, excuse me. Grocery store spacing, on the other hand, which is a neighborhood use, are spaced at about 2 to 3 miles, 2.7 miles for Martin County, 1.9 miles for Palm Beach County. And only a tiny fraction of Costco's trips will come from the local area. Because of this geographic spacing, you can't get the majority of the Costco trips from that local area. Costco is an occasional use, not a regular use. Most people visit Costco on a weekly at most, mostly monthly basis. And therefore, those trips are going to be drawn from a much longer distance, making it not a neighborhood scale use, but a regional scale use. Next slide, please. And this is where this analysis comes into play. When you think about mixed use, you need to think about it in terms of having either a walkable or bikeable interaction between the land uses. When you place a grocery store in a mixed use development with residential, all of that area, all of the grocery store's impact area, the area that they believe they will actually use, is at least bikeable, and a good quarter of it is walkable. When you start looking at something like a Target or a Walmart, about 2% of it, or less than 2%, 1% of it is walkable. 1% of their impact area is walkable, and only about 5% is bikeable. For something like a warehouse club, 0.8% is walkable in terms of their impact area, and only about 5% are bikeable. That means that out of those Costco trips, you can expect from that 55% of the development, they can shift 1%, which is less than 0.5% of the entire trip generation for the project. This makes this a regional use, not a mixed use, and definitely not a neighborhood scale use. Next slide, please. A mixed use presupposes an economic functional match between the complements. This is not a functional match. It presupposes that people will be able to walk or bicycle home with their goods in their hands. The vast majority of Costco's impact area is outside of this project. It is an occasional use, not a regular use. It is a regional scale, and it will draw nearly all of its trips, almost 100% of its trips regionally. Therefore, the driving reduction that would be anticipated for a mixed-use project is minimal at best. The functionality, yes, there will be interaction between these small little shops and the multifamily project, but those multifamily residents will still have to travel to a grocery store. There is not enough retail in this area that's proposed in this project to mitigate the trips that will have to occur. And this is in direct conflict with Objective 1A7 and Policy 3. Next, please. Integration is defined explicitly in your comprehensive plan. It's defined as the combination of distinct uses on a single site where impacts from differing uses are mitigated through urban design techniques, and where differing uses are expected to benefit from the close and immediate proximity of complementary uses. The Costco will not benefit from the residential. There's not enough residential there to give the Costco a significant benefit. The interaction between the residential and the Costco cannot be mitigated alone through urban design. And frankly, the urban design does not provide good connectivity between the Costco and the residential anyway. The way that the site plan is laid out right now, Costco customers that live in the neighborhood will have to walk diagonally through the parking lot. Yes, there is a walkway that would give them a straight shot across the street, but there is no connection between the sidewalk and those residential properties. They'll have to walk around the retention pond to get back home, which means that nobody's going to. They're going to walk diagonally through a parking lot with no connectivity provided for them to provide them safe access. And then they're going to cross the road at an unmarked crosswalk, which is a safety hazard. This does not meet the criteria for integration. Yes, there is integration between the minuscule amount of retail and the residential project. And I have no objections to those portions of the project being a mixed use project. But the Costco does not constitute mixed use and should not be counted as a mixed use land use that allows them to have the additional density allotment or the additional residential. Next, please. Blocks within a mixed-use development shouldn't exceed an average block perimeter of more than 1,600 linear feet, and no block frontage around a single street should exceed 550 feet. Assuming that you can count what they have included as blocks, and that's debatable, they are now meeting that criteria. They were not in the past. Large expanses of the parking area discourage neighbors could scale and pedestrian friendliness. Yes, they have added some parking nodes, but the Costco parking is still a large expanse of parking. And I don't think that's not only not appropriate, I think there are ways that you could bunch those parking lots as well so that they are not a large expanse. There is no landscaping or pedestrian features or walking connections or park space that breaks those parking lots up. And there's probably overspecified parking anyway. This picture in front of you is a Black Friday picture. There are thousands of them. Parking tends to be overspecified. So figuring out exactly how much Costco parking is required should be considered before requiring the absolute maximum for this project. Next slide, please. This is a wasteful use of land. The Costco project, the Costco portion of this project is a large box use in a residential area that is regional in scale. You have two major connectivity corridors in your area. One of those corridors is a commercial corridor that includes two major roadways that has extensive commercial and retail and mixed use and all kinds of different uses along that corridor. The Canner Road corridor, on the other hand, doesn't. And it provides the primary connectivity between the Stuart downtown and the major interchange in the south portion of this picture. When you add substantial retail to this corridor that has a connectivity functionality, you will begin to degrade substantially the functionality of its ability to connect that downtown with the major regional connectivity corridors. Citing a regional retail along this connectivity oriented corridor is not only a waste of space, it is a waste of greenfield. You have all kinds of land that has already been ruined with a traditional suburban pattern. And make no mistake, this area is tagged as urban in contrast to rural, but it is suburban, not urban. The downtown area of Stuart is urban. It is small town urban. It's an outstanding example of small town urban. The rest of that commercial corridor is suburban, not urban. And a suburban land use belongs on that suburban corridor, not the rural corridor that Canner provides that allows for high-speed interconnection between the urban downtown and the regional roadway network. Those rural characters, the rural character of those corridors has been painstakingly maintained through cluster development that this project just refuses to even contemplate. This is also a planned blight. Commercial projects of this nature, particularly big box suburban scale developments, have a functional obsolescence. Their lease agreements typically run 3 to 5 years and have to be renewed at the end of each of those 5-year agreements. And those renewals are at the discretion of the leaseholder. When a Costco as a large scale unit fails, it is much, much more difficult to gather the same sort of value that the original lease maintained. And therefore, the tax revenue that will be coming in from this project at the end of its functional life, which could be 20 years, could be 30 years. With the current economic conditions, I'm not thinking it's 30 years. It's probably going to be much less than that because big box retail is currently failing at unprecedented rates. Neighborhood scale retail is succeeding during the pandemic and has come into its own over the last few years because it's flexible, because you've got the ability to actually trade out if a single business fails. It doesn't hamper the overall character of the whole area. One business can fail and the remainder of the areas don't need to fail because they can take up the slack. When a single large box fails, there is no flexibility, and then replacing that use with another use is drastically more expensive and difficult. This project could easily, if your regulations were written appropriately, could easily take over any of the abandoned properties, but obviously has made a financial decision that it is less expensive to build on a greenfield site than to take over an existing site that would be far more beneficial to it in terms of retail accessibility, in terms of retail visibility, and in terms of roadway connectivity. There is something within your comprehensive plan and within your regulations that is making it more financially expedient for them to waste a greenfield than to use an existing site. And it is your responsibility over the next few years to figure out what that problem is. But in the meantime, retail, particularly big box retail, has shown itself to be spectacularly unsuccessful over the last 10 years and has been failing at unprecedented rates. To expect this project to succeed for any more than 20 years is unrealistic, because even Costco themselves are pushing towards online ordering, online order fulfillment. And if you'll move to the next slide, I believe it's on the next slide. They have been moving towards showcasing, which means that the amount of land, the amount of building that they have just proposed to build, probably 70 to 80% of that building will no longer be useful to them within 5 to 7 years, because their building will move not to warehousing, but to showcasing. And so the only time that people will actually come to the site is to come and try on something or to explore something, which means that that site will not be appropriate within 10 to 20 years. The apartment building, in terms of the architectural or streetscape, this is absolute, the Costco building itself is absolutely in complete opposition to policy 1B310. It has nothing to do with the architectural heritage of Stuart. There is no visual interest from the perspective of the pedestrian. It is a large massing with a monolithic appearance and completely unadorned walls that provide no interest to the pedestrian. Its detail and scale are out of scale in terms of pedestrian development. And there is nothing about that building that suggests that it is multiple buildings. It is a monolithic project. The apartment building fails on this standard as well, but not to the same degree. Although there is a rudimentary attempt at variation, the massing of each of those buildings is still monolithic, and connectivity in and through the building is not at a pedestrian scale. If you look at this one building, the connection to the interior courtyard and the connection through the building only happens at one location. There is only one doorway for this entire building, and therefore the connectivity through this building is no better, and in fact much worse, than a typical street block. Definitely monolithic in scale. Next slide, please. Big box stores tend to fail on a 10 to 20 year, or on a 10 to 30 year scale. And once they fail, they tend to litigate with the city to reduce their accessible property value because the building is no longer occupied or occupiable. That means that you get tax revenue for the first 10 to 20 years commensurate with what you've approved now. But for the next 60 years after that, until that project is redeveloped, you will get a significantly lower amount of revenue. Many communities are fighting back, but it has not been easy and not frequently successful. These projects are inflexible. They either fail or they don't, and they're not easily retrofitted into a comparably valued use. Not only that, these large box retailers are in the process of shifting to showrooming, and large retail storefronts do not succeed in the way that they did 10 years ago. So what happens when they only need 20% of the space that they built? Does this now become a distribution center with large trucks or high volumes of delivery trucks coming in and out of this ultimate warehouse? This is not a complementary use. Next slide, please. It's also not a good value for the city. This map shows a GIS analysis of value per acre. This is based on your own property appraiser's data. This is literally a GIS map created from the property appraiser database. And you can see the, if you look over in the right side of the project, right side of this picture, you can see the Walmart has a fairly low height. The height of each of these buildings is the value per acre. So you look at the airport, it is probably the most valuable site, but it consumes the largest amount of land as well, which means that the utilities it requires, the services it requires from the community are also the highest level of services. So the value that the city gets in return for their investment is quite low. The value for the Walmart similarly is also quite low. The value for the hospital, as you can see, is quite high. It's a very intense office use. It uses up the majority of the site, and it gives a strong value. You look at the properties on Woodbury, and you can see that those properties also provide a fairly strong value per acre. The properties in downtown provide the best value per acre. And these properties are small, flexible, and interchangeable so that each of these properties can rapidly change with market changes. You look at this one tall thing, or these tall numbers in the downtown area, that's $9 million of value per acre. These are large quantities. And ultimately, when you aggregate these together, the city's getting a lot of value for that land use investment without having to spend a lot in terms of utilities or roadways or other services. This is not that kind of project. Next, please. Costco is a lovely temporary use, but an empty Costco is a community liability. And I believe it will not be very long before Costco is either empty or converted to warehouse space, which then becomes a distribution center and is completely inconsistent with what you intend for this project to be. There are lots of other shuttered locations that have already been ruined by this land use type and could be used, including a retail scale use in this neighborhood activity center defeats the city's purpose for encouraging mixed use, and any bonuses that have come from including this Costco in this project should not be given. And collecting the entirety of the residential in these cluster of buildings doesn't help. The pattern of clustered development that the city has required of other projects is completely being bypassed for this project, and I don't believe it complies with the comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Dr. Tice. I would like to make sure to offer into record as evidence the report that Dr. Tice authored and that was submitted to the city as per the regulation. So that's it for Dr. Tice.
You have any questions for Dr. Tice, Mr. Raines?
Is this your phone? Good evening, Dr. Tice. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, can you put Dr. Tice back up on the screen also, please? I hope you feel better.
I really hope so too. This is driving me nuts.
What's that?
I hope so too. This is driving me nuts.
I'm sure. I got to be honest with you, I didn't recognize a lot of the stuff that you presented tonight with respect to your report. For instance, in your report, you state that the roadways and properties around the Cantor site have an open field typical of rural Florida. Further on, you talk about maintaining the area's rural character. and I'm quoting, "The proposed plan is incompatible with the rural nature of the area. The proposed development is not complementary to the rural residential character of the area." Is it fair, are you suggesting that this is a rural area? Because that certainly is what it sounds like throughout the report.
I'm suggesting that the city has gone to great lengths to maintain the visual impression of a rural area within their city boundaries. I think they have gone above and beyond, and I believe that the residents that live in that area have encouraged the city to do so in order to maintain the character that they bought into originally.
When you, but is this an urban area?
In terms of in terms of census regulations, this would be considered not a rural area. It is part of the urban service area. However, it is a suburban character that carries the visual impression of a rural area.
So let me ask you this.
Definitions in terms of the Census Department are very different than definitions in terms of land use compatibility. There are vast areas that are considered urban that are completely undeveloped and are completely vacant at this point because it's included within the urban service area. That does not mean it is urban.
So the fact that one of the reports that was submitted talks about by Mr. Harding, which I understand is not here tonight, but he states that you're looking at 6,452 address units within 1 mile of this project, which constitutes 12,677 persons. Is that a rural area or an urban area?
Like I said, the community has been very aggressive in buffering all of that. To be honest, I was surprised when the client approached me about this project.
No, listen, I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you off. I just asked you a question that was yes or no. And I'm not trying to be short because, I'm not because I'm on a time frame too. So I'm not going to let you make your presentation again. So, and I'm not trying, and I honestly am not trying to be disrespectful. I hope you understand. So.
I understand.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Have you visited the site in person?
I have not, but I have gone through the Google Earth on every single street in the entire region.
But you have not been on the ground on site?
I have not. I had planned to do that this weekend.
But
and
you have
I have not. I
and
was not able to do that.
Your report was going to be done, it was turned in on July the 28th. So at that point in time, you had not been on site in the city.
This is not, because we have the availability of Google Earth and real-time footage.
I don't need to, I understand Google Earth. I'm asking you again.
No, I have not been
On
on
the
site.
28th, when the report was issued, had you been on site?
No, I have not.
And when was the last time you made a visit to City of Stuart?
Been through Stuart probably in the last year or so.
Okay.
Just driving through to South Florida.
And are you familiar with the crossings project you showed, correct, as an example? Do you realize that that property was actually developed under the county regulations, Martin County regulations? Yes or no?
Yeah, no, but it is actually in the city's jurisdiction at the moment, is it not?
It is, but it was developed under the county regulations. Do you know what the Martin County's regulations are with respect to policies?
And I did actually refer to that in my report, that the annexation into the city was in fact explicitly to avoid Martin County's regulations.
Okay. And can you tell me what the land use I think you had a slide up that said something about, can we go back to it? It had the rural land use, surrounding rural land uses. And it was back, it was probably midway through the report.
It's the series of streetscapes.
I think it was.
Back up, keep going.
Keep going.
Here.
Nope, keep going.
Yeah, that's the one.
Surrounding land uses are rural in nature. When you're talking about the land uses, can you tell me what the land use designations are for the surrounding properties?
The property immediately to the north is agricultural.
No, that's not correct. Land
Use is agricultural.
Land use designation. You know the land use designate? Can you put it
No, I
back
don't.
up, please, on the screen? Can you tell me what the land use designation for the properties are surrounding the north, east, south, and west?
I assume that to the south, the land use designation is residential. I assume to the west, that also would be residential. I assume to the east, since it's a theme park, that is obviously not residential or retail. The hospital.
You're assuming you don't know the answers to those questions.
No, I do not.
So you don't know that some of them are institutional and some of them are commercial waterfront and some of them are multifamily. Is that correct?
I would assume that the hospital is institutional.
Yes.
Based on what? Is providing testimony.
No, I'm not providing testimony. I'm asking her questions.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm asking her questions.
One at a time, please.
And I am suggesting that the land use designation is irrelevant in terms of the compatibility, the visual compatibility that neighborhood expects to have.
Ms. Tice, are you I didn't see on your resume, are you an economist? Do you have an education background in economist?
All transportation engineers have to be.
But you don't have any degrees as an economist?
I don't have a degree in economy.
And with respect.
But as a land use planner,
retail
and I do have an AICP, as a land use planner, I am required to look at economics just like I am for transportation engineering.
When you say that the project as proposed will be obsolete nearly as quickly as it's constructed and therefore likely be abandoned even more quickly than the typical 20-year lifespan that has been common for big box stores, this is in essence a temporary land use with long-term environmental and social consequences. This makes the purported jobs to be created equally temporary.
Yes.
Do you have any data and analysis in your report to support that document, that statement?
There's none in the report, but there is data analysis in the presentation. And I will remind you that we did not have access to the new site plan because it was not posted on the city's website, regardless whether or not you provided it. And therefore, the presentation of new material obviously is nothing new.
She's taking up my time pontificating and making her presentation again, or trying to. It's speculation on your part, is it not, that Costco will be obsolete in 15 years? Is that your opinion, and is that speculation? You're under oath.
It is not speculation, it is my professional opinion.
Okay. But you have no data or analysis to support that?
I do have data analysis to support that.
Have you ever done any projects or work in the city of Stuart?
I've done modeling in Martin County.
Anything in the city of
Travel
Stuart?
demand modeling in the city of Stuart.
How many times?
One.
Okay.
I practice all over the state.
Okay, but nothing in the city of Stuart, just the one.
Just the one.
And you haven't visited here in a year or so, and you did a report without visiting the site. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Miss, do you have any further questions, Miss? Unless Mr. Mr. DiVentura, do you have any questions for this witness, or you want to continue with this witness, Miss Richards?
No, ma'am, I'm done.
Do you have any questions for this witness, Mr. DiVentura? No question. Are you resting this witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you done with this, your questions, Mr.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to call my second witness, and that's Greg Braun, and he is on Zoom. Mike, Mr. Martell, will you please swear him in? And Paul, if you can pull him up. And if you can get my PowerPoint back up too, I would appreciate it.
I can bring the PowerPoint back up once he's been sworn in, since I can't show video
Okay, thank
at the
you.
same time.
Hi there, Mr. Braun. Mr. Martell is going to swear you in.
Great, thank you. I can hear you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Can you tell us where you are?
Yes, I'm in the a suburb of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I'm in a single-family home in an office by myself.
And can you raise your right hand, please? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Braun, will you please state your name for the record?
Yes, David Gregory Braun. And before you get into too many questions, Linda Kay, I'd just like to say thank you to the City of Stuart for allowing me to present here via Zoom. I am indeed out of town, over 700 miles away, taking care of some family business. And despite Mr. Raines' comments from before, indeed, I was on vacation back a month or so ago. So thank you for letting me provide testimony this way.
Thank you, Mr. Braun. Have you been sworn in?
I have.
Can you state for the record your education and your work history?
Yes, indeed. I'm a professional ecologist. I have a degree in the biological sciences from Florida Institute of Technology. I have been engaged in ecological consulting for over 40 years. I'm a member of the National Association of Environmental Professionals, the Florida Association of Environmental Professionals, the Treasure Coast chapter of the Association for Environmental Professionals, and was a former board member of that organization.
Sorry, I had to go get the little changer working for me. Have the record reflect that Mr. Braun's credentials are included in his report submitted for this hearing, as well as his resume submitted to the city on August 2nd. Also, I'd like to, for the record, the report entered in as evidence that was submitted to the city on July 28th.
In the record, any objections to it being admitted to this hearing now? Hearing none, please continue.
I will add to that, Linda Kay, I have been accepted as an expert witness in a number of cases at the circuit court and in quasi-judicial hearings, and have conducted hundreds of environmental assessments, not only in Martin County, some within the city of Stuart, other areas in peninsular Florida, and in the Bahamas and the Caribbean.
Thank you. Mr. Braun, did you author the report titled Application Review Proposed Costco CPUD, Stuart, Florida, dated July 27th, 2021, and does it reflect your professional opinion?
Yes, I did author that, and it does reflect my professional opinion.
What did you do to prepare your report?
The first task that I did was to indeed conduct a very short site visit to determine if there was the likelihood of the presence of threatened and endangered species on the property. I also did a literature search of some of the publicly accessible databases as is required by the city's comprehensive plan.
Mr. Braun, did you review EW Consultants' environmental assessment report prepared for M&M Realty Partners dated March 2021?
I did.
You believe his report adequately addressed threatened and protected plant and animal species?
No, I do not.
Mr. Braun, on the screen is photo 1 from your report. Can you tell me what the subject of the photograph is and where it was taken?
Yes, that is the little blue heron, and that is one of the state-listed threatened species, and that is one that was actually identified in the environmental assessment report by Mr. Weinberg.
As a threatened species, based on your knowledge of the property, would you expect property to be a habitat for the little blue heron, and if so, why?
Oh, absolutely. The shallow open water wetlands with herbaceous hydrophilic vegetation around the perimeter is exactly what not only little blue herons, but tricolored herons and wood storks and other wading birds need to forage and survive.
Mr. Braun, on the screen is photo number 2 from your report. Can you tell me what the subject of the photograph is and where it was taken?
Yeah, that's a tricolored heron, also listed as a threatened species. This is one that was not mentioned in the Ed Weinberg report. And as you can see here, it is foraging in that shoreline wetland vegetation that surrounds the open water area of that particular water body.
As a threatened species, based on your knowledge of the property, would you expect the property to be a habitat for the tricolored heron?
Indeed, as you can see, this one is foraging. The presence of foraging wading birds indicates that there's enough of a food web underneath it, the fish and the other aquatic organisms to provide foraging habitat for not only tricolored herons, but also other protected species of birds.
Mr. Braun, on the screen now is photos number 3, 4, 5, and 6 from your report. Where were these photos taken?
These were all taken by me at the subject property back several months ago.
Can you describe these photos briefly?
Yes, each one of these is a plant, is of a plant species that is protected by the state of Florida and is designated as either an endangered species or a threatened species. And I saw populations of each of these. This isn't the only one, but populations of each one of these species on the subject property. And none of these species were identified in the environmental assessment report by Mr. Weinberg.
Mr. Braun, does the City of Stuart's comprehensive plan address threatened plant and animal species?
Absolutely, it does. And as you can see from this slide, Policy 5A61 specifically states that all endangered and threatened plants and animal populations shall be protected. And of special concern are all the species listed as endangered, threatened, of special concern, or rare by the federal government, the state of Florida, and this is the crux of the issue that we're talking about. The plant regulations by the state of Florida are administered by the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, and they have a specific regulation that identifies in the Florida Administrative Code those species that are designated as threatened and or endangered.
Would this project harm endangered and threatened species?
Yes, unquestionably it will, because I've documented the presence of these threatened and endangered plants on the property. And there has been no proposal by the applicant to preserve them in situ or to relocate them, salvage them, or anything else. So absent that sort of a proposal, unquestionably, the populations of those protected species will be lost, which will be in contradiction to this element of the comp plan.
Does the report submitted by the applicant address these threatened plants and animal species?
It does not. There is no mention in the environmental assessment report of the presence of these species. So the difficulty that I have with the environmental assessment report is nothing against the city of Stuart. It appears to me that they have gone through the correct process. The situation, though, is that because the environmental assessment report did not include the identification of populations of these species, the city planners, the LPZ, and the city commissioners were not advised of the presence of these species, and therefore that essentially filling the area in and creating this project would cause the loss of those, which would be in contradiction to the city's comp plan.
Thank you. Mr. Braun, through your evaluation, are there native vegetative communities on the proposed site?
Yes, there are.
Does the City of Stuart Comprehensive Plan discuss protection of native vegetative communities?
Yes, and as you see here, this policy 5A5.8 talks about that, and specifically that the city shall protect native vegetation communities by requiring that existing native vegetation constituting up to 25% of a development site shall be preserved. So regardless of whether that 25% is made up of the small strips of buffer around the edge, the reality of it is that this element of the comp plan says that those native communities on the property, 25% of those needs to be preserved.
Mr. Braun, oh, I got something up on the top there. Would you agree on this slide on the areas that are defined in EW's report labeled number 411 Pine Flatwoods and number 436 Upland Scrub Pine Hardwoods are areas with native vegetative communities?
It would appear to me that this is an accurate statement. I have not spent enough time on the property to verify the property or the vegetative community boundaries, but they look based on aerial photograph and Google Earth images to be correct. And Mr. Weinberg's report does identify them as 7.8 acres of pine flatwoods being predominantly native, and indeed the upland scrub and pine hardwood also being predominantly native. That's consistent with my observations on the property.
Thank you, Mr. Braun. I just want to repeat for the commissioners that EW's report said the vegetative composition of this land cover type is predominantly native, and the sub canopy is generally dense and dominated by native species. As stated in EW's report, the combined areas of number 411 and 436, according to the city's comprehensive plan, should these areas be preserved?
Minimum of 25% of those should be preserved. That's correct. And this graphic shows the locations of those two habitats, number 436 and the pine flatwoods number 411. And you see nothing in those areas is being preserved in natural habitat, which is the essence of why I believe this element of the comp plan is not consistent with, or this element of what's proposed is not consistent with the comp plan.
So according to the comprehensive plan, these 10.9 acres shall be preserved.
A minimum of 25% of them, yes.
Mr. Braun, are there wetlands on the proposed property?
Yes, there are.
Okay. Does the City of Stuart's comprehensive plan have policies regarding wetlands?
It does indeed. Wetlands are to be protected. And as you see, this quotation from the comp plan indeed articulates that they shall be protected and conserved by restricting direct and indirect development impacts according to those other policies.
Ms. Richards?
Yes.
I apologize. You're at 54 minutes and that computer is going to reboot at 10 o'clock, which means your client or witness is going to.
Okay, let's go quickly here. How much time do I have?
30 seconds. Yeah,
Like 30 seconds?
we can resume.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if we get kicked off, we're going to have to come back?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This project proposes to destroy all wetlands on site and through the purchase of credits at the mitigation site in St. Lucie County. The environmental assessment report suggests that because
Please stand by. We are currently in recess for technical difficulties. We will be back soon.
Test 1, 2.
Yes,
Test 1, 2.
I can hear you.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Did you just hear me over there? Did you hear it?
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Stand by, sir. We'll be with you in 1 minute.
Yep, that's fine. This is Greg Brunn. I can hear you, but I can't see anything on the screen.
Mr. Brahm, can you activate your camera, please? Thank you. Is that camera on? I still can't see you.
Yeah, this is Greg Brown. My camera is on and I can hear you and I'm unmuted.
But you're logged in as you, right? Yeah, no, I'm logged in as the city.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
I can hear you. Yes, I'm here, and what they'll be able to hear my responses. I agree that the city has the authority to make that determination, but I disagree that the quality of all of the wetlands is so low that that should be done in this particular instance. Right, yes, I can see that slide. And yes, this appears to show a great blue heron with a fish. And that is further evidence of the biological productivity of this particular area. Right, this is also a photo that was taken at the site. It shows an adult male wood duck and a female wood duck. The photo was evidently taken during the nesting season for this species. And so I think this further contributes to the evidence that this is a biologically productive habitat. I know of no other areas within the city of Stuart where wood ducks are nesting. And so that's a valuable species for residents within the city to understand that they nest right on this site. Yes, shallow open water wetlands are indeed very valuable for wood storks. For those of you who don't know about that species, they forage in shallow isolated wetlands. And so the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has designated what they call a core foraging area. And for South Florida, where we're at, the distance is 18.6 miles from a known wood stork nesting colony, where the wetlands, the isolated wetlands within those areas are of higher value because of the dependence on that species for foraging to bring back prey for the young. And so the environmental assessment report that I read, compiled by EW Consultants, did not discuss anything about wood storks. It did not talk about the core foraging area, nor did it disclose that there are 2 wood stork colonies within this 18.6 core foraging distance from this particular site. Yes, I have read it. Well, portions of his memo I do agree with. He accurately identifies the federal and state regulations. What he doesn't disclose, though, is that regardless of what the state and the federal level designations are, the city of Stuart's comp plan specifically calls out that those threatened and endangered vegetation species that are designated by the state of Florida shall be protected. I'm afraid you were breaking up there. Please repeat that. Yes, they certainly are. So the comp plan, as the city, the commissioners and the planners know, there's this overarching comp plan, and then the way that is implemented is through the land development code. And so you see quoted here the portion of the code that specifically talks about what we're talking about here. And I'll direct your attention to the fourth line from the bottom there that specifically calls out the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services list of state designated plant species, and that it's to be reviewed prior to conducting the site visit. So as part of what's included in my report is the literature search that I did to query the database of the Florida Natural Areas Inventory. That state organization acts as sort of the clearinghouse to provide information about those threatened and endangered species that are apt to be at a specific location. And so I queried their database, and it indeed showed that several of the species that I found were known to be within the general vicinity of this particular project. I further was aware of them because I know these state listed plants are also present on the county's Kiplinger property, which is a mile or less than a mile away, and on the Bridgeview property, which is almost right across the street from this property. So I saw no evidence in the EW consultant's report that they had complied with this requirement that the species be reviewed prior to conducting the site visit, or else during their several years worth of site visits, as Mr. Weinberg previously described, it would have seemed logical that they would have verified the presence of those species. Right, so this is the same sort of thing saying that for compliance with the comp plan, these are the land development code standards for the city of Stuart, and that these threatened and endangered species need to be considered. So again, I saw nothing in the EW consultant's report that identified the wood stork or the tricolored heron or these other species. That's correct. Not these elements of the comp plan nor the code. Yes, because those wetlands and threatened and endangered species are not being protected. And I did hear from the previous testimony that the county or the city did rely on Kimley Horn to review the assessment report, and that they essentially saw no deficiencies in it. And my only explanation for that could be that this information about threatened and endangered plants is a very specific niche, and perhaps the Kimley Horn reviewer was not up on that level of detail as well. Good evening, doing fine. Thank you for persevering here. Several months ago, back in June. I was asked by Ms. Richards to do a short site visit to determine if there was the likely presence of any of these threatened and endangered species. So she escorted me on a quick tour through the property. We're probably on the site for between an hour and an hour and a half. That's correct. That was in his report, but there was no specific call out for wood storks, a threatened species, nor tricolored herons. That's correct. That's correct. Occasionally they will. It would mean that they do provide the prey base for those foraging animals. They may. Yes, I can hear you. And yes, that would mean that some of those retention ponds do provide the forage base for those wading birds. They do? Well, I'd say that varies. Many retention ponds have a very steep slope and little or no littoral vegetation, which is why both the city and the county and DOT and a variety of other entities have now moved to a more biologically productive habitat of requiring plantings in that littoral zone. I have seen the site plan that does show some ponds, yes. I don't know, I don't know the exact acreages, no. It is possible, but I would say it's unlikely. We know that when those kinds of ponds are integrated into a surface water management system, they do not demonstrate the same sort of natural dry season drawdown as isolated natural wetlands. So in general, they are less productive than a natural wetland of the same acreage. Is it possible? I suppose it is possible that they could provide some habitat, but I would doubt that it would be as productive as a naturally occurring wetland. I did not. Correct. Yes, they nest in or around wetland areas. Different species do. One of the photos there in my report is of a night heron, and those are non-colonial nesters, or well, they don't necessarily nest in colonies. No, in an hour and a half, we did not spend enough time looking in all of the wetlands that I could say whether or not there would be nesting. Absolutely, I did not do a thorough review. I did enough of an investigation to confirm the presence of threatened and endangered species that were not specifically identified in the EW consultant's report. Yes, it does. And I did that in compliance with the city's code that's the sort of literature search that is to be done prior to a site assessment. And I saw no evidence in the EW consultant's environmental assessment report they had done any sort of an inquiry like that. I don't recall. I don't recall. I did not observe any nesting of those species. That would be an accurate statement. Yes, I'll need to see a diagram that shows which one wetland number 7 is. I can see the policy on the screen, and I was not aware that part of the natural wetland is going to be integrated into the surface water management system associated with the Florida DOT project. But if indeed that's the case, then I would say that indeed there is a likelihood that the ecology of that natural wetland would be degraded by receiving runoff. Well, it sounds like that would not be consistent with this policy A55E7. I'm aware that a South Florida Water Management District permit was issued for the site. I did a cursory review of it, and it did not appear that the permit that I was reviewing included all of the wetlands on the site. I believe that that permit did include that particular wetland. Mr. Raines, this goes back to the exact same parallel of my discussion and description of the FDAX requirements, solely because that permit was issued by the South Florida Water Management District does not necessarily mean that it is in compliance with this element of the comp plan, which says that the activities shall not degrade on-site or adjacent wetlands. It might be good enough for the district, but it's not the standard that the city of Stuart has adopted. They have the authority to determine if wetlands can be mitigated. And in my opinion, mitigating for these wetlands by buying mitigation banks in St. Lucie County is not an appropriate activity for the residents of the city of Stuart. If it was within the city of Stuart and the mitigation would provide those same benefits so that the city residents would be able to enjoy seeing tricolored herons and little blue herons and wood ducks and those sorts of species, then perhaps there may be some benefit. But mitigating miles away in the Bluefield area does virtually nothing for the city of Stuart. I'm aware that it is in northwestern part of, as far as I knew, the mitigation bank is completely in St. Lucie County, but if part of it is in Martin County, it's way up there in the northwestern portion where it will do no benefit to the residents of the city of Stuart as far as preventing saltwater intrusion or percolating into recharging the natural surficial aquifer.
So search Unicode for that title.
What was the object of your question, Mr.
It's just that the wellhead protection zones are environmentally sensitive, and I believe this is something that the staff may have missed in their review of the project. Because I have their staff report this, no discussion of environmentally sensitive zones, which include the wellhead protection. And usually you want to take a gander at that.
It's policy F1.4.
So it just shows intent to attention to detail or lack of attention to detail to the comp plan and what environment sensitive plans are.
Any more questions or presentations on your case in chief, Mr. DiVentura? This is your time, your 60 minutes.
Ask the other parties.
Do you have any questions? Do you have any questions of Mr. Volker, Mr. Raines, or Ms. Richards? Do you have any questions of Mr. Volker? Based on the question that was posed to him by Mr. DiVentura. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. No questions. I hear that we're trying to deal with technical difficulties at this time. So, Mr. Raines, have you presented your case in chief and completed?
I believe we're
Yes.
still on Mr. DiVentura. He just called his first.
I think he's finished. He said he was finished.
Then he should give his summary, be finished, and then it will be rebuttal.
He said he's finished. Okay.
Are you finished?
You have your chance to do your 60 minutes. If you're done, you're,
Oh,
you have that coming up next after everybody has done.
Actually, he has the opportunity to express himself
Okay.
before we do the public comment and summary, if he chooses to do so. He has time left for.
Yes, Mr. DiVentura, you have time left.
Thank you. I'd like to take it. Commissioners, one of the reasons I'm not prepared this evening was I thought that people knew the comp plan better than they do. That's why I did bring all these exhibits, and I figured if I reference a policy, we should know what it does. The comp plan is pretty simple. I think I counted it. The section on wetlands, there's only 13 policies in there. Of the questions I asked, I don't recall getting a straight answer to any of the questions. Okay. I didn't get an answer if there's a requirement in the comp plan to submit a formal determination. There's a requirement in the comp plan that they submit a site plan that shows the wetlands impacted by the site development, integrated plan that shows how the features of the design are affecting the wetlands, and that would afford the staff and you the ability to say, oh, you're impacting a wetland for a parking lot. Move the parking lot. Go vertical on your parking lot. Shrink your footprint to avoid the wetlands. So we, as a city, weren't given that ability to review that kind of stuff because the client refused to submit it. And like I say, when you got a policy that says no new development in wetlands, and you got a policy that says we provide additional and supplemental protective conservation and protection, and we wind up with 100% of the wetlands being impacted, something's wrong. And if you read your ordinance, okay, the ordinance says the commission has reviewed and decided. So I don't know what you reviewed or what you're making your decision based on. And it also says that the wetlands are being mitigated per the land development code, which I demonstrated earlier. The land development code is different than the comprehensive plan. Land development code says only two parties are involved in the decision. The applicant has to propose it, and South Florida Water Management has to approve it. City of Stuart, you just lost your ability to control development and land use inside of your boundaries, which is not the purpose of the comprehensive plan. So don't rely upon that mitigation per the land development code. You've got to go to the comprehensive plan and follow it. Otherwise, mitigation is not permission to develop in wetlands. It's a policy states it offsets the adverse environmental impacts. It's like saying, I have a fire department that can put out fires and offset the adverse effects of the fire. But that doesn't permit me to start fires. And that's what, just because a wetland is mitigated doesn't mean they were allowed to mitigate it. They have to be permitted first to cause the impact. And the other thing interesting about mitigation is the city of Stuart prefers mitigation in the city of Stuart. Well, why not avoid it in the first place so you don't have to mitigate it? And it doesn't go anywhere else. It stays here in its natural form. Right? I mean, that's the Homer Simpson go. I mean, if you want to, if your preference is to have mitigation in there, avoid the situation that causes you to have mitigation. So other than that, all I can do is hope that y'all look at what you saw this evening. Granted, I'm not the most elegant person, but I didn't get any straight answers. I asked the question twice about that wetland 7. One person on the applicant's team said, Joe said, has Bill. Bill says you're supposed to go talk to Joe. I didn't get an answer. So, and if they can't be specific, it's probably because they don't want to perjure themselves. Otherwise, they can say, here's the chapter and verse that I'm meeting. There's nothing wrong with that. It should be that simple. I meet this policy, and here's how I meet it. I didn't see that this evening. And I shouldn't have to prove they don't meet it. They have to prove that they do.
Thank you, Mr. DiVentura. So we've thank you. We've had the applicant have made their case in chief. The intervener number 1 has made their case. Interveners number 2 has made their case. It's up to the commission to now ask intervener number 2, who is Mr. DiVentura. Do you have any questions for the intervener? Mr.
Right now, if the commission can ask Mr. DiVentura questions,
Mr.
right? But the
DiVentura.
commission can ask any of them questions because it doesn't count toward their time.
Okay.
Well, and we didn't have a chance to ask questions of any of Ms. K. Richards' witnesses either.
No.
But you can't now because they were on Zoom.
Yeah, there you go.
And Mr. Braun's no longer with us?
Yeah, due to audio technical difficulties, we don't have a way for them to be able to hear us while we also hear them.
Well, we should probably move on until we get that fixed. I mean, if there's questions, we can put them on the record to preserve them, but I don't know.
Well, yeah, it would have been great to have a question and answer because I'm trying to get a sense for definitions and our ideas around what constitutes natural versus man-made. Mr. Braun referenced the Fish and Wildlife Service, of the Federal Fish and Wildlife Service, which in my research over the last while also maintains a national wetlands inventory map. And on that map, there are delineated wetlands on property that are coded as coded with an X, meaning that they are due to man-made excavation activities, urban land disturbing activities. And so I wanted to ask his opinion about those and whether or not those could be, where the clock begins on when something is natural versus man-made, because based on the FWS National Wetlands Inventory Mapping Service, the wetlands on this property appear to be due to the development impacts of that land and the neighboring parcels over the last how many years? I don't know. They're coded by our federal government as having been due to excavation. There's also, I wanted to ask him about riparian and estuarine and marine wetlands, which to Dr. The first presenter with the intervener, that all of the neighboring development was shown to have cluster development protecting wetlands and natural resources. And yet on the west side of Canner, there are multiple residential developments which have are extended all the way to the, basically to the edge of the river, of the estuary, and neighboring undeveloped parcels that still happen to be green have quite substantial delineated, coded estuarine and marine wetlands that are shown to be blown through what I can only assume were blown through on these developments, both Riverland and Cabana Point. So I wanted to ask a little bit about what value those wetlands had before they were filled for residential development. But since we can't do question and answer, I just wanted to
Go on the record.
Okay.
Were you able to hear Commissioner Meyer's questions?
Acknowledge to what the government has done.
You could start a public comment while they're working on this, so that they were recovering, pick it back up.
Okay, I can still see him, but now I can't hear him. Okay. Yes, I can. Yeah. Yes, I am. I have not seen the National Wetland Inventory map for this particular site. And that's the kind of thing that I would have expected would have been in the environmental assessment report so that the city could have made use of it in their assessment. Thank you for that question, Commissioner Meyer. I would need to see on the screen if you could show that which of those two wetlands there are, because I agree with that assessment that there are areas that have been degraded like that, but I did not see that 100% of the wetlands met that criteria. I didn't hear the question entirely, but I think it was how long would I expect it to take a man-made stormwater retention feature to regain the environmental values of a natural wetland? Is that right? Right. I would say generally on the time scale of years. The DOT pond there has been in existence for several years. And as I have driven past it dozens of times since it has been constructed, I have not seen any of the wading birds in it or foraging along it that I saw during my hour and a half or so excursion on the property. Now, could I interrupt you just a second? Ms. Richards, would you hold the phone up closer to Mr. Meyer? Yeah, much better. Thank you. Yes, I believe that in properties like Riverland, which was developed prior to the development of the comp plan and the setbacks from the river, that yes, there would have been estuarine wetlands associated with the shoreline at that location. And so likely there were natural wetlands along the western edge of Cabana Point as well. So both of those developments went in long before the comp plan requirements for setbacks and protection of the estuarine shoreline.
Given to, everybody has given their, case in chief. We want them to give their 3 minutes and then have the public, or we want the public.
Yeah, it keeps knocking itself out.
After the public, so they can take public comment into consideration when they're giving the summary.
Okay, great. Are there any members of the public who would like to comment thus far? Remember, if you give your comment now, I think this is the only time. After we have a motion and deliberation, there won't be any other time.
Madam Mayor, you have 2 public comment cards up
Yes,
there.
I do. All right, follow call Mr. Nick Valuta. And please first butcher your last name, repeat it and spell it for us.
You got it, fine. Be great. Nick Galata. So, you know the difference between an environmentalist and a developer? Developer wants to build a house in the forest. The environmentalist already has his house in the forest. So what makes a joke funny are the undertones of truth that lie in the extremes. The irony is that both sides are correct. How do you develop for progress while simultaneously preserving life? You write a comprehensive plan. This conundrum that we face is not new or unique to us. It's what a plan is for. That's what our comp plan is for. We have to find the middle ground. And I think that can be accomplished. So I'd like to take you back to 1996. Comprehensive plan review. Now, to some that may feel like a long time ago, but to a lot of us, it seems like yesterday. The first sentence of the report, the first paragraph, objectives and policies, goal statement A, maintain and enhance Stuart's quality of life, natural beauty, and small town waterfront character. Drop down a little bit further, the city shall protect environmentally sensitive lands. Fast forward a little bit to 2009, the second EAR. The theme is consistent. The latest one, written or submitted in 2020, written by the current commission. So I don't believe I have to remind you what's in it, you wrote it. But the comprehensive plan is your contract with the citizens. It's your word given to us in writing It's a promise to protect. Now, we're not here as naysayers, critics, or malcontents. We're just here to hold you to your word, hold you accountable to the contract, and gently remind you of the obligations to that comprehensive plan. And again, I think we can find common ground. Okay. And by the way, if I were a bird feeding in a roadside swell, I'd have to be pretty damn hungry. And that would just tell me that there's not enough natural thriving habitat left for them, that we should preserve every bit that we can. God bless America. God bless Stuart.
Our next speaker is Alan McBride.
Alan McBride, Flamingo Avenue. I know you were listening to all the people who are got up, and if you listen to them closely, everyone, the majority, I should say. Oh, I'm not against cash code. I'm not against. Just it should be put someplace else. It brought me back. Of course, I'm quite elderly now. Put it any place but my neighborhood. And that's just what this whole thing. And at the last meeting, some woman got up and it was all against the traffic on Kenner Highway traffic. But if you could put it someplace south on Kenner Highway, it would be all right. But you know, as they were saying, this is our city and it's a great city. And I remember, and those of us who came here in the early 70s, we were a flower farm. It was a small town. But thank God there was a big influx in 73 of people. And we had the city, I remember the first meeting at the city hall, which was upstairs over the old firehouse that was next to Stuart Department Store. The commissioners, you know, they kind of looked at us and shook their heads at us. But by working together, this is why Stuart is what it is today. You listen to the people who live in Martin County and kind of think they should tell us what we should be doing. But the main thing is you listen to we, the residents, what we want, what we don't want. And in all my years of going to both all the city meetings, and I used to go to a lot of county meetings, excuse me, this is the first developer who listened to us. And everything we seem to ask for, or I say we, because the city or the commissioners, and even tonight about the trees and the green and the fountain and all, he said yes to. He listened to us and he was willing to work with us. And I'm hoping that you still, the five of you, think of what is best for the city of Stuart. And I'm asking you to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. If you did not put a green comment card in, you may make a comment at this time for 3 minutes. If you have spoken already, Mr. McChrystal, you give up your chance.
I didn't speak on the topic. So,
That's right, you spoke about it. Mr. Mortel, can you
I would say that the board should allow him to speak.
He did not speak at this topic.
Mr. McChrystal, please come forward.
I also live on Flamingo Avenue. I'm also a resident of the city of Stuart. I'm gonna lose some friends here right now. I've been watching these kind of debates a long time at the city level and the county level. And honest to God, I have never, ever seen the big guns get eviscerated like this before, with new information, relevant information, all game-changing information, to the point where I'm back there in disbelief. Because these are some big guns. These are the Davids over here. And these are some big guns, and they got their butts handed to them. Okay, and to the point where either I can't believe you didn't see what I saw. I won't go anywhere else. I'll just put it at that. Okay. So it's very obvious that the game has been changed tonight. And again, I live on Flamingo Avenue. And I'll just voice what I hear of most of the people. No one's against Costco. It just happens to be in the wrong place. Thank you.
Is there anyone who would like to make a comment? And this will be completed a green card.
Summation.
So are we closing the evidence and go to the summation for 5 minutes? Mr.
DeVentura is first.
What was that, sir?
Mr. DeVentura is first.
Oh, that's right. First, I have to write down here first. Mr. Ryan DeVentura will provide the first summary. 5 minutes.
I think I've said what I needed to say already. I just.
Okay, excuse me, let's give Mr. DeVentura respect. I'm not sure what he's going.
The statement this afternoon was that we were going to accept Zoom comments at 5 p.m. and not after the presentation.
You want to put on the Zoom and let people know that they're raising their hands.
Yeah.
They heard us?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. DeVentura.
Like I say, when you get in a situation like this in a business I used to be in, if I had a set of criteria that I needed to meet, I had a checklist. Here it is. And you say, how do I meet it? So like I said, there's only about 15 policies in the wetlands section of the comp plan. It wouldn't take all that much trouble to list them and evaluate them. I mean, that's what I'm kind of, that's what I was used to in the businesses that I was in. I didn't see anybody capable of doing that tonight. Ask questions of the applicant. I don't know that I got a straight answer from anybody. When I asked about, is the wetland 7 being impacted by stormwater management? You got to ask this guy, and this guy's got to ask that guy. Didn't get an answer. I asked staff about comprehensive plan says, thou shalt submit a formal determination from the South Florida Water Management District. That didn't happen. Comprehensive plan says, thou shalt submit a site plan that shows the site design features and the wetlands so that you can assess what's impacting the wetlands. That didn't happen. Okay, strike two. If we can't take care of the little stuff, the big stuff's going to go right by us. If we have that lack of attention to detail, I have no confidence that they covered the more important portions of the comp plan. So, unless you all are signing off on this based on what the staff is telling you and what the ordinance says. The ordinance says the commission reviewed and the commission decided. I don't know what you reviewed or what you decided. Like I say, the basis, the fact that they referred to the LDC for the mitigation policy is outrageous. because any development has to meet the comp plan, not the land development code. Why would you reference something that is not law when you have to follow the law? And like I say, the LDC description of mitigation is a lot different than the comprehensive plan description of mitigation. In that LDC warning, it says only 2 people have to agree. Applicant has to propose it, and South Florida Water Management has to approve it. That's the only 2 actions. City of Stuart doesn't have a say in the matter according to that definition in the LDC, and that's why the LDC does not match the comp plan, which says you shall meet the comp plan. When you do mitigation, you have to meet the comp plan. So I don't know what you guys are signing off, but me, some people would be finding new parking spots tomorrow. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you all being here. I know you guys are elected officials and you can't know everything about everything. And you rely upon staff and the applicant to be reliable, honest, and trustworthy. But when they can't answer direct questions with a direct question with a direct answer, and you got 15 experts, just doesn't make sense to me. And if I was on your side, no way, I wouldn't put my name on this thing, because you have to take personal responsibility for your actions. If you approve it, you should be able to justify it. That's always been my criteria. I did not put my name on any document that I couldn't sit down and justify every statement in that document. Thank you.
Linda K. Richards, summary of 5 minutes, no new evidence, just what you have put forward.
Yes, ma'am. Tonight, I presented to you a compelling case that this proposed project does not comply with the City of Stuart's comprehensive plan. Tonight, you've heard a lot of public comment. There was a few for, but over 80% were against. Tonight, you've witnessed a community standing up for their quality of life and their expectations that local laws will protect their property and families from the destruction of natural resources and impact of overdevelopment. It is the burden of the applicant to demonstrate that the project complies with the comp plan, but just because they say it does is not providing the burden of proof. Therefore, it was left to me and my community backing me to source our own proof as to why this project does not comply with the comprehensive plan. The applicant has very deep pockets, but we firmly believe we are on the right side of the law when it comes to this project in this location. It's not enough to have paid consultants testify that they believe this project meets the requirements of the comprehensive plan. When the comprehensive plan says wetlands must be protected and the project destroys all the wetlands, the expert's opinion is not credible. When the comp plan says threatened plants and animals must be protected and the project destroys threatened plants and animal habitats, the expert's opinion is not credible. This commission is charged with enforcing the city's comprehensive plan. You can read the plan and you must determine whether this project is in compliance. It is not in compliance, and this application must be denied. This 50 acres could be developed into something very special for the city of Stuart. It could provide acres and acres of housing, building around the wetlands and preserving some of the native habitats. It could include mixed income housing, providing the much needed housing the city of Stuart needs. It could be locally supported along the commercial sides, along Willoughby and Canner, with local stores to support the neighborhood. This land can be and should be developed in a less impactful way, following the city's comprehensive plan. The commission should be protecting the existing neighborhoods, our fragile ecosystem, our river, our wetlands, and our native habitats. You should be protecting our quality and quantity of our water sources. Additionally, there are multiple sites within Stuart and Martin County where Costco could be built. There's the old SPS property on US 1. It lies completely barren, no wetlands, no habitats. They could build in there tomorrow. Located on US 1, our commercial artery of the city. This is not the appropriate place for development of this magnitude. This is not about not in my backyard. It's not in our backyard. This piece of property is on our major artery that goes into our downtown. It is less than 2 miles from our downtown area. A regional store like this belongs closer to an interstate interchange. And finally, we hear the things about, oh, look what happened in Palm City. But see, you guys are special here because in Palm City, it was already given the designation of commercial. But see, this land, you haven't given a future land use to yet. So you still have the control to make this piece of property something that could be absolutely spectacular for the city of Stuart. If you approve this project, it's gone. All the 50 acres, all the wading birds, all the gopher tortoise, all the native habitats, the pine forest, everything that's been here a lot longer than we have. So again, just because a paid consultant says that it is the way, when they actually are destroying things that are protected in the comprehensive plan, you have to say no. Thank you very much. I appreciate your service, and I really hope that you take the time to really think about the evidence that I have produced today and make sure you make the right decision for the city of Stuart.
Well, I don't want it either.
Be careful.
You know, we've heard a lot of talk this evening about the comprehensive plan, but we've only heard talk about one aspect of the comprehensive plan, and that's the environmental aspects of it. And that's an important part. But, you know, the comprehensive plan has a lot of parts to it. And there are other things that, you know, economics, jobs, housing, there's all types of elements to the comprehensive plan, but everybody's just focusing in on the environmental. And the environmental is an important part of it. There's absolutely no part, but the other parts also are just as important. And that's what you're tasked with here this evening, because there's been no, I disagree with my good friend, Mr. McChrystal, good guy, but there's been no big development here tonight or game changer. We've always made it known that we're going to impact wetlands. And when we talk about the comp plan and they talk about protecting wetlands, they keep continuing to forget the fact that you can mitigate wetlands under the comprehensive plan. So you can do that. And that's what we're asking for. So we haven't been hiding the ball on anybody. We haven't been trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. These wetlands have been determined to be low grade, not only by a paid consultant, but by the South Florida Water Management District, which is a third party that is no skin in the game with respect to this project. So the question is, what is in the best interest of the city? We are providing a great project, and there are wetlands on the impact, but they're low-grade wetlands. That's the whole point for the mitigation. And if you're a true environmentalist, whether it's in Bluefield in St. Lucie County, and it would be great if it was in the city of Stuart, I think we will all like that. We don't have the ability to mitigate, to provide for that and mitigate it in the city of Stuart. But it's still, it benefits the environment to take these low-grade wetlands and put them in an area where they make sense and at the same time provide jobs and hit other aspects of that comprehensive plan. So again, there's been no game-changing stuff. Mr. Weinberg's report told about the foraging. They didn't prove that there's any nesting or threatened species out there. If there are gopher tortoises out there, we'll be moving those. So nothing's getting destroyed. So the point is that you have to look at this holistically. Look at the whole comprehensive plan. And again, don't make it look like we're trying to do something underhanded. We've been out front with this from the very beginning. And we are following the comp plan because the comp plan allows mitigation, and we're providing for that mitigation. And we're also providing the other elements that the comprehensive plan provide for. So look at it holistically. And that's what we're here for tonight. I would also ask you, why were these properties annexed into the city of Stuart? They weren't annexed in to be low density residential housing. We all know that. If you go back and you look at when they were annexed in, it talked about what they were looking at and assumed would be occurring here. So I appreciate the fact that we're going to look like the big guns and the big guys coming in. Most of the people here on our side of the table are all residents of Martin County. Some are residents of the city of Stuart. I've been a resident of the city of Stuart. Susan O'Rourke, I believe, is still a resident of the city of Stuart. So, you know, we're not out of town guys coming in here trying to destroy the area. So we ask you to look at this holistically. And again, we've been upfront from the very beginning. So the issue isn't whether we've been hiding or getting away from the comp plan. We've been following it all along. And I believe your staff believe we've been following it. And Kimberly Horn report showed that these wetlands were available to be mitigated, and so did the South Florida Water Management District. So we believe we have a project that's the whole point for the mitigation, and we believe it warrants your approval, and we would ask you to respectfully approve this project. We think it's going to be a great benefit to the city of Stuart. Thank you.
Thank you. This is the time when our commission deliberates. I want our commission to consider the credibility of the plaintiffs, the applicants' presentation, both interveners' presentation, and the substantive nature of the evidence as it relates to the applicant's request for us to amend the future land use map of our city's comprehensive plan to the special neighborhood district, along with a concurrent request to assign a CPUD zoning to this land use if the land use is approved. At this time, our commission would deliberate, as well as I'll need a motion on this matter that has been brought before us today. And let us have either a motion or let's see what we can do so that we can try to move forward. Mr. Meyer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have a couple things I need to sort out based on the evidence presented. So I'd like to address the endangered and or threatened plant species on site and how the city feels we need to have those be protected according to our language of our code and comp plan, and what the applicant, now that they have been documented, is able to do. I'd also like to ask a few questions about the wellfield protection issue that was raised, and to clarify a little bit about with the water quality and quantity issues that were raised, how the stormwater management infrastructure on site, the proposed stormwater management detention or retention, can satisfy some of that groundwater recharge, if at all. I guess that's it for.
Would you like to
the
start at the
opening
top
salvo.
with just start with one question and direct it to someone?
Sure.
You're gonna have to reopen the hearing. You guys are in deliberation.
Yeah, we're deliberation.
We took
So-
public comment and the hearing is closed, but if you guys want to reopen the hearing and give the applicants more time or call new witnesses, this would constitute new evidence when they start answering the questions.
Okay, well, I was bringing these questions up earlier.
I agree.
May I ask, so I can't ask, I have to deliberate, I can't ask staff? a question?
Recognizing that if you're gonna base your decision on testimony that you receive, that it would be testimony in the form of the hearing that would be based, and you can reopen the hearing. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. But it would, in effect, cause us to reopen the hearing and probably would subject to additional public comment, but that doesn't matter. You can do it because it's not like we have 100 public comments.
Well, if you break down what he's asking a few different things. If he has a condition that state listed threatened species identified on the property shall be protected as a condition.
That's a deliberation. Right, you guys are
The
deliberating.
hearing.
Then you guys are deliberating that. That's great. That's why I didn't say anything. But if you're asking somebody to say what that means, if you're asking somebody what that means, then it's testimony.
Let's start at the top and try to deliberate the first issue.
So to my colleagues, I am concerned about endangered / threatened plant species and what we need to do about that. Whether that rises to a condition for approval, I'm open to that they take those plants and incorporate them into the planting schedule.
So we don't raise everything and just put on, we'll be trying to save as much as we can.
Right. And to my knowledge, I'm not a hydrologist or an engineer, but to my knowledge, pervious pavement, detention, retention, the, acres of ponds and detention are, water's going to seep down and, charge. I mean, it's not like water's leaving the site. So I don't know, is anybody else worried about this potential that our superficial aquifer is going to be compromised?
Well, remember, we're also replacing adding our new wells as well, different aquifer.
Yeah.
I think Mr. McGarrett. The Baggett, sorry. Mentioned about. Sorry. We're talking about the water and water seepage and the quality of water. And I think Mr. Baggett had mentioned the plan that would allow water to be cleansed and cleared as a part of the mitigation plan, where it would be going to those 3 main areas. Mr. Matheson. Are you saying something?
Oh. I mean, I'm worried about the wetlands. That's our decision. And to change the comp plan, it meets a lot of the requirements. There's no doubt that a tremendous amount of people want Costco. There's no doubt in my mind that putting Costco out by 95 or south on Canner Highway is the literal definition of sprawl.
Here.
And keeping it in the urban services boundary is a benefit. Being realistic, Canner Highway is a 6-lane highway. And if I was gonna wipe the slate clean and look at what that property, what I would zone it for, being realistic and knowing the fact that I serve a position that my predecessors already annexed that property, I would probably zone it some sort of mixed use neighborhood special district. Our comp plan states that listed and threatened species shall be protected. That's simple. So that would clearly have to be a condition. I don't know if I can justify or not, developing on wetlands, there's a lot of pluses and minuses to benefit, to weigh. And what comes out of Costco. There's a lot of people that want Costco. It provides a lot of good jobs. We've heard that today. The first reading, I relied on the environmental report I had. And I came with a list of conditions, and the only thing I didn't get was the full density reduction that I asked for. Everything else the developer has worked very hard to come up with. And they have proposed mitigating the wetlands. And that's on us. That's where we are now. One of the things that needs to be contemplated that I requested was that there needs to be some sort of way to name the connector street, if that's to be done. And I would think we could put out some sort of survey if it was agreed upon, or narrow down 5 names and have the city weigh in on it. But I've been told I talk too much.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
Madam Mayor. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
No, I also talk too much. Why don't you take this back?
Well, I've been known to do that too, so. Regarding the endangered species protection, I think that from listening to the environmental consultant, Mr. Braun, that it appears to me that the wading birds are probably transitory, not nesting there because they're nut colonies, but then there's the plant issue. And I think that we could incorporate since obviously there's enough of us that are concerned about the native plants, endangered plants, there could be a condition incorporated into incorporating those plants to be relocated within the plantings on site where possible, or I'm guessing they can be, and I'm not a plant guy, can be relocated to another site. I don't know if that's possible, but I think that would be, that's absolutely to be done to protect for protection of the plants. I know, Mike, you're more of a plant guy. Maybe you can weigh in on that. So,
Madam Mayor.
So, okay, just hold on. We have, I don't know, I have it on page 23. I'm not sure because I have this printed out different from when I read it, but it's item number 34 regarding the required open space and the native vegetation as put out in Exhibit C. So they're saying that they will comply with the native landscape plan. Is there anything special that you're asking them, Mr. McDonald, in terms of?
well, I think what that's not saying that they'll do native landscaping where they can. I think what we're talking about is endangered plants that are currently on the site. And if we want to make sure we comply with that section of protection, if we can just put a condition in that they will be incorporated into the landscaping. I can't remember how many acres. It's been a long night of preserve and open space. I'm sure that can be done. So, and that would make sure that we're in compliance and protect of the comp plan.
Was that clear, Madam Mayor? We're talking about the threatened species that aren't really contemplated as right. The threatened and endangered species that they're not part of the native planting plan, but they're the most native. So yeah.
So we're saying we wanted to make sure that we have a clause to clarify that to request that?
that those threatened and threatened and endangered plants shall be protected in line with our comp plan. Those on site would be, incorporated into the landscaping plan, rescued.
So it sounds like you're proposing a condition where any threatened and endangered plants on the site would be protected by either incorporating to the landscape on site or transported to Haney Creek or the Kiplinger Preserve or some other appropriate location.
Haney Creek could be a great place within the city.
Well, that might start rising to the level of harvest, which is specifically prohibited. So protected.
Is a relocation a harvest?
I think you guys could leave it to the development director or the city manager to follow the comp plan to the extent that any threatened or endangered species must be protected. It says what it says. The issue was not that. Staff never didn't say that or didn't
It just
follow
whether
that. The question was how many plants were identified versus how many plants were not identified, and is there competent substantial evidence that there is a specific number of plants on the site that weren't identified, or is there not? I mean, that's really the question.
Thank you, Mr. Martell. So I think a condition is the plants will be protected and when possible incorporated into the landscaping.
Yeah.
Would that satisfy y'all down there, way down there?
All identified endangered. And we're just talking about fauna, flora.
We're talking about plants right now.
Flora, not fauna.
Right, because the gopher tortoise is already protected, and the wading birds were noted in the environmental report, and there was no evidence of nesting. I see wading birds. I see them at Bruner Pond Park all the time. I see them on my irrigation pond at my business.
I see them in my front yard when it rains hard.
So they're around.
There was maybe the ag at the fairgrounds.
Speak up, Ms. Brunner.
Our manager could look into it and
Mr. Martell, thank you. Do you have language? Is that language that you suggested?
Any
Okay.
threatened or endangered species must be protected and where possible incorporated into the landscaping.
I'm satisfied with that.
So, Madam Mayor, can I level with the colleagues? Okay, so I'm gonna speak to the Vice Mayor because I am also heartburn about the wetlands.
We all do, Mr. Meyer.
I know we all do. I'm just, he brought it up, so I'm talking to him. I don't know if you looked at the FWS. I don't know how I stumbled upon it, but it was interesting for me to see that out of all of the wetland areas kind of around the area, the region, that specifically these and a couple other kind of in the city are designated with this X, meaning that they are the direct result of excavation of human development, human activity and on site, and maybe was due to the original, I don't know the history of the site that well, but due to the original agricultural use of the property, maybe. So again, it's not some primordial Eden forest that, what is there today is the result of our community's growth over time. And that doesn't make it mean we should just steamroll all of it. But I think, that to me, it's a little bit sobering. And there are certainly other primordial quality, large scale wetlands and wildlife corridors and natural lands, specifically around and out west of the highways. I mean, to your point about sprawl, putting anything out there, I mean, that's when you're really impacting old Florida. So for the difficulty I have is that I talked to some planning type people who, I mean, you want to talk about traffic, some of the recommendations would be to stick this right in downtown, you know, the most intense use is in the heart of the city. Well, I wouldn't necessarily go with that. I mean, this to me seems like it's not the best location. It's a better location than many other alternatives. It's close to the edge, but it's not all the way on the edge, but it's still deep within the urban center of the county. That's, I mean, if we want to protect out there, we have to build in here, and there are different ways to build, but
I agree with that, but this is a very hard decision. This hasn't been easy with the infill that you're talking about, so we can protect, hopefully prolong it, you know, as much as we can.
I just want to bring this up and have my colleagues discuss this. The actual nature of the land use change, special neighborhood district, and the evidence and the criteria that have been satisfied by the plaintiff, the applicant. Does the board have any questions or any discussions on the staff report with regard to the items that needed to have been fulfilled with regard to the special neighborhood district? I think I heard once or twice, at least once, Mr. Vice Mayor mentioned something about if it were a place to be somewhere, someplace that you could do something, this would probably be. What was your statement earlier, Mr. Vice Mayor? About special neighborhood district?
I guess if, you know, if I took a clean slate and tried to think about how I would zone that property, it probably would be similar to a special neighborhood district. You know, mixed use commercial residential, which is what is along that Canner Highway corridor. Yeah.
Or multifamily. I mean, that's what's neighboring to the south on the crossings. Institutional, commercial, there is, you know, low density residential as well, but there's also multifamily. So if let's just work that out, right? If this were, I mean, one lesson I've learned is moving forward. I mean, we didn't approve this annexation, you and I, but it should have, I think, come in with some staff and commission input on what that ultimately would have needed to be, how that fit into the vision of the city. So if we were identifying that, like you said, we would have applied.
Yes, I mean, that's for certain. I think this has taught me something that I've kind of already come to that realization that if the city of Stuart ever is going to annex anything in the future land use needs to be decided upon at that time, not left in this blank spot, which we currently have.
But to that point, let's just say we were going to do a mixed use or medium or a, you know, multifamily. I mean, you know, the interveners have brought up a good point that they aren't entitled by right to do this based on the existing county land use. The city has never applied a land use to it, so there is effectively no functioning land use right now. If we were to apply based on our vision of multifamily by right development, which is a good way to kind of compare what we would see otherwise, you know, we could get something that we have little control over. That would, you know, that could still be 4 stories.
All residential and maybe have more traffic.
Well, this is going to be a lot of traffic, but it's on a 6-lane highway. And we probably wouldn't have a connector road.
You see, this is a transformative.
It is transformative. I see it as a natural progression.
In terms of urban development,
Of
urban infill development. A satisfactory land use criteria based on or land uses that we have either separately for various forms of residential, multifamily or single family, or, you know, something that can accommodate zero lot line homes or whatever it is in different stages, like it's, you know, larger size single family and more compact. And then, you know, straight commercial, like even though we have some residential downtown, we see that as more of areas where you have lots of various commercial, but to have, that's why I thought of this transformative nature, that creating this, literally following the theme of the land use and having this special neighborhood district where you're, it's definitely, it's not Cabana Point, it's not Riverland, it's not the high school, it's not, it's its own thing if it works. But we want, if we approve it, we're hoping that it will be something that would work with the drainage and with what it will provide for the community. I think Mr. McDonald brought up the idea of jobs and the potential to do something, which would be to create the commercial as well as the adjoining residential, and a different brand of residential than what is to the south of it now.
Right. I think where I'm at now is, I know that a lot of folks, you know, out there in the community don't understand the ins and outs of this whole process. They think that we are building this. They tell us, you go put Costco in the old Sears spot in the mall. You put it on US 1. Well, we can't tell them where to put it. We can tell them where not to put it in this case. But I have thought a lot about what one of the doctor, Ms. Richards, yes,
Tyson.
her comment about how is our code incentivizing a developer to pave over green space versus already existing, you know, sites within the city? And that is a good question. I've asked myself that as well. But in this case, I think this has more to do with their business model than the sheer dollars and cents. I mean, the stormwater improvements alone that they're putting in, that they're proposing to put into the site, you know, $300,000-$400,000 worth of stormwater improvements. That's, I mean, that on top of all the building on the great, you know, the excavation, and I mean, this isn't about, it's not cheaper to do this. They're doing it because it's in a specific location for them.
These and the connector road make it probably more.
And the connector road. So to me, I think part of the issue is, you know, Costco's been looking in our community in Martin County for some time. They've looked at various sites. I don't want I mean, I don't think it's our duty to do whatever it takes to get them here, but we clearly, I mean, we've been working with them, but they're bringing a lot to the table here in this case as well. You know, I'd like the jobs, I'd like the tax revenue. It's not the only thing I'm thinking about. Could it potentially be in a better place? Sure, but I think on the whole, this is our shot at having Martin County have Costco.
And I think we've heard from Mr. Braun as well as from Mr. EW Consultants, Mr. Weinberg, with regard to the whatever the endangered or concerned species of both animals. And I think that when you look at those things, and we're looking at weighing whether it's our chance of getting a Costco or not, I think that we've seen from the evidence that both sides have provided that because there's such a deep concern, and because there's one of the first things that we've talked about tonight is let us make sure that we can take care of those things. And I think if we can take care of that, I think that will go a long way to satisfying those who are concerned that the land is being destroyed, so to speak, or that flora may be destroyed, plants, native plants, endangered plants may be destroyed. And I think I think we're able to put the policy in place to control that and still be able to be at the table with these people who are proposing this project. I'd like to go on to another topic, and it's all in the same vein. And this has come up. I'm surprised that this has come up. Well, maybe I'm not, but it came up with Ms. Tice, and it has come up with others. And this is the whole idea of considering an area of land in the city, undeveloped land, as being rural when it's not even rural on our land use. And because of this history that this property is coming with from the county. So I'd like for our group to just deliberate on this whole rural versus urban nature. And let's get that out of the way.
I don't believe it's a rural property. It's in town.
It's not rural.
She said in her deposition that it was suburban.
But it was what, Mr.
Suburban.
Suburban, okay. Okay, let me see, I have, I do.
With a rural appearance.
Yes.
And to that point, I don't know that, I mean, I appreciate her giving us all of the credit for that, but I don't think that, I mean, the appearance is due to many undeveloped properties and the fact that there's a long-standing nursery there. But otherwise, I mean, aside from the undeveloped properties in the nursery, it's, you know, small single-family homes and multifamily condo unit developments. That's not rural, or I would even say suburban.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we discuss that. And the same idea, which goes along with the land use description, that was brought up regarding Costco as a business serving regional purposes, and then saying that we're having a big business with regional purposes in what we call, or will the land use area, if it's approved as that, as neighborhood, and what is really neighborhood. I think that she brought that up in her comments. And that's where I thought about the idea of the transformational, because it's like, it's these two dichotomies that are coming together. what is the board's comments on the idea of this regional, that it's serving a regional need? It's on a highway that's coming from that's going to bring people in from out of the area, from the larger hinterland regional area into our city, which is right on the verge. It's right on the end of our city, basically. The city limit ends just down there at Indian Street in some areas. In some areas it runs right across the street or right next door, abutting properties. If you don't have any discussion on that issue, that's fine with me, but I just wanted to make sure that if anybody wanted to have any comments on that in the discussion.
For what it's worth, sometimes I consider how the community would react or how I would react if the proposition was for a Dollar General store instead of a Costco or a Walmart or a Tractor Supply. And I also, or Trader Joe's. Or I also think of how the community or I might react if there weren't wetlands on the property. Costco is a best-in-class company with the opposite end of the spectrum of a big box store like Walmart.
All right. Well, Madam Mayor, I will just go ahead and make a motion that we approve on second reading with the condition that the endangered and threatened plant species on the property are protected. What did you say earlier, Mr. Mortel? The language you said was just so eloquent.
I actually repeated what you said, so.
Okay.
I feel that any
It's
threat
not
to
the
endangered
blind leading the blind.
protected and where possible incorporated into the landscaping.
That's it.
There's been a motion to accept.
And I'm open to any other conditions.
Second.
There's a second by Mr. Commissioner McDonald. I'll pause it for a minute until I ask for comments from the public on the motion.
There's no
Hold
comment.
on, that's right, we're not doing any comments. I'm forgetting that I have a new format right here in front of me, I'm sorry. So I guess we go to our clerk, who will be doing a random vote call.
Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
Commissioner McDonald,
Yes.
Commissioner Meyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Bruner,
Yes.
Commissioner or Vice Mayor Matheson.
Yes.
There being no further matters before us, this meeting is adjourned. Are we okay, Mr. Mortel? Thank you for your time. Thank you, everyone.
All I got.
Yeah, I'm good.